Welcome. Welcome. Uh, Last night, I actually meant to share in my community posts some of the live streams and the videos. Hello, Wild Wisdom, that I was, what playing last night. Just in case anybody wanted to watch them in in full. Um, uh, I read a story. It was the woman and the seven sons from Maccabees, which they took out of the Bible because it was like probably the most accurate one. But when Ant- Anti Antiochus, I don't know his name, Antiochus, you know who I'm talking about, whatever. They, went in and attacked Judea, and this Jewish woman with seven sons, was arrested, because big old crime. She's a Jew. And they tried to force her to, and them, the seven sons, to eat pork as if it affects anybody else. If the woman wanted to eat pork or not. You know what I mean? But because they wouldn't eat pork, they were tortured and killed in front of their mother in the most disgusting of ways because they wouldn't eat pork. Now, for some reason, they've got like a death count on, these terrorist groups that are, oh, losing people, and these countries that are attacking, and look at that, Wild Wisdom 7. I know, BS, that are, attack, and they've got their death count, but they're not counting, the people that are dying in Israel, that are being attacked. But last night, when I heard that, now I didn't hear it at the time, Simca, so I want to apologize to you tremendously, tremendously. Well, I think I did hear it. It just didn't sink into me. I guess because I never think, like, people are going to be that disgusting and that cruel. And yet, in all of their subjects of contention today, it was the length of my live stream, not what I was showing and proving. Like, still, once again, it was Net and SG have been bullies since they came to Yotam. No, we haven't, but you stank since the day you were born, Kenny. And Izzy, you don't trigger me. You just waste your own time. You're pathetic. You're pathetic to me. You're nothing. You're pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Lou, you are like, oh my God, you're disgusting. You're just disgusting. Um, but the most disgusting thing of that 12-hour live stream last night, 11, 12 hour, I don't know how long, was the remark that Babel said on Christmas Eve to a Jewish woman about an oven and the look on her face. I know. Now she tries to say she's the same age as me. Now she's trying to say she's the same age as me. Like, come on. You said you were 70 before. I mean, come on. What is it? Is he? I mean, who cares how old you are? Cam up, skank. It must be hard for a multitude of, I'm sorry. I do feel like, Israel is probably one of the least violent countries. And I mean, even though they're constantly fucking bombarded, um, it doesn't have oil. It doesn't have oil. They're just trying to exist in the land that, was bequeathed to them, that was given to them. It's written in the Bible. And I'm sorry, it is. It really is. That was the faith. That was the show of faith was, well, you go there and, but here's what really must be hard. I mean, but then again, maybe it isn't. I like history. I don't always like what it says. Now they're trying to call me that they're trying to say that, e-beggars is smart and SG just Googles stuff and nobody else Googles it and and fits it to a narrative. Shut up. Nobody else is very smart. People in my live streams are very smart. Very smart. I enjoy intelligent conversation. I could probably place a bet on right. And Google is fine. So does eBeggars. eBeggars Googles too. But they're like singing his praises about a 20-minute yarn video that he thinks he's got my goat on. I don't even remember in your stupid video, dude. All I remember is that you basically danced for me because within 10 minutes of my live stream, I said, I'm going to I'm going to touch upon what eBeggars has said right away so he can quick go make his video and go to bed. Um, and well, because and you know what, no BS, I feel like learning never ends. Like, I mean, it's always good to. I'm always like, wow, wow, I can't even believe that. I can't believe that there's 25 people. Hey, Angel Baby, 25 other people in here, and they don't have anything to contribute to the conversation. That's sad. That's sad. Opinions can be different. Yes, they can absolutely. As long as you say them in not someone else's fucking name, like doxing them. As long as you're not being derogatory. I saw Munchie go, I gave SG or Methy, so she could be talking Lou's mom there, but I gave Methy or her father, I don't know, or anybody in her family, $50, and she didn't croak. So I think I should get a refund. Hmm. Hmm. Well, maybe BB deserves a refund, and the people from that GoFundMe over there deserve a refund. Like, what are you trying to fucking say over there? You were giving me $50 to die? Shut up, Munchie. You stupid ball sack having bitch. All right, Angel Baby. You got a ball sack on your chin, one on your head, and wherever else. They throw them at you in your fucking midst of multi partners while you're in the middle of a circle jerk. Okay? But who's the first one over there? Vixen, trying to fit in all the time. I thought she was really sick. Shut up, Lou. Shut up. I'm not the one. Trust and believe. I'm not. Because you know why? Because this isn't uh and teabaggers, dry humpers. I saw that when you talked about Angel Baby and you put that video up, you weren't saying you supported the Jesse Slaughter or didn't say that you supported it. You were using it to mock somebody as if it was a funny situation at all, and that's an 11-year-old. So it's okay for e-beggars to use an 11-year-old's trauma. It's okay for all those skanks over there to talk about other people's kids' lives and everything, right? And they want to keep going on whine and whine and whine and whine and whine. Then they want to complain when SG does a 12-hour live stream to reveal that their queen, Sow, said to a Jewish woman a remark about an oven on Christmas Eve. If I'd have been standing in front of that bitch, that would have been her last Christmas Eve. The anti Semitism, since when does a Jew read the Bible? You know that even the apostles were Jewish too, right? Right, Lou? So even the New Testament It's written by Jews. You know that Jewish is the only one like that has even DNA in it. We are all Jews. We are. I'm sorry, we are. It doesn't, it's not only a religion, it means that it's, uh, chances are, Lou, you're a Ashkenazi Jew. Really. What makes me wonder though, maybe we aren't all Jews. Maybe we aren't. Because maybe we aren't. Because I get really confused sometimes. I get real confused, and it must be real hard for when, Israel is fighting this fight on their own right now, it seems. I'm sure that there's times that they think, and people with suffering children, and people with diseases, and, you know, people with tragedies and stuff. I'm positive there's times that they wonder to themselves, with all that we read, that God made the walls come tumbling down. God, rained fire, and turned everybody to salt, and struck everybody with hi, chicken winner. But I don't doubt that God exists because of the world that we live in and who we are and how we work. I mean, we are of intricate design. I don't doubt that there is something more. Ah, that's sad. But so, like, okay, so all these songs with, like, there was this, I mean, I looked at some of those things like Janelle shares, and the channel, like, that they came from, and oh my god, I was just like, oh my god, I can't even, this is disgusting. And I gotta wonder, like, so we got um e-beggars, and you did say, and I have it screenshotted. um wow, did you find out anything about the dog, by the way? Maybe I'll look into it. And Wild Wisdom, you were his friend and you miss him, right? And you're getting no answers. Like, they're just assuming, like, did he have family? Did anybody know? What is the funeral arrangements? Anything like that? I mean, like, and what was it? 2 days before, he was being harassed on a bus. and a knife drew on him, if you don't mind me saying that, by a black lady, elderly white guy, elderly white guy who accused him. And now I find that really strange. Like, did she get off the bus near his house? I'm not saying because she's a black lady, but hey, within every report, they can say if a white cop shoots a black guy, or if, it happens. They don't say it if it happens to a white guy, of course, but or if it's a black cop shooting a white woman, like Justine Diamond, they don't say that. But that's only when it's, they don't say a white cop shoots white guy, or they don't say any of that, we all know. Uh, but I guarantee you I could go through history. I could go through history and find that anti Semitic crimes throughout history. He hasn't heard back yet. Wow. Well, it is Monday, but wow. He's not texting him, is he? He's like calling, right? I mean, like, bottom line is those firemen stood there just fucking, you know, listening to you say, hey, there's somebody in that house. And like you said, that they didn't have even any of the equipment to go in the house. Why did they respond? Oh, they got paid for that call, but they didn't go with their equipment to respond. I mean, if that dog gets put down after surviving that fire, that is a shame. That is a shame. If I was you, I'd talk to your son and see if you guys take the dog in. I'd take the dog in. But that's just me. You know, but those firemen, are they even trying to figure out how the fire started? I mean, he had a knife pulled on him the day before. Did that woman see where he lived? You know, look at what happened to you at the from when you was a kid. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame, Wild Wisdom. That is a shame. Mm-mm-mm. That is a shame. Oh, because I've been looking to see if I can find anything about it in the news, and I haven't found anything. Wild Wisdom. When I was little and our house burned down, the firemen told my family that they felt like, okay, well, we didn't find a cat, and we don't think anything would have survived, in there. We didn't find a cat. The cat was in my sister's room, right, in the closet, with the door shut, and the door was shut to my sister's room, and that was the only room that really didn't get any damage and stuff. I don't know how that cat would have got in a room and shut two doors. We heard the cat's bell jingling when I was trying to run back in the house and grab the cat. I wanted to get the cat. She was pregnant. I could hear her bell jingling on her collar. And then my sister Linda was like, she would do it. Um, oh, that's good. Wild Wisdom. That's nice. Yeah. Yeah, it does. And then the heat too. The air, it gets so hot that your lungs, the tissue on your lungs is so paper thin that they sear together. Like you take a breath, and if you breathe in that hot air, immediately your lungs will sear together. That's why you got to cover your mouth with something like a towel. You can't breathe in that hot air because your lungs are so thin they just melt right together. But anyway, the cat was alive inside that closed closet. Very strange. And I'll tell you what, I haven't seen Lou. I haven't seen Izzy. I haven't seen E-Baggers. I haven't seen Jeanette. I haven't seen any of them have any kind of just commonplace sympathy for people. They pick and choose who they want to pretend deserves sympathy and who they want to say doesn't. So when their nasty pig friend told my dead mother she needed a good dicking, uh, it is heartbreaking. Yeah, they should have, instead of having his friends stand there, have to witness them stand there and do nothing. You should sue them for that. You know that? Wow, wisdom. You should fucking sue them for the trauma of that. Having to fucking stand there. Did they literally tell you we didn't bring the equipment to go in there? If you had money, you could. That's fucking the trauma. Could you fucking imagine having firemen just stand there and wait till it's safe for them to go inside? Were they putting water on it? Were they, did they have the hoses out? I mean, were they putting water on it? Yeah, but it got intense, right? I mean, like, the dog survived. It's too bad he didn't go down in the basement, too. Maybe he passed out or something. Are there any fire hydrants on your street? Were they putting the water out on it? Oh, they were. Okay. Okay. That dog, though, had the sense of mind to go down to the basement. If they put that dog down, I swear to God, they need to put the dog in the paper for somebody to adopt. I mean, somebody's got to adopt that dog. If that dog gets put down, that's a sad shame. That is a sad shame. A very sad shame. course, if you gave it to Bob's kid, he'd probably just kill it, skin it, take some pictures of, its gradual decay and think it was cool, and then maybe talk about Hitler. E-Beggars told me I support Hitler and the Nazis today. That's what he said. So after his fucking disgusting anti-Semitic friend said a comment to Simca about an oven, and his dirty whore friend with the Nazi tattoos talks over there, and he pretends that, he's of Jewish descent. Oh, IR2 Honda Mom. I'm live right now, so I don't know if you know that or not, or if your friend Cindy's what. Yeah, he said, I support the Nazis and Hitler. Well, she was over there on Cindy's saying she did. Hi, Angel Baby. Then I guess I don't know if Sydney was up on Breezy Baby. I don't know, that's nobody I know bashing me on there, but then they took the live stream down, so in a whole nother community, so I really don't know. But yeah, I don't have a problem, but the bottom line is Honda Mama did say, the whole name of Vern's channel. So yes, she did go there. I didn't say anything more than the fact that I recognized her from being on Vern's channel, Right. And Chicken Winter, all I said was I recognized her from being on Vern's channel as Honda Mama, and she said she didn't. But then up on Cindy's, she said his whole name of channel. So, and I was surprised to hear Cindy go, she's been friends with Vern for years. Because Vern was talking about cutting my head off for a long time. He thought I was like the mark of the beast. He was having some fucking delusions, big time. You know? Well, good for that, Angela. Good for that. We didn't do date, talk on the phone, or nothing. I think I was in his live stream 2 times ever. 2 times ever. Then I was a black Russian lady. I mean, there was like all kind, but Secular was loving the whole fucking Secular. I saw him in that live stream of Cindy's trying to stir shit, trying to stir shit. That yeah, all he would do was fucking record my voice and stuff. Right, chicken winner. But what I said was she had said no, she hadn't on your channel and called me a hoe. And, I didn't know her, but I was going to. No, I did know who she was from being on Vern's. She said his channel on Cindy's. So so there's no big deal about it though. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know why anybody would be there for. There was no chat. Chicken winner at that time. There was no chat. she was there, yeah, for a while. Mhm. Well, not me though, Angel Baby, if you're honest. But that's okay. I don't mind. But what I'm saying is, you know, I'm just a different kind of friend. I wouldn't be sitting in anybody's live stream where they're bashing my friend and stuff. I feel like it kind of puts off a different kind of thing. I just wouldn't be that way. But Cindy is that way because she was right up on Burns after I thought her and I were friends. And next thing she was on Burns. I didn't even know she knew him. Cindy was. So I find that odd too. Some of these people, you got to wonder how long they've actually been on YouTube and partaken in this stuff. You know, you really got to wonder. But as I was saying, I mean, it is frustrating because, I mean, well, chicken winner though, here's what gets me is some things in life are serious. And when, uh, you know, she's rubbing shoulders with Munchie, and she's friends with Cindy, and Munchie's got a picture of Cindy and her job. To me, that's suspicious. That's suspicious. Right, Angel Baby, right? Yeah. I would think that Cindy would take her job serious and things like right. A friend to all is a friend to no one. Yeah, like people's jobs and their children and things like that are serious. So if some people take the harassment of people's real lives as entertainment, including yourself, like if you take it as entertainment when they keep talking about your serious issue as their entertainment, I find that uh, yeah, nobody has, but just saying hello and keeping it moving is okay. Nobody has what, Angel? Yeah, like Swiss going on about, uh, Angel Baby is rolling on her study book, because she goes to school and works. Like those are the reasons why they're going after you. Your job, your kid, your father. When they were harassing that young girl, that one that they used for your your face, but it wasn't it. That was an 11-year-old girl, Jessie Slaughter. They harassed her father too. He died of a heart attack at 53. They got the death they wanted there. That little girl ended up in a foster home. She's probably all fucked up now. So it is an entertainment. It is an entertainment. Entertainment is Carol Burnett. You don't go after somebody because they're going to school and work and they rolled on their textbook. You making, you know what I mean? Yeah. We don't laugh I mean, we laugh at you when you say something funny to us, Angel, but uh-uh. Swiss dismissed. I like that one. Swiss dismissed. J Snail. Exactly, Angel Baby. Exactly. Exactly. Well, I'm not talking about Honda, chicken winner. I'm not talking about Honda right now. I'm saying, well, I know that you could give a shit what she says, but they do call your family members, Angel Baby, and they do harass your jobs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That shit is off the chain. That's great. That's awesome, Angel Baby. Ah, so they're harassing you because you're ambitious. Ah, they don't like that you're ambitious. Huh. So they feel that they've got to try to destroy it. How disgusting are they? There's nothing fucking entertaining at all about that. So she's ambitious, and they don't fucking like that. So they try to destroy it. And I'm sorry, IR2 sits in those kind of chats. I thought one of them I had seen say, "Do I need to call your father again?" Okay, chicken winner. Yeah, and Swiss sits there pretending that she's a nurse, and she ain't no nurse. Mm-mm. I don't care what she is. Be a stay-at-home mom for all I care. All I know is that fucking nothing at all, Angel Baby. It's very, very commendable. Yeah, you should. You should. And I'm not even putting down Janelle really living with her mother either. I mean, but they all sit there, and I didn't have that option. My sister died in 1984. My mother was from England, and my mother wasn't the same anymore. I mean, yeah, respects her dad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right there. No, yes, yep, difference right there too. Difference right there too is that and Janelle, you're just sitting there now. You what you so you bought a Volvo? I mean, Did you pay your fucking child support, man? Like, how the fuck is everything that you buy for you? Like, we never see you fucking. Do you buy anything for your kid? Do you even have your kid anymore? I mean, like, I'm not even like trying to be any kind of way. And for these people to sit there saying my daughter ran at 18 and I haven't seen her since, it's a fucking lie. And it's an absolute. Uh, oh, that's nice of you, Angel Baby. So he stays. You know what, Angel Baby? Yeah, yeah. Janelle's the fucking felon. Well, I don't think you told me that, but I mean, like, I'm just saying, Angel Baby, I don't have a problem with you at all. Like, you know, Angel Baby, I wish uh I had had that opportunity. I wish I'd had that opportunity. I've been on my own since I was 16. That's awesome, Angel Baby. You must be very smart, very proud. Your parents must be very proud of you. Very proud of you. Yeah, that's my friend. I'm proud of you. That's awesome and impressive. Yeah, very impressive. Angel Baby. Very super impressive right there. That's awesome. Honestly, God, and a pothead to boot. The fact though that they're trying to destroy that on you, and you know how uh, remember what was her name, Claudia Pallenberg, and Bobbles thought that was Tina Elaine, and Tina Elaine put a laughing emoji on one of your videos one time, and right, Angel Baby, because we're not that way. But her friends were the ones who threatened to do that. Her friends, TH, Bobbles, yeah, her friends. And we're the ones who get accused of it. And I'm fucking telling you what, Bobbles, there ain't no other big enough for you, man. You fucking bitch. Say that just like that. Pig. That's what, because you go on other people's channels. Unfucking real. Fucking, that's ridiculous. That's pathetic. And I'm sorry, but Art you has no problem with those people who are doing that to you and your friends. And she's like, "Well, I'm just here for the fun. I'm just here for the fun." Well, show where you live. Show who you are. I aren't you? I mean, like, come on. Shit ain't. There's just not even. I went back and researched. No, I hear you there. Wild wisdom, I do. But I went back and I researched into that D. Snyder thing with Tipper Gore and looked over there. I don't know where there is, but well, we I hope you'll still come here, Angel baby. But I looked into, you know, what that was all about, and the song was called "Under the Blade." Uh, that'd be cool. The song was called "Under the Blade." I guess that they had a problem with. And he says, "The song is about my friend in the band going under the knife, what would be going in for surgery, which it could be would be under the knife, not under the blade. But the song was called Under the Blade, and going in for surgery for throat cancer. I didn't really get that from that song. I didn't get that from that song. I went back and I looked at the lyrics and stuff, and I didn't get it. Now, I was a big fan of 80s music, okay? Really don't think that, oh my God. See how they're weaponizing it? They are weaponizing that baby, man. What a shame. What a shame. They're disgusting. They're so gross. So gross. Weaponizing. It's a shame. Does that poor woman know? I mean, like, what a shame. So now just stop. Right, chicken winner? They're all just fucking weaponizing somebody's a complete stranger's tragedy. She's doing it now? IBSS, what is that? Irritable bowel syndrome? The set, and she says, here's something she says, right? She says when she had her daughter, um, that it takes a whole village to raise a child. So she would tell her neighbors, like, in case she falls asleep and her baby's outside. I mean, like, put the fucking lock higher. Oh, Master POS Theater. Masterpiece of shit theater. I didn't even see you say anything about it, Chicken Winner. You're funny with that fucking swastika necklace. And you know what really fucking really like Izzy, you don't trigger me, you stupid fucking haggis smelling fly trap bitch, right? Uh so they're saying you're talking about, and they're saying Ellen too. I mean, like, I didn't see, what is wrong with them? I mean, did Sharon put something up that was derogatory? Because I didn't mention it until Janelle came in here and accused me of harassing her when she spent all day at a funeral. Yeah, it's really not. I don't want to make fun of the. Then they'll just say that it's me. You know what I mean? They'll just say it's me. They're not saying it's Sharon. They're not saying it's anybody else other than SG is the one, you know, who's doing this, So, Izzy, and she's privating her shit because she's terrified of losing that channel. It's all she cares about. Yeah, I'm terrified, Izzy. Nothing else bothers her at all but the fear of losing that channel. Really, Izzy? So Sharon said something and I'm the one being blamed for it, just like how Sharon was the one who went after her kid and my kid got her ass. Yeah, who created her? Wait, eh, she was showing another woman who made the funeral. What other woman? Was it something to do with the little kid? I mean, I don't know. All I know is there was a time. I don't know. See, I didn't do none of that. Yeah, I didn't do any of that. But they just keep saying I'm the one who did. Like that's so fucked up. But they're not mentioning Sharon. They're not mentioning that Sharon did the video. They're just blaming other people who didn't, like Ellen, me, or you. I'm not gonna comment. Wow. So I don't see anybody really going after this stuff. That's what they're talking about. You guys calling me it over here? Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. It will return. It will return. It has returned. Wow, so there's really nothing going on. Nobody's harassing the baby or anything. Wow. Just them. Just them. Well, Yuns was being pretty derogatory in places. I think that's who I remember. Yuns is like from Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, that's how Pittsburgh people talk. Yuns. Got an eye on you, Yuns. Yuns. Yuns and your cousin y'all. Yuns and y'all. Don't be speaking to it like that. They could, maybe I can be cast as cousin it. If I could have gone through a phone and back in time last night, or gone through a StreamYard panel, StreamYard panel, and back in time last night, that would have been the last thing that lady ever would have fucking said. That oven comment would have been the last. I would have, that fucking cigarette that she had. Well, you can't say you all. What do you mean by you all? What do you mean by you people? Huh? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? See, I feel like the anti Semitism part of it ramps it up. Uh, People really did get put in ovens there. I don't know why you just said that, Jaquana. I just don't know why you just said that. I just don't know why you would say that. I'm gonna get rid of that for you. I don't know why you would just say that. I really just don't. That's crazy to me, man. That's that's stupid. I don't know. Wow. Well, you could just set her up to fail right now if you'd like. I mean, really? Are you out of your mind? Why would you say that? Protect them at all costs, man. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. I certainly wouldn't be saying it here. Tell you what, and I just feel like I feel like I'm not gonna come out right now. But Angel Baby is going for her masters and can tell. I can tell. See, I get it. I do. Uh, People want to ruin people's lives, though. Like it's not coming out, but people want to ruin people's lives, their life, their whole life. Mm. You know, I don't recollect Munchie. Did Munchie? Yeah, Munchie did have a channel the second time. Oh, there when Bobbles came back that time. Hmm. Yeah, I think it is a good thing to fight, like to fight for what's right. It is a good thing. It is a good thing. It's just catch 22. You're right about that, no BS. Hmm. You're right about that. But when everyone in I'm just saying, you don't put people's fucking parents' pictures up. Uh, oh, she did. What happened? I didn't see that. And I usually see the comments. I didn't see that. What happened? Uh, of course, yeah, yeah, right. No BS. The channel they were all subscribing to of my daughter's was her college channel, and Munchie took them down because of that. That was good. I mean, at least, but Munchie could stop doing everything she does. Your daughter, that's good over that. Be good if she went on there and was like, "Get my mother's shit out there before I come and kick your fucking ass." Oh, she didn't. She didn't. Ah, but you'll see me. Or what is it? You won't see me, but I'll be there. No? What up? What did she do? What'd she say to her? Well, you'll smell me. Hello, my friend. Hello. It's hello. Master. You're right. Yeah. Somebody's gonna die. Somebody's gonna lose their life. You don't have to be mad. You don't have to be hurt. You don't have to be down. You don't have to be down. Look, at the end of the day, when it's so mad in our world, just like surviving 10%. It's somebody's daughter. It's someone's daughter. It's their family, you know?
You get what I'm saying? So life goes on. So we put too much into this to watch and watch and watch. I just need to.
No. You think of them as collateral damage. You don't want to fix any of that problem. You want to just sit there and say, oh, well, who cares? Until it's yours or somebody that you love. It could happen to anybody. Wow.
Yeah, how did the psychopath respond?
Wow. Unbelievable.
I just don't mind. Like, I just need to move away from that area. Like, yeah, I want to keep my people. And I want to keep. No. Keep your people and keep what you're doing because, Baba, you came a long way. Don't knock where.
So here we got Tiffany M going, here's the thing, they're junkies. Junkies gonna do what they gonna do. Wow.
Came from. Because you know what? You used to be a shit show and everything like that. So at the end of the day,
no way.
You love Sharon.
Did she really? Fucking pure and utter fucking dirt. Dirt.
And keep that.
What?
Keep that same vibe because you do.
No, I don't love Sharon. Sharon dicked me over. She could have.
I didn't know that, babe. I didn't know that. I thought I don't watch because I work so much. I'm so sorry.
We were, but like she, like, so I'm telling her last night, please stop, and she's not stopping. She's showing out because she's happy that she has 166 people in the room, so she's showing out.
No, you're jealous that she had 166 people in the room. I think she means Munchie. I don't. Did she mean her daughter? I don't know.
You know, and so she keeps bringing.
So she was on your live when you went live with them.
No. She found out that because Jules said
you didn't let her finish, Bobbles. You didn't let her finish there.
So Jesse, because I've never been mean to Jesse ever. One time when Jesse was mean, and then we ended it right there. We called, and I've never been mean to Jesse after that. And Jesse's always been cool with me. And so Jules said that.
Oh, so all of that, all of Bobbles' subject of contention there was that Sharon had talked about the whole Jesse Hope thing before Bobbles did.
Go on and do the interview, and get your story out of what happened as Bobbles. And Sharon, instead of waiting till after I did the interview, goes ahead and tells every damn thing on her show. And I'm asking her 3 times, please stop. And yeah, she's not responding to me.
Jesse had already been up on Jules and had already told the story.
And her excuse is that Jesse told her that she could do that, and that's not true. That's a lie. No, I mean, I'm talking to Jesse on the phone. It's a lie.
Why is this going on right now?
And she tried to get Jesse to call into her show instead of going on mine for the interview. And so,
you know what, bitch? Pretty sure Sharon wasn't all excited because 166 people were watching her show. Pretty sure she'd had pretty popular shows. But what you did was 3 times a week, you just played anytime she was on. You played her. You were fucking disgusting. You're disgusting.
So like after I get done, she sends me text saying that my people are attacking her on my live, and she's just seeing these texts. What the hell? I just hung up with her. She wanted me to tell. She said she was gonna call.
No, Bobbles, you called her during her live stream like 3 times. You used to do it to me too.
It's a lie. She said she's going on all the lives to tell who are you to tell me to stop talking about something.
There's her dog hacking in the background.
And then I had to go ahead and from the subject, victim. Why you act like you got sign copyright and shit, huh? What the fuck? And all of this, let's not show a single iota of hate toward Maddie. What? Wow, really?
What the fuck?
Yeah, and I put, that was mean. And I would,
Fucking Bobbles.
she texted me, then she texted me back and she said, mean, question mark, exclamation point with the shrug emoji. And I put, Jesse never said for you to go ahead and tell everything before the
Who cares? Why were you in another community talking about it, Bobbles? Like, who cares? Like, who cares?
Of course. What's going on? The drama. We here for the drama. Listen, we here for the drama. We here for the shit. The drama of the chosen one community. Oh my god. I got interview Bubbles on Sharon. You want to ask me questions? Yeah, all right. So, how did you and Sharon start getting together anyway? Oh, we got Tiff up there. You know Tiff? Yeah, but she said don't put her on the panel. She wants to put something in the private chat for you. Okay. All right.
Poor dog. Listen to that dog. Like,
Of course, Tiffany M in there putting her, you know.
So the way that me and Sharon got to so we started talking was I came clean about that it wasn't Sharon that supposedly called CPS, right?
See? So the way it started was you didn't like Sharon because she was still on Tom's channel. He was still promoting Sharon's channel at the time when he blocked you because I believe it was Vern who was the one who was writing him and pretending to be other people, saying, you know, oh, they don't like the way Bobbles talks on her channel. You shouldn't have her. Or it could have been his own doing because he doesn't like to see anybody's channel succeed. And then he tells her, your channel won't go anywhere unless, you know, you're using my people. And then she said, but I want to go after Sharon. And he said, well, you can go after Sharon. And they like made a deal with Sharon, like, you know, as if she was collateral, like she was an object, not a person. Like, oh, you can go after Sharon, but none of my other people or whatever. And Bobbles was like, and Jules was feeding her all. It is, yeah.
So whenever I was trying to tell her like how I know that I know it's always drama, and I'm gonna try my best to move out away from the drama.
That poor dog. That poor dog.
Oh, thank you, Ladybug. But it makes me feel like better bubbles. A couple of people ignored me after I did what, and they went out of their way.
From what I know, she was Ladybug, but I don't know, whatever. But that poor dog.
That was super obvious. That poor dog. Okay, just text me and tell me tomorrow. And people are like lip flossers, and just I know I shouldn't. I woke him up and now he's coughing. Yeah, for hours.
She didn't care though.
He didn't cough after his breathing treatment, and then I go live and he's like, "Mom's pick me up." Like, pick me up. Mom's doing something. Love you too, SE. Anyway, so I was trying to tell her basically, you know, how I knew that she didn't.
Poor
she
dog.
wasn't the one that called.
Oh my God.
Called up on called TPS on Nitty, and then we ended up.
Nobody called on Nitty. Nobody did. So everybody who sits there saying this one called, that one called. Here you've got Bobbles admitting that she lied about anybody calling, and that he lied, and Ollie lied, and they don't blink an eye. I mean, he had it where people were threatening to go to her house. They were putting her address out. You know, that's when Sharon made that funny video with in the camouflage, like hiding in the bushes. I mean, so all of that was okay. I mean, all the lying like that. I mean, that's incredible right there. That they just overlook the things that this bitch has done. Overlook comments about ovens to Jewish people on Christmas Eve. Yeah, they did, no BS. And they're just like acting like that's okay. That's they'd be going off if it really happened, but which they were, but it didn't really happen. So when it gets put out that it's a lie, there's nothing like just
He ended up starting to like talk and stuff, and I don't know. She seemed like she seemed like she was okay. But this is what I get for trusting, an active addict too.
no. Then she told you about the abortion thing, and you went on in the middle of the night to fucking start telling everybody to call her BK. And she went on in the middle of the night crying because you had put something out that she had told you privately.
The same shit. Yo.
He was obsessed with attention.
You already know. All right, yeah. So keep going.
So as obsessed with attention as she is, an active addict, and I should have known that she wouldn't keep shit private, right?
I don't even know what this bitch is.
That she wouldn't keep shit private. You lied and said she called CPS on somebody. You put her in shitload of danger, man.
So she basically blamed Sharon.
They're all acting like they have no problem with a cop collar like Bobbles.
And for herself, blaming Sharon for calling CPS. I really don't even understand that right there. Like, unbelievable.
And so last night, basically, and I'm gonna tell this on my show tomorrow night, but basically, after I was her friend, even though it was all about her, more about her than it ever was me. Like I knew more stuff about her than she knew about me
because of course, yeah. Wow.
It was all about her. It's one of the
because anything you fucking know about anyone, you use it.
friendships that.
Okay, wait a minute. You just said you lied, and you and your buddies all got Sharon and blamed her for calling CPS, but it wasn't her. So who was it? Was it you? And turned it around onto Sharon, and then admitted that you already know you're a fucking troll. That's why.
She also said that Ollie blackmailed her to do it. Ollie blackmailed her to do that. But she's buddies with Ollie too. They're all buddies with Ollie too. So their lies and bad behavior is all acceptable to them. They go, you give 100% facts, 100% facts. All their lies is okay.
You're saying you know more about her. And even if you don't know more about her, you'll fucking just make it up. But listen to your poor dog, you fucking bitch.
That the person is more about themselves than they are. Like relationships, friendships, any kind of relationship should be give and take, and it's mainly just me.
No. You're a sociopath. You're just like that kid in that interview who says that he lets people tell them more about themselves than he tells people about them because he sees everyone as prey. That's you, Bobby.
Which is a good thing now. It's a really good thing that it's like that. But anyway, so I did the interview with Jesse Hope, but Jesse Hope had went on to Jersey with Jules that morning and said what happened with Maddie about how Maddie conned her out of $1,000.
Yeah, over time. Plus, you photoshopped and edited a lot of that shit.
Jesse Hope's an asshole as well. Not always, but sometimes.
No.
You can't con a grown ass woman out of $1,000 when you know they're addicts. You got addicts in your own world, in your own situation. When you go to the store, what do you think? People on this corner begging for money with signs, everything.
Jesse Hope went and came into my panel. Uh, yep, CVX. Yep, it is true. Jesse Hope came on into my channel when Tommy D was up on my panel, and said she was going to withhold donations to him because he was up on my panel. She sometimes she's nice, sometimes she isn't. She wasn't nice then, that's for sure. How you doing, CVX?
So who's that? Star A? Who's that up there?
Bobbles is Beelzebub. She is, man.
And I'm sorry. I mean,
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
it's just, I guess, but go ahead, Bobby. No,
Yeah,
no, no, Bobby, you're right. You're right. Like everything you did, this I agree with you. But keep going, sis. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. Go ahead.
no, it's just my wording. To me, it's cons, but you know, I guess yeah. I mean, she knew what she was doing, but she was also believing.
She was obsessed with destroying Sharon. Obsessed with it. Obsessed with it. And none of them have any problem with this woman admitting that she lied about CPS, that Nitty went along with it. That in her memberships, I'm okay, I'm all right. I'll get those results back tomorrow. Still in the hands of God, all of it, and I'm feeling all right.
As well, you know, when she shouldn't have.
And that's another thing. They're all going, why is she getting scans if she doesn't have, because that's what they do. That's what they do. They give scans to make sure it doesn't come back and catch it early if it does. You know, like why do they have a problem like that, you know, with other people's PET scan, you know? Yeah, CVX is she, and then when it came out, and that was from Trey and Lou, who dug up. Thank you, CVX. I appreciate that. Who dug up, you know, what her son had been doing, and I mean, and my daughter got, you know, fucking the shit out of that stuff. What dog? Oh yeah. Did I miss something?
But that's another thing. But the thing is that Jules told Jesse Hope to go on my show because I get more views than Sharon or Angie. And Sharon is so mean to Jesse Hope. Was always getting on her case and stuff. So why would she?
Oh, isn't he cute? You mean Hank? He's cute. He does. He has a goatee. I love the name too, Hank. It's a soul patch. Does he really have those? Is it photo? Because it's so small, I can't see. A soul patch. Hey, CVX, have you ever seen No BS's childhood picture? Yeah, I said I did that one, Crunch and Munch, because it was necessary. And then you took down your short about the baby dropping on the floor. I mean, it had a lot of views on that, and it was an important topic, Munchie. So the fact that you weren't, oh, let me put it up for you so that you can see. Yeah, and I didn't call CPS. I called the police 2 times because that was Easter Sunday. Because, you know, yeah, that had a lot of views and it was important. And that cop just standing there doing nothing. I hadn't even caught that part. I hadn't even caught that. I mean, that was she fell on the floor before, and they were like, they did nothing. Yeah, I don't know why you took it down. 10,000 views. That was so important. I mean, that was so important to have up there. I mean, really, it was like that was just shocking that the cop just didn't do anything. I think he acted like he knew her or something, didn't he? Like tried to put her on the spot or something and act like he knew her. To say that the baby had fallen on, yeah, but that one got significant amount because I think the message was, man, I would have said, you what? That baby fell on the floor before? Oh my God, I just can't even. I can't even that they stood there and let those babies go with him. And another thing, he tied that dog up in the rain to a fence and drove away. And none of us have heard anything more about that dog. I don't think so. But I called the police because the fact that he was saying he was going to go around hurting uh, random elderly white people that lived in his building, that I didn't care for. I mean, I didn't care for none of it. Yeah, he said the seniors that lived in the building, he was going to start harassing in the elevator, in the community room, and all that stuff because of what was going on to him in YouTube. He was going to go after elderly white people, senior citizens in his building. And he also said that a woman down the hall had called CPS on him and she's dead. He said she died. So I mean, if the people in his own building are calling, I mean, uh and I'm sorry, when somebody comes on and calls everybody white trash, I think that is racist. I mean, and it was said. It wasn't not said. But yeah, he's very racist. He said something about I'd watched No BS's uh, video again where he said about all the women basketball players looking butch, and that if they were wearing sexier outfits and were like young tenders, it'd be a better family thing to go to, something like ridiculous. Ridiculous. If they dressed sexier, them young tenders. And he rolled his own shipmates, and he did say the two Filipino young girls, like little girls, and he could have two as long as he didn't bring them back dead. He said those things. He said he would put, like, what did he say? Rat poison and stuff. The things he says are so offensive on every level. And I'm sorry, Bobbles was offensive on every level. Telling Simca something about an oven on Christmas Eve. She said she was the one who got Simca kicked off Chosen Ones, and said mentioned something about an oven. Like, oh my god, that is so disgusting. Oh, okay, thanks so much.
No, 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 no. Cheating. No, no, no. That is a lie. I've seen them both be nice to each other. I've never seen them fight. Jesse and Sharon. Never. 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 Ever. You're lying. I've seen Mosaic Mama be mean to her.
I did see Mosaic Mama be mean to Sharon. Right after Sharon, and I didn't see Sharon con Mosaic Mama. Yeah, I'm telling ya, fucking Sharon did something with the cards or something to do with some cards. And she put all kinds of, like, I don't know, glitter. I don't know, like, put time into them anyway. I don't even know if Mosaic even handed them out or anything. Um, and Sharon took her bike to the post office, like, I mean, see, now I gotta get rid of you now, Munchie. Gotta get rid of you now, Munchie. Because I think you should just leave Chicken Winter's daughter alone. Just leave her daughter alone, man. You don't know her daughter. Don't insert yourself into her daughter. Don't be sharing her daughter's channel. I mean, Munchie, just come on. Why do you have to push the envelope like that? Like, we don't know who your fucking relatives are. We don't do that to your relatives and stuff. Like, just leave the kid alone, man. Shit. Ugh. My God, just why don't you you know what you should do, Munchie? You know what you should do? You should take a look at Bobble's son's Facebook. Take a look at those animals that he was killing. Take a look at them. We're not talking about hunting, okay? He wasn't hunting. Why don't you put out where he asked his grandmother if her PUSSY was dry? Or where he was talking sexual about his own sibling, or even Hitler. Why don't you share that out, Munchie? Share that out so everybody can see those animals that he was killing. There's multiple pictures of them. Multiple. Those weren't roadkill. That was some sick little fuck. Munchie, why don't you do that? Why don't you share that out? Cause see, I don't do that shit. What's ANI mean? What does that mean, ANI? Oh, animals. Oh my god. So many, CBX. Shame. Shame. Skinned and fucking taking pictures of like how they are rotting away and I mean like Jeffrey Dahmer, man. I mean, I wasn't trying to be mean to well, like not that Munchie doesn't try to be mean to people. Uh, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, right, right, CVX. Yeah, that's okay. They don't put links to that kid's channel. Of course, if they did, then you know. Why? Have you seen? How come Munchie doesn't do that? Yeah, kids are off limits. Yeah, they are. Hi, Rainbow. Processing clocks and bells. I don't even get the name, but do you see us sharing anybody's kids link? You know, you don't. You're talking about, you know, like you're comparing apples to oranges. We're talking about somebody who was you know, fucking putting up people's parents and the pictures of their fucking, you know, their friends, their families, their yeah, you're comparing apples to oranges there, clocks and bells. Somebody needs to, you know, ring your bell because your bell is not working. Because, yeah, oh, she got a German car, did she? Kids are kids, but do you see us saying that we share? Do you see us doing that? Kids are kids. And, but anyway, you look at it. Do you see us putting, you know, putting up I know I sat there in front of that machine the other day thinking, you know, the one that says Siemens, the company, like not Siemens, but you know, Siemens. And I just, oh my God, it makes you compromise, compromise, you know, like it's like compromising your convictions. Did he do something to me? I think anybody who praises Hitler. Did my kid do something to but still you're not answering the question. Did you see us share a link to his channel? That's the question. Did you see us share a link to his channel? And do you know his name? I mean, is there something that he needs to defend himself from? Do you know his name? Because we're not putting it out there. So B said he was going to do something to SG. Who said that? Okay, still not the answer. Did you see us putting his name or sharing a link like Munchie just said they had done to somebody? Why don't you talk to Munchie about that stuff? She did. Oh yeah, something about he was gonna put me in a jar or something. Oh yeah, yeah. About my daughter. Yeah. Yep. Texted me and said that. So processing clocks and bells. You don't know how to respond to legit questions. So we'll put you in timeout for 300 seconds. So you know how to have a conversation, you know? Yeah, texted it to me before even that shit about her son. Okay. She said multiple things that were disgusting. That at the end of the day, all these people that are over there, that think that Janelle even, or anybody sitting there, like the e-beggars today saying, I support Hitler and the Nazis. Like, I support Hitler and the Nazis. Like, I know what she said was gross. What she said was gross. I think it's in one of my shorts. Right, it is no BS, and that's why the shit that was being said about my daughter was, you know, just off the chain. And, you know, yeah, okay. So you got to make a new account to come back and say psychos. Aren't you really the psycho? Yeah, we're old women talking about young kids. See? Fucking weirdo. They just make, that's how they end up with all their, comments and thumbs ups and stuff, because and subscribers, because they make all these sock accounts. They make all these sock accounts and spend their time acting like, see, that one's process of clocks and bells instead of processing. Um, thing is though, is like then there's other people that they don't have that stuff going on, I mean, like like just, let's just say if Bobbles would have been in front of me when she said that oven comment, yeah, right, it'd be a cold day in hell before any child I've sired fucking puts a fucking Nazi uh, mustache on and Heil's Hitler and kills animals, and it still sits there. Be a fucking cold day in hell. I'd rather, yeah, cold fucking day in hell before parenting didn't take precedence to disgustingness. Izzy, you're a psycho. I have the screenshot of your friend Ebegger's original post where he did say then vice president's wife, Al Gore. So if you say Tipper Gore, Al Gore, and then in parentheses, then vice president, that would mean that then he was the vice president. But he wasn't. Now I see that he's edited his Google cut and paste, but he didn't cut and paste, but he did, because it's pretty similar, but he changed some words. It's pretty much plagiarism. But well, of course she'd buy a car named after a woman's body part, a vulva. A vulva. I kid. But what I was saying now. I forgot what the fuck I was saying. Oh, I know. I was talking about E-Beggars changing his community post. And then fucking, Izzy, Hagatha Krusty sitting there fucking, oh, she didn't even read it right. It says this. I have it screenshotted, Izzy. Shut up. Yep, exactly. And you would think that the cops would, you would think that what you're reading is actual, like they're gonna enforce that, but they don't. When Vern was saying he was gonna cut my fucking head off all that time, the cop was like, threats aren't illegal. Death threats aren't illegal. Oh, they only make a big deal about it when it's happening to, like fucking somebody with money or something. Like, you know? I can't believe that I just looked around and I didn't see anybody really going on about the thing that Janelle shared out about that little girl, and other than when she came stomping in my live stream saying blah 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 blah, like she's supposed to have sympathy, you know. Oh, th was live. Oh, bummer, and I missed it. I would have loved to see it. Would have loved to see it. I missed the old Tiffany Hamon. Jethro Clampett. Howdy. Oh, well, I don't know, Jethro, but you'll have to let Rainbow know.
Why did you?
The people, that veteran and the
Crazy the scale the YouTube support. Like
through YouTube. Ew, fine, I want her gone anyway. Her life, like, that's my testimony, and my friends are, people are on there. I enjoy it. I enjoy.
Oh, so what was Tiffany yapping about? Slinging her tooth around about?
HD, what's your gig? We sat there, had a nice conversation. Now you're fucking sitting in there bashing me? Really?
I wonder how often she's harassing them in the middle of the night.
Right?
What drama, mama? What's going on?
Oh, he blocked her from his phone because she wouldn't.
No. I have him blocked. I have him blocked. Try again, you fat pig.
Like she would blow up his phone. So
She's such a liar, this lady.
maybe such a good trooper, good team player. Maybe I should. We'll retract that one. But you call them skanks and whores and when it's coming from that person. You told Swiss she should have a dick in her mouth.
So? Maybe Swiss likes a dick in her mouth.
Seriously?
That's what you said. I heard you say it.
No, you don't see anything.
Sometimes. Don't.
HD, what's your gig? We sat there and had a night weirdos.
But I don't go to like a pharmacy or Walmart or wherever in the middle of the night. That's not my.
It didn't even happen. What?
It's fucking, yeah, I got at pharmacies in the middle of the night. Beg people for band-aids. I'm alright. How are you, Jethro? Swimming in the cement pond?
Was taken in a building too, at his school. What kind of kid just is up fucking high school? Like it was a drama musical. A drama.
It was a drama musical with Hitler.
Music.
Oh, Swatch is a place to be. Concentrate, camping, living is the life for me. No, don't be mean to Jethro. Cement Pond and Rope Belt is part of the Beverly Hillbillies.
With Hitler in it. Does anybody know of a drama musical with Hitler in it? A musical? I mean, yeah, Fiddler on the Roof, but Hitler wasn't even around then. Who can it be knocking at my door? It's Fiddler on the Roof.
Right? Who can it be knocking at my door? It's SS. Go away. We don't want you around here no more. You stupid Jew, let me in.
Any other drama musicals? We don't want Jews here no more. There's not much singing or dancing in Anne Frank, I can guarantee you. You get on train and we put you in oven.
Whatever the hell
you stinky Jew. I'll ask you. For you we have no loving. Now, mind you, everybody's going, yeah, but which picture is she talking about? Pay close attention. Right, that Dave is.
So she lies about the age and this and that and this and that. She liked to lie. Sugar. Bow, 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 bow. Sugar.
maybe things will calm down a little.
Beverly Hills. I don't know about Beverly. I'm not good with Beverly Hills. What was Jethro's sister's name? No. No BS got it with Ellie Mae. What do you guys want to play? Who was married to Steve Lawrence? You know, the entertainers. I found them entertaining when I was 6. I don't know about you guys, but no, I changed the subject. I didn't really watch the Beverly Hillbillies. I didn't care for them much. I didn't think they were very funny. I was too busy watching Steve Lawrence and who? They did have different last names, Chicken Winner. Yes, they did. They did have different last names. They were married though, and she was taller than him. I'm not sure if it's because she had heels on. No, this is not about Beverly Hillbillies. I moved away from the Beverly Hillbillies. Let me get a pen. You guys are turning into trivia addicts. Trivia coming from the attic. It's who was Steve Lawrence married to? All right, let me rip this out. Write the scores on it. You guys just keep going on with fucking Jethro Bodine. Come on, you guys. No BS. It's the first one on the board. MG, nobody's gonna get this right. Who was married to Steve Lawrence? Hi, Willow. You guys, whose sister? He wasn't married to his sister. Oh, it was his cousin, huh? Chicken winner. That was his cousin. You're right. It is Edie. Somebody. You're right. Come on. Come on, Willow. Come on. You can do it. Fine dining would be, or like real fine cooking would be Edie, Steve Lawrence, and Edie. Come on. Come on. You guys can do it. Not Edie Burkell. Willow got Edie Gourmet. Edie Gourmet. And I bet she was taller than him too. Paul Simon wants you to call him by what name? What first name does Paul Simon want you to say? It's okay. You can call him that if you want. Saul. No. Bum, 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 bum. Come on, you guys. You know it. Call me. You can call him what? Oh my god, are you guys kidding? Jethro got it. I'll just call you JC. JC is first on the board, or not first on the board now. With Al. Call him Al. What girl did Paul Simon sing about? She was breaking his heart. Oh, but, you're breaking my heart. But, good night, Wild Wisdom. Jethro with Cecilia is correct. What song is the first sentence? Hello, darkness, my old friend. So was Ruby, Novius. Oh, you know, Jethro with Sound of Silence. Ooh, he's whipping it out. JC's whipping it out. You know, Ruby from like The Gambler. He didn't want her to take her love to town. What rock group did a remake of The Sounds of Silence? All right, I didn't say spelling counted, so we'll give it to Jethro with Disturbed. Well, that must have been fascinating, Willow. What country was ABBA from? What country was ABBA from? Well, that's close enough. Ooh, Jethro's got the belt for the first round. He's got the belt for the first round. He's got the good old rope belt for the first round. With Sweden. Okay, next round. Let's see if he can keep his belt. Let's see if he can keep his rope belt. How old was the dancing queen? How old was the dancing queen? Ooh, Jethro. Fucking slamming it. What song is this? Make sure you guys are in all chat, not top chat. And if you use talk to text, that you touch the screen and bring the red line up all the way. Okay? If you use talk to text, make sure that you bring the red line up all the way. Okay? What song is this the lyrics to? I made it through the wilderness. So now I made it through. Next time I'm going to set up my kalimba so I can, really highlight my musical talents for you guys. Didn't know how lost I was until I found you. Jethro is like a virgin. Jethro got it. Making some now. Yeah, okay. From what Broadway and movie soundtrack? I'm sorry. Not you don't have to tell me well, I'll take either one. Name of the song or the actual musical, okay? Maria, not the okay, yeah, okay. That's the name of the song. Forget it. You got to tell me what the musical is, okay? Because that's the name of the song. I just met a girl named Maria. I like to live in America. Everything's free in America. Blah, 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 blah. Ooh, look at Jethro. He's fucking on fire. If you were a singer and you were on fire, what singer might you be? That girl is on fire. No, you don't hate musicals. No, yes. Nope. It's something to do with the song I just sang. I was kind of looking for, those are all good answers. Chicken Winner got it with Alicia Keys. Those are all good answers, though, because I forgot about all those songs about being on fire. Chicken Winner got it with Alicia. Hello, Grandma. Out of in the group TLC, there was 3 members. Which member died? I know he does. I know, but I was looking for the one I sang. Left, right. Okay. Left. I'm going to give it to Chicken Winner. Left. Well, I don't know. I mean, lefty. Left eye. I feel like Grandma gets it. 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 Yes, but it was supposed to be in 2 answers. I mean, like, not in 2 answers, 1 answer. I'm giving it to Grandma. Take it up with the judges. First and last name of the singer who sang Having My Baby. What a lovely way of saying how much you love me. Having my baby. Having my baby. Willow with Paul Anka. Willow with Paul Anka. You know I'm a good singer, aren't I? Nope. Jethro goes, nope. That was the fastest answer he said all night. Name this song. Mama. Just kill the man. Put a gun against his head. Pull my trigger. Now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun. Jethro, got it. Jethro might be keeping his rope belt if he gets this one right. I will be singing this next song in the style of Beaker from The Muppet Show. Okay? And you guys can tell me what song it is. I'll be singing it the same way that Beaker did. Me, 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 me. Ooh, Jethro keeps his rope belt. Narcissistic ballad. Don't make me start meowing everything. All right, new championship round. Who will get the rope belt? First and last name of the actress, who was also on Broadway, mind you, and in movie. She was on the Muppet Show. On the Muppet Show. She said, "Hey, you guys," at the beginning of the electric company. Broke them. If my phone dies, I don't know what to tell you guys. You guys can look it up if you want. I believe she also sang, "I like to live in America. Everything's free in America. Blah 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 blah." Amy. She was in that series Oz. Yeah. My God. I like to live in America. Everything's free in America. Blah 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 blah. I believe she was Maria's older sister. She said, "Hey, you guys, come on, you know no, you know no." Next, can't we look it up? Oh my God, chicken winner, you are almost right. I need her last name. Come on, chicken winner. What's with the one name? What's with the one word name? Stolen from you, chicken winner. It's Moreno, but I'll give it to you, Jethro. Chicken winner threw you the old hint there. Moramic. So, JC's first one on the board here. Oh, the round is to keep it right here. I keep my rope belt. What actress was known for coochie coochie coo? Or I don't know what she was. Actress, musician, I don't know. Coochie coochie coo. Willow with Chero. Willow with Chero. What musical instrument did she play? I don't see you saying it above Willow, Grandma. Willow with guitar. She might take your belt away. First name of singer with, I feel like she was like one of the original with the false lashes. Falana. First name, I don't even know what song she ever sung, to be honest with you, of the singer Falana. No BS with Lola. Who did the police tell that she didn't have to turn on her red light? Jethro with Roxanne. Jethro with Roxanne. What song is this? I put my little old twist on it, by the way. I don't bother chasing mice around. He don't bother, no, he don't bother. I strut down the alley looking for a fight, howling at the moonlight on a hot summer night. Nobody got it with Stray Cat Strut. Where can you get entertainment like this? I just don't know. Okay. Way back when, who did Donny Osmond want to go away? Blank, blank, blank. Please don't stay. Blank, blank. I'm not supposed to be alone with you. How does he even know her lips taste sweet? But he was little himself. Oh, I gave it away, but Jethro got it with little girl. According to the Jacksons, it is a creepy song, no, yes. According to the Jacksons, what was automatic, systematic? She's moving, she's grooving. Uh-huh. Yeah, but what? What? Come on, no. Not a girl. Willow got it. Dancing machine. Dancing machine. On what 70s sitcom did Janet Jackson appear? I'll give you a hint. Dynamite. Willow with good times and is getting ready to take the rope belt away if she gets this next one right. If she gets this next one right, what show was Good Times a spinoff from? What sitcom? That was Tootie. Good one. Rainy Green. No. No. Come on. Grandma got it with Maud. Grandma with Maud. You guys are something else. Yeah, she was Maud's maid. What was her first name? Not her real first name, but they lived in Cabrini Green. Really, Grandma? That's so interesting. I'm going to write that down. I want to research that. Did they really? That is so interesting. I'm gonna research that. That is interesting. Wow. I loved absolutely fun. I hated the theme song though. Florida is correct. Chicken winner got Florida. Safi, oh, Safi. And Patsy, oh, I loved it. Grandma. Chicago. Oh, yeah, Chicago. Jethro, are you kidding? You're not going to finish out this round to see if you keep your belt? Get the hell out of here. Jethro, you have got to stay to finish out this round. You can't just go. You have the belt. You can't do that. You can't do that. It's only a couple, okay, okay. Here we go. No, don't congratulate him, because if Willow gets the next question, she'll take his rope belt. She'll take his rope belt. Okay? Tell me what show this was the theme song for. Love, exciting and new. Come aboard. We're expecting you. And love. Now, so it's a tie right here. Willow has 4. JC has 4. Grandma has 1. Mobius has 2. The chicken winner has 1. Okay. Hi, trolls. What was the... Here we go. Okay, here we go. First and last name of the actor who played Mr. Rourke. Why is my cat so noisy? First and last name of the actor who played Mr. Rourke on Fantasy Island. Not the movie, not the recent one either, okay? I haven't even seen it. You never saw it? Fantasy Island? The fuck out. Oh, Nobius got it. Ricardo Montalban. Ricardo Montalban. Oh, Nobius got 3. What singer sang the song, Baby, baby, don't get hooked on me, 'cause I'll just use you, then I'll set you free? Oh my God, No BS is in the running to take the rope belt. Gonna take the rope belt, maybe. Who's gonna get this one? There we go. What singer sang, oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all buy, what is it? Drive Porsches. Blah, 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 blah. I'm going to need first and last name and one answer. Ooh, nobody else took it. She took your rope belt. Oh no, the crowd goes wild. No offense against you, Jethro. She did that so you could go to bed without your belt on. Who sleeps with a rope belt anyway? Yes, she just did. Good night, Jethro. Really? Really, Tucker? Really? Like, really, Tucker? You gotta try breaking my phone and shit?
Oh, CVX, are you here for? Oh, CVX, you here for trivia? You hear Tracy have good trivia. Good night, Jeffro. Nobody else has your rope belt. Sayonara. How do you say hi in Chinese? Is that Chinese? Is that? Oh, because I'm talking Chinese. You think about dead cat. That's fucked up, Grandma. That's fucking racist. Racist. That racist. She doesn't feel bad if it's anybody else's kitty, just if it's some girl's kitty. My mind is sometimes gutter bound. I don't know. Like what I was ready to say something to grandma, like totally like, not okay. It's a delicious meal for Springfield. Hey, I was born in Springfield. Where'd CVX? CVX just pops up and goes, damn, and then leaves. I think she likes my singing. Hot damn! SG can sing. Right, CVX? Is that what that was about? Oh, grandma is a pervert too. Grandma's a pervert too. My grandmother's a pervert, everyone. Rick James! Oh, I like Rick Springfield. I wish I was his girl. Hey, Rick. My friend passed out at his concert, and I know it, CMAX. I know it. CVX, I'm thinking about getting a banjo. Would you like to be in my band? I believe I've got an opening for the jug player, blower. How well do you blow? I could play the spoons. I learned from the best. Scatman Crothers. Do you, Willow? All right, you're in. I'll just take your word for it. I don't know about that. I think I believe in CVX's blowing methods better than Janelle's. No lie, you guys, I really can play the spoons. Guys are lucky I don't have any. I mean, I do have spoons. I could go get some. Want me to? My mother taught me how to play the spoons. My mother! And how to juggle. I think I'm going to have to refine it. I haven't played the spoons in a long time since me and Scatman Crothers did a duet. course, it was before he died. On the meat heart. I could play the knives. You guys are something else. See, my mother was teaching me useful things like juggling and playing the spoons. You guys are fucking slinging knives and skin flutes. Meat heart. That sounds like he has webbed balls. Ew, maybe they're attached, like webbing. Like gives me like creeps. Ugh, I have like goosebumps from that. Meat heart. I could put my leg behind my head. I'll put my leg behind my head. 3 more legs. 3 more legs. I put my leg behind my head. And my most active thing I partake in is meditation. Boy, do I break a sweat when I meditate. Let me tell you. What about tube steak smothered in underwear? Have you ever had that? Remember that from Teaching Time? Please. Meow. Raised by cats. I know, I never seen a fucking tiger do that. Or a lion. What are they? Like too proud to put their leg behind their head? Just too proud. I ain't putting my leg behind my head. I know cats do it. I've seen it done, but I'm not doing it. Uh-uh. CVX loves to be on panels. Loves to be on panel. Do lions put their legs behind their heads, though, really? They should be able to because they're cats. But I've never seen a tiger or a lion put their leg behind their heads. Never saw a doc do it. Because I am hilarious. Oh, now you sound like Tiffany M. I bet you're going to come up here and put your leg behind your head, aren't you? New talent from CVX. The C stands for cat. Lions and tigers piss on people at the zoo. You would put both legs behind your head. I never tried that at all. I didn't even let go of the fucking border around the ice skating rink or go to hockey games or stuff because I was afraid of. First of all, I had double bladed ice skates. Beatty's vinegars. What's 80s vinegars? Hello, VFT plumbing and fixtures. Apes do it. Bees do it. Even educated fleas do it. Put that in your dating profile, Grandma. I had never pissed on anyone. Hi. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Oh my God, Grandma. Save Manny? Who's Manny? What happened to the spoons? Fucking No BS is never gonna let me live that down. Fucking, I'm gonna find some spoons. Play them for ya. Play a little ditty. Shout me in from shallow water before I get too deep. Don't let me get too deep with my spoons. Maybe one hand on the kalimba, one hand with the spoons. Ooh, I think I needed a keyboard. Elijah. Okay, let's get rid of this guy because he has a stutter and I have no time for it. Stuttering Stanley, stuttering Stanley, stuttering Stanley, stuttering Stanley. You guys know what movie that was from? Sixth Sense. You are? How come you're not on front stage? Oh, there you are.
Will you turn that TV down?
Hi. Yeah, turn your
Here.
TV.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm laughing my ass off right now because of you.
Yeah. Getting ready to play the spoons. How do you feel about that?
No, I'm playing skin flute. I thought you knew that.
Well, I thought you were gonna blow in the jug.
I could do that with my leg behind my head.
Oh my God. So no, that's a little too exposure. I don't put the it right there though. Like, you know, if you had the jug there and blow in the jug with the leg behind the head, that's fucking
That's what I'm talking about. Got to get exposure for this band. What are we gonna call it? Let's see.
Lego my egg. No, Lego my not my egg. What could we call ourselves?
Yeah. I gotta think of something. Damn.
Yeah, we'll have to think of it. El Loco? El Loco Ladies.
Grandma said
what?
the yoga hummers. That could be the yoga hummers.
Oh, I'm not doing yoga. I'm not doing
The rock, the leg behind the head.
the Hummers. She said the Hummers.
Mm-hmm.
We could call ourselves the Hummers. That would be a really catchy name, to be quite frank.
We gotta spell it different though. Hummers. Oh, Hummers. HUMM.
Ooh, good one.
And then people can just leave it to their imagination.
Now, let me ask you.
Yeah.
That's Hank in the picture?
Yeah.
What kind of a dog is he? The Gummers. Grandma said the Gummers.
He's a Cavapoo. He's a King Charles Cavalier mixed with a poodle.
He's so cute.
Oh, thank you. I'm completely 100% obsessed.
With him?
Yeah. Yes. More than, I mean, I just love him so much. And I know you love your dog too, but woo, Hank.
I know. I love the name. So he really does have like a little white
soul
thing?
patch.
Yeah.
He really does. I call it a soul patch. And when I first met or saw him, he had that, or yeah, he had it, and it was like, oh my God, it looks like a soul patch.
Even from when he was a puppy?
I know when I very, very first got him, his hair was actually kind of long and silky. And then as it grew, as that left, that little, but he's always had that little white spot for sure. But doesn't that look like a soul patch to you?
Yeah, that is so cute. I've never seen like a little dog with a little like a little beard like that.
He's And who said that? When I think your mod said that, or No BS said that he gets that twisted up mustache, and he totally does when.
Oh, got a little handlebar mustache too.
Yes, by not by design, but it happens. Thanks, No BS.
Oh, they
Um,
said it's a needlepoint. Is it needlepoint or is it a drawing?
that's diamond art. Ollie got me that. Ollie sent me that out of the blue, and she had her friend Donna do that, and it's absolutely stunning. She had that done by her friend, and she sent me that, and I love it. So that's diamond art. But you can't really. That's not that picture doesn't do it justice.
Oh, that is nice.
Isn't that cool? I've never even. I could never do diamond art because I'd be ripping it up and throwing it out the window. I'm not impatient enough. I don't think.
I think I did latch hook rug kits when I was a little kid, and you saw how impatient we were with the guy who stuttered in here earlier.
Right, right, right. Well, you should see the little teeny tiny. They're micro. I mean, they're like the size of the head of a pin. These little. I don't know how she does it because.
Donna, she got
Yeah.
everybody going into that, and then I don't know if they all lasted, but she seemed to be doing it for quite a while. How is the Ollie doing, by the way?
Well, not the greatest. I don't want to get it, but seriously, she just had uh just recently in the last 48 hours, not the best news. So she's waiting to get it confirmed, but she's pretty sure that it just sucks. She's been sick and not feeling that well. And I think this this diagnosis that she's waiting to confirm is probably the result of all her not feeling well for a while. So we've been talking a lot and I feel badly and obviously, and I hope it's not what we think it is. So that's all I got to say. And anybody,
Now
prayers.
she had told me originally about the RSO oil. She said something about her niece. They had gotten it for her niece. Has she tried that?
What is that? Now that I don't even know. I mean, I don't. I'm not familiar. I don't even remember her bringing that up. So what is it?
Well, I think she might have talked to me on the phone about it or something, but she mentioned something about, with her niece. But yes, prayers for Ollie. And
Thank you, Grandma.
yeah, definitely. And she is the first one who had told me about that. So um she said her niece did it and he did invent it because of skin cancer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The,
And
the
it
I'll remind
worked.
her of that. I mean, I'm sure it's gone through her head, but she just, like I said, she just, how you haven't been feeling well, then you know how it, it's like you go to the doctor and then they give you, thank you, Chicken Winter. They give you, you get a diagnosis here and there, and then finally it all comes to a head, and it's like, oh, okay, because you get more and more symptoms. I think that's what has been going on with her.
I wish she would have like thought maybe back to, like telling me about that because that is exactly what he invented that, like he didn't invent, he was just trying to make a cure for himself. And is it still, yeah, I don't, oh, she's asking about
It's
that.
something else, but it's related to, and again, I'm not at all because it hasn't. But yeah, I'm sure when she's ready, or at least when she's ready, she'll at least let her friends know that they can talk about it. But again, it's not. I should say it's not even formally diagnosed, but it's pretty, you know, pretty obvious. I think, and I hate to even say that. Really, I really, really do.
I mean, it could possibly be with the price. I mean, it's not like it's a real expensive thing, the RSO oil, but I do know that Ollie is, pretty proud. So, I mean, I'm not too proud to try to save my life. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no, at all. And I will. I'm definitely gonna check into that because I don't remember that conversation, but I'm definitely gonna check into that and see what. So you're saying that RSO? Do you know what it stands for? Or?
Rick Simpson oil.
Oh my God, that's right. And do you know what that's supposed to be helpful with?
I mean, he actually created it specifically because he had skin cancer,
Okay.
and it went away. And then so he also had something else happen, and so he used it for that, and it went away. And people think it's just as simple as something like pot or some. They think it's something as simple as that, but it really isn't. It's something that uh, I feel like the medical world tried to, after I've done so much extensive research now on it,
Right.
it does have THC in it, Willow. And the thing is that after they started doing studies on it, and they did a long time ago, right?
Hmm.
They harassed him. He was up in Canada, this Rick Simpson, because he
Okay.
wasn't selling it. He wasn't selling it. He was giving it to people because it was a cure, for everything.
Isn't it?
And go ahead.
No, I'm glad you're reminding me and probably other people of this because honestly, I had forgotten about that, but now it's all coming back to me. And it's good to know. And I wrote it down just so I can take a look at that again.
Yeah, please, because what they ended up doing was with him was they really harassed him because
Hmm.
they wanted to make money. I think you know how the government is with their
Please,
pharmaceuticals,
pharmaceutical. What do you think we went through COVID? Like, I don't even get me started on that bullshit. But I
right?
mean, it's all about you know
Money.
government. Yeah, it's all about money. So
Mo-
that's why there's a lot of things that people have going that the government doesn't want us or to know about or take part in because it's going to take away from the pharmaceutical companies who are in bed with them. So yeah.
Absolutely, yep, absolutely. And I feel like so they started to harass him. They would take his crops and everything. The cops would come and confiscate his crops and stuff because didn't want to sell it. And
Huh.
he doesn't make any money off it, but he does put it up there. And she would know because, like I said, she told me about it. In the in the first place, something about her niece. And so what happened was when they started doing studies on it, they would the endocannabinoid system, that's what they had to call it inside our bodies, the
Hmm.
endocannabinoid system. They literally had to name it after cannabis. Be-
Really?
yeah, because they didn't know it existed until they started doing, well, they claimed they didn't, but I feel like they did, and they felt like the opioid receptors was more profitable. That's all.
Uh,
Like,
like what do you mean? Like the opioid? Like you mean the opioid drugs or?
yeah,
Oh,
I did some study on
for
like
sure.
where opiate, like opium comes from poppies, right?
Yeah.
And so I did like some studying on it. Like I wanted to take a look. And so these opioid receptors, they end up getting, those are in our bodies too. And they end up, they will, these opium from
Right.
poppies, that it will depress, it's a depressant. So it depresses the signals that that your body sends to your brain to fix things, because they work hand in hand. So the opium depresses that. So then they've got a whole nation, in my opinion. Yeah, more addictive, so more money. Yeah, they're addicted. It's not even that it's addictive; it's that they've depressed the messages of the
Oh,
brain.
no way to be on an opioid for a length of time. It doesn't matter. There's no addictive personality. It's physically you're going to be addicted. And number two, whose idea was it to introduce fentanyl in a pill form? That is wrecking and destroying communities and, pretty much, I wouldn't say the whole country, but that's all by design to make money. Otherwise, why wouldn't it be addressed? And why was it introduced to begin with? That's my
The
opinion.
my thing here's what I think is that this is the oddest thing. I did a lot of research on this shit, I tell you,
Right.
because so poppies, first of all, they grow from battlefields too. So when there'd be a battlefield where there was like shells and artillery hitting it up and blood and all of that mixed together, the next day there'd be a field of poppies. Well, not the next, but like then there'd be a field of poppies there.
After a battle?
Yep, after a battle.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. And grandma,
Yep.
yes, they all pills. That's I think they call them blues, and they're and now there's something even stronger. I think coming around. That's again, it's by the pharmaceutical companies, and Yeah, there's no absolutely no reason to have that kind of narcotic around
Well,
for
the Taliban, believe it or not, the Taliban started to ban poppies, because they mostly were growing, like that was one of the main place where the US was legally getting their opium and their opioids, their heroin. And so the Taliban, believe it or not, they banned the poppies when they came back into control, when, like recently.
right.
So I believe, in my opinion, until now they've got like China and certain places where they're like growing poppies and all this, but um, I believe in the interim of that's where the fentanyl and all that started coming into play, because they were having a hard time. Maybe I'm just guessing. Um, Maybe they were having a hard time. Yeah, and when the Taliban came back into control, they banned that the poppies, believe it or not. I know they're a horrible group, but so I'm wondering if the US kind of wasn't expecting to have a hard time getting their legal, you know, which I think that's crazy that they call it legal, because to me it's drug trafficking, you know, that
Well, why do that? There's people that they can get fentanyl like on the streets and stuff all over the place, but you go to the hospital and you've got a serious injury where you have serious pain. You can't get much more than a Tylenol or maybe a Vicodin, or not Vicodin anymore, but like a really low dose of an opioid for just a very limited time. But the pharmaceutical companies are producing the stronger opioids for and people on I don't know. It
Well,
just
they're synthetic, because what happened is, how people kept saying there's no heroin anymore. There's no heroin anymore. That's because when the Taliban came back in control, they banned that whole thing, the poppies and everything. So then, but here's the thing: is that none of that will help anybody's. It's a instant fix. You know what I mean? It's like putting just a band-aid on it. But it's not fixing the actual what's broken, right? So
right,
even let's take cancer, for instance, the chemo. I'm not giving medical advice. I'm just saying like what I researched, that the
right,
chemo and the radiation and all that. It Yeah, but sometimes it's not their own choices. If they've got doctors and their little kids that are immediately putting them on like Ritalin when they were little, you know what I mean? Like all of that stuff. They were making people be so dependent on these doctors. Like doctors are great, they know things, but the thing is that when the body doesn't send messages to the brain, then the body will fix itself. The body would fix itself. But with the opioid receptors, that they're using these depressants that depress that ability to do that. With the cannabinoid receptors, they will fix everything. So even if, from all the research that I did,
hmm
even if, say, in, is it utero, like somebody who, pregnant, and they're developing the baby's hands,
yeah,
and they're
in
developing webbed fingers, right?
right,
They could change that to fix it. Like there'd be less what are they, birth defects, because the cannabinoid receptors only come out when needed. But if there's nothing there to, feed them, then they're just gone. But they'd be out, and waiting for something natural, not an opioid either, that's going to be a depressant and depress the body from fixing itself. Instead of like chemo and radiation that kill the good cells, right?
yeah.
The cannabinoid and the RSO oil doesn't kill the good cells. It just kills the bad cells. It kills them and regenerates the DNA to fix itself.
Huh. To repair itself, similar to a well, it's kind of similar. A friend of mine just had a broken bone where the bones were then put together in a way where they took out bone marrow from one of the bones, and they're waiting for it. They want it to, come together and fuse together, so naturally the body can
Fix itself. Yeah.
heal itself with help of obviously doctors. But
Yeah.
um, yeah, the no, it's we're in bad shape. And by the yeah, no BS. People need to take accountability. But for example, somebody that, let's say they've gotten a horrible, let's say, car accident, or they've had a really bad injury, and they're prescribed, opioids for maybe, I don't know, several months, which I don't even know if they do anymore. But your body then is physically, not just meant, you're not meant, you're physically addicted to those. And once you go off of them, that's, you crave them like crazy. Like you just, so people don't always do it because they are looking to get high. They're doing it for the right reasons, and they ended up doing, getting them and doing them for the wrong reason, I suppose. But it's really just a matter, I think, of,
It's it, and the thing is like you said, if they're in chronic pain, in the meantime, the body hasn't been able to send messages to the brain to fix it
right,
because of
right,
the
right.
distance of it, so they knew that by feeding the opioid receptors that would happen and they'd be dependent, they'd never fix, but the body can fix itself. Really, it is an
Well,
amazing thing.
no, and again, not that I'm 100% familiar, but my friend, also, his doctor said that, because he's maybe going to be in pain, maybe for, quite some time, if not for the rest of his life. But, and so we were talking about that, and it's like, but how do you reconcile that or deal with it? The body in your mind has a way of, not just getting used to it, but dealing with it, and making that something that's, you just get used, just sort of like, I don't know how to describe it, but it was interesting when the doctor was saying that. It's like, how do you get used to that? But then you just do. I don't know. Your body has a way of allowing you to function, and even though you're not I'm not talking about a 10 out of 10 pain. I'm talking about, maybe a 5 out of, or whatever. But I thought, God, how's that work?
I wonder, like, if well, because like when you see somebody who gets a cut, right, and then it's not that they don't want to quit, Mobius. It's that there's really nothing anymore. I feel like a lot of people feel like in life, what is there anymore? There's nothing. Like the way that rents are going, people are lucky if they're going to have any extra money to just even go have a beer or see a movie.
Yeah.
Or people were telling me to go through the haunted houses around, like it's $50 a person. It's like that's crazy. Yeah, it's insane.
Well, yeah, and like you're saying too, the way things are now, people are in pain. Maybe it's not physical, it could be mental, and people reach out for things that will, alleviate the pain. It's not always the best way to do it. Obviously, it's not. I mean, there's other healthier ways, but, it
But here's the thing too, right? When all this time, when everything's going up in price,
you know,
people still can get their $10 bag of heroin, and it's still $10,
right, right.
right? That's,
Yeah,
yeah,
a, temporary relief.
because they've been cut off from the because someone somewhere, makes a complaint about, the pharmaceutical companies are doing this, doing that. So then that doctor retires, you
Mhm.
know.
And doctors now are just as, scared to death to, write prescriptions for anything. I mean, that's remotely, strong or whatever, even though it's warranted, but they just do not want to step into that whatever you want to call it, that shit show or whatever.
'Cause but really in reality, they don't really get the punishment that, I mean, look, I was watching a video, and the kid was like a young black, there was like a different, a bunch of different rappers, whatever, singing it, like flashing their money and all that, talking about moving 100 grams and stuff, and I mean, I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, what the fuck? So, nobody goes to jail and I hear like now they're letting out the criminals because there's no room for them. But they're making homelessness a crime. That doesn't even make sense. It's like I just don't understand how hard it is uh for people to go not regress back to their childhood and know that what's wrong and right. And I get that some people didn't really, you know right, but nothing to live for is a dismal outlook. But if somebody was I never, uh oh, they send them for long-term pain meds. See, so that's just long-term money.
Well, going back to the prison system and all that, I have a way, 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 way bigger problem with letting in 7 to 9 million illegal. And by the way, the key term is illegal immigrants into our country that we are now taking care of, and spending money on that versus spending money on people that have mental health issues, people that are out of prison that need to be they've been there for a long time and need to be rehoused or, rehabilitated, not just inside, but out. They're not going to be real, I don't think, inside. So, I mean, let's take care of our people and the people here that, in our country that need help versus, letting them walk across the border or swim across wherever the fuck they're doing. And then we get to foot the bill. That just, that's,
I feel like, though, at the end of the day, the whole grants and stuff that they're giving them is, where the money comes into play for the rich people. So that when they've got the Section 8 housing that pays $3,000 a month for an apartment that clearly isn't $3,000 worthy, that, you know, I remember I lived in an apartment for 20 years, paid my rent, right?
right.
And it was not Section 8, and fucking when they started to change it for Section 8, even though I was $50 overpaid. I had $50 overpaid, right? And don't ask me how that happened, but I did. And and my rent was like close to $1,000 a month. And I've been there 20 years, quiet and everything. And when they started changing it to Section 8, they wanted the apartment. So me paying $1,000 a month wasn't nothing close to what they could get for Section 8. I mean,
Right. Right.
so they said, we don't want to evict me. How can you evict me? My rent is overpaid, because you're a month to month tenant. People don't realize that.
Yeah, so they're getting more from, what the government is supplementing versus what you were paying. But with the immigrant people, the illegals that come in, they're not just doing that. They're making hotels available to them where they're buying their food. They're giving them monthly stipends.
That's our government, though.
That's our government. That's exactly right. So I would, that has to be addressed. Like it should have been. It shouldn't have ever happened to begin with, really.
I mean,
Yeah, Willow, Trump 2024, 100%. Yep, yep,
I don't,
yep. Yep.
I don't find either one of them addressing the topic of rent, though. I think, they need to address the topic of this, lifting the ban on rent, how high a landlord can raise rent. That's all just for the Section 8,
Right.
Yeah, that's what that's for. And at the end of the day, here's the thing is okay, so say that lab had been found to be bad or something that had, made cases and people had gotten convicted, right?
Say that
They,
again. A lab, like what? I'm not sure what you.
you know how sometimes they'll overturn cases because the position, I'm not saying the position, sorry, the lab made mistakes or something happened. So all of their decisions then, people who were convicted,
Convicted. The things are overturned. Is that what you're saying? Or
yeah, get overturned, right?
okay.
Right. So if Biden is, how he was like, okay, I'm stepping down or whatever he kind of said, because his, mentality is in question, then shouldn't every decision that was made be in question?
1,000% it should be every single one because he was not fit or capable of doing his job at all. And those were serious, serious decisions. Now, what they will go back and say is that, well, he was advised and this and that. So then he wasn't, either he was or he wasn't making the decisions. And as
Right.
far
That's the point. Yeah, that's the point. So either he was or he wasn't
he
making the
was or he wasn't, which one is it? And then they'll deflect, deflect, deflect. Trump,
yeah.
Trump, 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 Trump.
Yeah, but that's not even like that's same with Trump. What I'm saying is that for out for out time, every time somebody wants to talk about the president, it's either he's the one in charge or he's the not one in charge. He's the the Senate or the court. They're the ones in charge. Like who's making the decision? You know?
Well,
Uh,
there's support systems in place, and so the buck stops with him. The buck, even though he wasn't fit to do his job, clearly, the buck does stop with him. But there's systems that are put into place where when that stuff happens, I mean, he should never even been. Well, he wasn't elected. Let's just call it what it is. But yeah, he was put into office.
he
And
was he was elected, but the thing is
not
too that's a good question because do you have a second device that you could look something up for me? Because there's
yeah,
something that
sure.
really sticks in my craw and I don't understand.
Okay.
So when the Gore and Bush, the son there, that whole thing. So that night of the election, they announced that Gore won. Then they
What's it?
came on and they said that Bush won, right? I don't remember any of this whole waiting game till January 6th to do the electoral college votes. That seems ridiculous to lead up to an inauguration for it to depend on a January 6th vote. Like, why even announce who won if it's really determined on January 6th?
Um, so you're saying, yeah, well, how can they say that somebody won if they haven't really, if they're saying they haven't really counted the votes or they're not sure? Why are you recounting votes in states when you've already told people who won or who,
Yeah,
already,
but if it doesn't even matter if it's up to the electoral college votes that were on the January 6th thing, then I don't understand what's the point in even announcing it if people
right?
have to wait to January 6th.
Well, and then they fault Trump for, you know, disputing it, saying, wait a minute, we haven't even counted them all. How can you make a call on something when,
But they
states,
did the same thing back with Gore and Bush the son. That's what I'm saying. But there was no big dispute then of, it's not the electoral votes aren't counted till January 6th. Nobody
right?
came up and said that. So I don't understand, you know, to determine that of being a stolen election, then we'd have to determine that the Bush Gore was a stolen election, which I believe it was. And so, but because there wasn't as big as a, but the thing is it comes all down to what's written. So I don't really understand why would they even tell a whole country that somebody won until if it doesn't even matter until January 6th.
I'm trying to follow and I'm not trying to, but so you're saying, why would they tell, yeah. Uh, well, they have to, yeah, why would they tell that, you mean before they're certain of who actually did win? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. And my friend, hanging Chad, is that the thing with, that was Gore and Bush, right? With the hanging Chads and all the discrepancies there.
Hanging Chad? What's that?
That was when, in 2000, when they had, people were voting and there was like, the paper was punched, you know what I mean? Like there was a circle punched and some of those circles were not punched all the way. So that would be, hanging Chad was part of that paper, right? That was hanging from, the actual, physical paper that the vote was placed on.
I
So,
never heard that, but what I heard was that Bush won because of the electoral college. So, but what I'm saying is, I don't understand. I don't ever remember them saying, because they said Bush won the voting thing too, what they had come out and said, credible, and I mean credible, newscasters that me and you grew up with.
Right, right.
Literally,
Right.
they said Gore won.
So I'm going to read this, and I'm not even absorbing it, but it's from NPR, and it says, as the electoral college vote took shape on election night, with the results piling up from around the country, it was clear that the vote in Florida was going to determine not only the winner of the state's 25 electoral votes, but the next occupant of the Oval Office. Although Gore had won the popular vote by roughly half a million ballots, the all-important electoral college count from the other 49 states and District of Columbia was so close that whoever won Florida would be the overall winner.
How
just-
could they figure that out before January 6th?
Well, I mean, wouldn't they be able to? They can count votes before January 6th. I mean,
Yeah,
can't
but
they?
the electoral votes.
I mean, why wouldn't they be? I mean, I'm just legit. Why wouldn't they be able to count those before January 6th?
Well, because that's what, Trump, that's what was going on at the Capitol building was on January 6th, was supposedly, from what I read in the transcripts,
Right.
that he was there and he wanted him to stop the electoral votes being counted or something like that. And Pence wouldn't do it. So I don't understand how, do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, and believe me, I'm not like, an expert at all, but the electoral votes are what count, even if somebody wins a popular vote. But I think that the Trump's issue was, and a lot of people's issues were, voting stopped, votes, the vote counting stopped at a certain time in the middle of the night. Trucks were seen taking, ballots away. Then then the voting count started back up again, for example, in Detroit. So I'm not familiar at all with,
because that's where I read it, was in the transcripts.
okay.
So can you Google and search did Trump want Mike Pence to stop the electoral voting on January 6th?
Did Trump what again?
Want Pence to stop the electoral voting on January 6th? Because in the transcripts, that is what it appeared, was that he wanted the electoral vote. That's what was going on there. That's from what it looked like. I could be wrong. So
Yeah, I'm Googling it just like, and I'll see.
okay.
Because I don't know. Again, you know what you hear and you look
Read
at. You never
right.
know what the story is. Okay, let's see. What Trump asked of Pence, and this is factcheck.org. Do not have any idea if this is, legitimate or trustworthy source. So let me just skim through this before let's see. Let's see. Trump was indicted for an alleged conspiracy to overturn the 2020 presidential election. One of his attorneys said that all Trump had ultimately asked his vice president was simply pause the electoral college count at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th.
Right.
So
it did.
So he asked him to do that. Let's see if it.
Yeah, I don't understand how are they doing that on January 6th when in the Bush Gore thing they came out and said that Bush won the electoral college and it was before January 6th.
Right. Okay. Now I think I understand what your question. I mean what you're saying. Yeah, I get that, and I don't know why.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Yep. And this
Yeah.
is factcheck.org. I don't know anything about this site, but I think it's important that the American people know what happened in the days before January 6th, Pence said. President Trump demanded that I use my authority as vice president presiding over the count. By the way, Pence, stand by your man. I mean,
no, but
seriously,
read what you're saying. Read what you're saying, because
right.
The bottom line is that in reality, I get it that you might be a Republican at heart, but I'm not Democrat or Republican. I feel like we've been getting screwed.
Oh, we're so far from knowing what actually goes on, but it says President Trump demanded that I use my authority as vice president presiding over the count of the electoral college to essentially overturn election by returning or literally rejecting votes. I had no authority to do that. For those that might doubt him, Pence urged them to read the indictment. Now, listen, I hesitate to even read further because I don't know the source, and I am so familiar with the way
It's
that.
the date though that really kills me. Is the date of the things. Is that's what kills me. Is that it seemed like the electoral count had already been for the Bush thing. And I don't even know why they would wait till January 6th to count electoral votes when for 2 months people have thought their vote mattered and somebody won. They're all getting ready for the inauguration and this and that. And then what? On January 6th, they turn around. That doesn't even make sense to me that long after. It didn't seem like it was that long after when they told everybody that, you know,
Right. And how can you can't count a state for their votes, the electoral votes or even the popular vote if there's been election fraud. You got to, that needed to be addressed. So you can't count that. That's right. I mean, you can't say, okay, Trump has won the state or, um,
Bush.
you yeah, or anybody, because you gotta, it's not just that. I mean, of course, the electoral vote is what we go by, but you still have to know the number of votes and it's got to be accurate.
And so that would have been that he would have won, Bush would have won up till January 6th when the electoral college votes came in, according to what's being said there. Because I'm telling you, I only heard about the date thing when reading the transcripts. So no BS says, F that site. But I'm telling you that I read, the 865 pages transcript. And by the time of, I was 100 pages in, hundreds of pages in, hundreds of pages in. And I was fuming that the fact of the matter is, according to all of that, then for a good, month and a half or something, no, F the site. Yeah, F the site. That's what I'm saying. Uh, oh, the site you quoted. Oh, okay. Former vice president refuted the notion that former only asked him to delay. Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is that I saw a trap. Oh, CVX dropped off. I hope she's not like mad or anything because I hope maybe that was just an accident. Maybe she tried to get back and hit the back button or whatever. But what I'm saying is that I think Gore should have, the fought harder. Like, hello, can you hear
Hey,
me?
I'm not trying to get my baby's picture back up there.
Sorry. I think you just have to hit the cam thing, not like the at the bottom of your screen. Oh, maybe do you have it at the bottom?
I'm on an iPad, so I got it last time. Let me check this out. I don't know.
But isn't that interesting how those dates, like, they just don't coincide? Like, if the country would have, said, if Gore would have, because that just doesn't make sense. That there's no way. Why tell a country? Why vote if on January 6th, almost 2 months later, they could turn around and say, "Oh, sorry, you all took your time out of your life to vote, but you don't matter anyway because the popular vote don't matter. It's the, you know." I just, I'm not down with. I don't feel like, somebody who has 8 million or 17 billion can relate at all to the stress that a $600 rent increase causes on people. A $600 rent increase. That's just not, it's not, that's disgusting. Yeah, they're all wealthy. Yeah, they're all wealthy. They don't give two and a half shits. I saw like a rap song where they were, saying, I don't think it's gonna let you on because you get the camera thing. Yeah, it doesn't let you on with that. You have to at least let it be the avatar, allow access, and then at least be the avatar. However you did it the last time. I mean, I'm like simply beside myself because of the fact I don't think that Kamala or Trump even spoke about rent increase and caring about the homeless problem, Hello.
There he
Hi.
is.
Hi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed, and I was, not overly impressed with Trump's performance. I was, I think he's better than that, but I think he's probably anyway. Who would if you I don't know if you were him, he's got all this money and all he had everything going. Why would he want to put himself through all of this to try and he could be sitting back and spending money on a yacht and doing whatever he wanted to do with his beautiful wife.
Because he wants to close the deal, and the deal is, just he's a sales, he's a businessman at heart. I mean, she is. I don't know. I mean, yes, she was an attorney and stuff, but anybody with $8 million or $17 billion, they don't know the stress and the worry.
No, right. But it's a different like again, yeah, there's a whole different level for sure. But I guess my point is something probably a lot different, but I get what you're saying totally.
Yeah,
SG. But what I'm saying is like people that think like, why the hell would Trump want to be president of this country? If one of my kids wanted to be president, I would freaking not I would just would never. I mean, it would be a horrible, thankless job. He did got things turned around, started to, and
yeah.
then was thrown all this. I don't know. He'd be so much better off anyway without having to deal with all this bullshit and all the legal stuff. And every single time he turns around, how many presidents were? I mean, this point was brought up by a friend of mine too. People are still talking about the Kennedy assassination, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's been two attempts on his life, and nobody they're not even fucking talking about it.
He did the same thing though in his last, but they are talking about it. But they did the same thing. He did the same thing in his last, election thing, which they don't even really talk about. But the thing is that none of them are, they really would not, neither one of them addressed the rent increase. That really bothered the crap out of me because there is a huge homeless situation. And then in April of this past year, the Supreme Court passed that homelessness is a crime. So you've got people who have afforded rent and not been criminals their whole life. And then if they become homeless, they're criminal now, I mean,
I don't
that's,
agree with that at all, but the majority of the homeless people, that's a whole mental health issue and drug issue, frankly. I mean, if you've ever been to LA, I mean, again, yeah, you're right. There's families and people that are homeless because, they just, they couldn't afford their rent. And that's a very, noble cause and it should be addressed. But get
I'm
to the
talking
root.
$600 rent increases, $600 rent increases.
Right, 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 right. I mean, yeah, but the root of the problem, of the majority of it is drugs and mental health is why a lot of these people they need to be helped. They need help. But yeah, you're right. I mean, like a working person that's living someplace and they have this huge rent increase. Absolutely, that's it's wrong. It's egregious.
Yeah, it is. And that happened, with the Supreme Court. So what I'm saying is, so either the Supreme Court makes the decisions or Biden made the decision because it was during his administration, and that should be, you know, look, like that should be reassessed. So who did it? Was it Supreme Court that was mostly weren't, high this and that and the other, high unexplained phenomena? Was that, is the Supreme Court mostly Republican? Is what I'm saying. Is that, are they mostly Republican judges that were receiving, you know, it's just you can't say one or the other. It either is he was making decisions and they should be all reassessed, or the Supreme Court and he's just a puppet and just a figurehead. I mean, why would Trump want to be? Why would anybody want to assassinate him if the Supreme Court is making all the decisions?
Wait, why would, wait a minute? No, I don't understand that. Why would I?
Well, because if the president doesn't really make the decisions, like a lot of people like to say, and like from my research of who, passed the whole making homelessness a crime and the whole lifting the ban on the rent increases, that happened during this administration.
Where are they making homelessness a crime too? I mean, I know that they're not allowed to camp out on Venice Beach in California because there's hypodermic needles all over the sand where
Yeah,
people are.
that's gross. Yeah, and I don't like the fact that they're all in front of the library in Kensington either. That's disgusting too.
It's all over, so I'm trying to, is it really a crime to be, I
Look
mean,
it up. Look that you have yeah. It says in April 2024, the Supreme Court passed that. No, I don't even. I don't know if it was in April that they passed where they don't have to have a ban on raising the rent, or if it was. But they both have been the homelessness. Homeless is just type in is homelessness a crime, and I
Well,
saw. Well,
there's also, I mean, again, I don't know about every state, obviously, but there are so many resources available. However, people that are mentally ill or drug addicted, a lot of times don't want to take advantage of those. But there are so many resources out
but
there.
are there
For the
any more?
people you're talking about.
But are there any more? Because you just said that a lot of immigrants were taking all of those benefits and
I
getting.
mean, I'm not saying they're taking them, but they're being used on the
Right.
immigrants where they could be better used. They could be distributed to the homeless people that we have, the people that are mentally ill. I mean, it's got to come from somewhere. It's coming from our tax dollars, really, the bottom line. But
It should come from pharmaceutical companies.
well, of course, but they're not going to. Yeah, yeah, of course, but
They didn't talk about that either. They didn't address the topic. Like Bayer owned the patent for
no
heroin.
politician, Republican or Democrat, will ever not be in bed with the pharmaceutical companies, in my opinion, because
Yep,
that's
you're right.
their bread is buttered, and
Yep.
they just, no one, not Trump, not Biden, not whatever her name is, Harris.
Any of them, yeah, because they really don't care. They've got their millions, and what do they care?
I mean, think about like Biden's son, like in the money he's been able to accumulate and earn, apparently. I mean, it's all very corrupt. It really is. We all know that. I mean, for sure.
Unexplained Phenomena said homelessness is not a crime now. I'm pretty certain that I looked up that the Supreme Court had passed that homelessness was a crime. So,
Well, I mean, but homelessness being, I mean, again, I don't know, SG, I really don't, but that's a
you know,
broad statement. So there's got to be, and it's got to be state to state as well. State to states,
can you look,
rules as far as that goes, and what they're going to do with
can you,
homeless people. That's why some states don't have homeless people all over the place shitting and pissing, and some states do, like California, because the state of California is allowing it and not doing anything to address it and help them. They're just letting them just literally take over streets. And
no,
again,
are you watching
the homeless
CNN?
people, what I'm saying is that falls back on the government and their lack of
It does. It falls back on that. Yeah.
well, what they need to do is set camp up in front of like the governor, the mayors, and everybody else's house and see how they like it when they got to step over piles of their feces and see how they like that.
Thing when they want to release, on parole or release a murderer or a sex offender from prison, they should put them in their fucking neighborhood. See how they like it. Yeah.
Or one of the not in and then to like add insult to injury, a person that's not even supposed to be in our MF and country that does that shit. So they're not even supposed to be here, and we've got policies, and they know that they're here and they were welcomed here. Basically, I thought about going across the border and coming back as an illegal, because that way my rent would be paid. I'd have a food stipend. I'd have monthly. I mean, seriously, like why not? Because they're just letting them in. And that Kamala Harris, she went. I think she went to the border one time, and she went to the most benign, area of it. she never saw the nitty gritty of it. So again, the bleeding needs to stop when it comes to that, for sure.
What No BS says, are you watching CNN? What does that mean? You watching
He's
CNN?
not, I know No BS is not addressing me on that question. I know for sure.
Well,
No BS.
CNN something was happening on CNN now. That's why she said
No.
that.
Why something? Because otherwise, hell no, I don't watch CNN.
I mean, am I watching CNN? No, I read. I don't watch the stuff. I read the stuff. I don't
You
watch.
gotta cross-reference everything anyway. It's like you can see some Fox News. It doesn't matter. You've got to really do your due diligence if you really want to try and get to the truth. And I mean, try.
Yeah, and I do. I mean, I look up all different resources to
Yeah, you have to.
find, what I'm looking for. And did you type in, is homelessness a crime? Did the Supreme Court?
I did not, but I will. I think. Okay, so unexplained phenomena said they looked it up, but I can look.
No, because I mean, I looked it up too. So that was a pretty quick lookup, and I looked it up pretty extensively. So, yeah. So, I like Anderson Cooper. His mother was Gloria Vanderbilt.
Well, I liked her jeans, and that's about.
I mean, it wasn't that I like her. It was like I like Anderson Cooper, though. I just think
I'll tell you what I like. I like back in the day, and you'll remember this. I mean, not that you're as old as I am, SG, but back in the day when news reporters and commentators did not have an opinion, they reported the news, and it seemed unbiased. They weren't allowed to give their opinion. They weren't allowed to slam one side or the other. They simply reported what I thought were the facts. I mean, at least they didn't act like they did. And now it's just like, it's free for all. Say whatever you want. Who cares? As long as, depending on what news station you're from. You know who I like? Oh, who's that lady I like?
Barbara Walters.
No, this one that was on Fox that now she's on her own. Damn it, what's her freaking name? Someone's gonna know. She's got it like a pod. She's on YouTube. God dang it, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I do know that they had this Operation Mockingbird that they started doing like
Megan Kelly, Drifter. Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, Megan Kelly, the best. Love her. Drifter Nomad. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, they had some Operation Mockingbird like that the government started like a long time ago, where they decided let's feed lies and see how much the public believes, and they wouldn't end it until we stop believing it. It's the government's been doing some shit, man.
Well, that's COVID 101. I mean, I didn't feel like it was a way to an exercise and to find out, how many people will be willing to follow what they were demanding, Fauci and everybody else, with whether you knew or didn't know the vaccine, how well it was tested and what the results were. Nope, got to do it. You're gonna lose your job if you don't.
Right.
The View. Who said they liked The View? I love The View, Grandma, but I don't watch. How could you love? Oh my God, The View is the fucking worst piece of crap TV show ever invented. Sorry, Grandma, but that's the most hideous. I can't stand one woman on there, one lady on there. I like The View. Oh God, terrible.
I just feel like ever since the whole Bush Gore thing, and I, had been a real passionate voter and person with politics, I really was very passionate about it. But after the whole Bush Gore thing, that sent me for a loop, because
yeah, I mean, I felt like when growing up, you think, well, the president, the government, they've got to be right. They've got to be honest. And then,
well, I mean, with Clinton, I did see him balance our budget. We actually did not have, he lowered the prices of gas. Mockingbird is a propaganda play.
Okay, Grandma is now trying to gaslight us by saying she likes Joy Behar. There's no, Grandma, seriously? You like Joy Behar? Seriously? I mean, it's okay.
I like Clinton.
Oh,
I liked how he did his, good night, chicken winner.
night chicken winner.
I liked, right, programming, which they did, propaganda during the Holocaust and stuff. I mean,
Right.
they put out propaganda constantly. Um, I just know for a fact that Clinton had put us in the black. We were not in the red. We did not owe anyone. He balanced our budget, you know.
Well, Trump did too. So yeah,
No,
actually,
we weren't in the black. We'll never be in the black again because of George Bush the son, who put us into, such a deficit that, we can't even pay the interest on the loans, from other countries.
and you wonder too, like how much of that is, the numbers are reported honestly, but I mean, because Trump being I mean, I think they don't like him because I don't think he's out to line his pockets necessarily. Maybe he is. I mean, not like what we got going on now. I'll tell you that. There's no.
Well, just saying, I mean, he did charge the tax-paying citizens like $650 a night for the Secret Service to have to stay in his resorts because, that was their only choice basically. And nobody needs gold seat belts, and they're all, people don't. Those are all like they don't need those. Like he's using his own. He also lifted the ban on hunting hibernating bears, hibernating wolves.
Well, the
Um,
gold seatbelts I'm not familiar with, but I'm gonna guess probably that was before he was president. I mean, he may have he may have had those because he gold toilets and all that stuff, but I don't think that he demanded those be in the White House unless I'm
no, not the White House. I'm saying they were like on his plane. They were in his.
right planes that he had before he was president because he had money.
Wait, yeah, but he lifted the bans on game trophies and hunting hibernating bears and hibernating wolves. And here's the thing: when Biden got in, he didn't overturn them. So, that's the problem that I'm having here is that when there's a court case where a lab gets called, oh, they weren't up to par, all of these convictions are in question,
Right.
then Biden is going to step down, basically agreeing with the accusations that he's not mentally stable. Then everything that was done needs to be in question, unless he was just a figurehead.
Well, there's no way that that'll ever happen, and I'll tell you why. Because no one's going to take that liability. Like, okay, we allowed him to do that, and all this X, Y, and Z happened. So there's no way. I mean, they're going to let him let him take the fall because he's got a legitimate reason to do so because he's not of sound mind.
You there?
I'm here.
Okay. Drifter said, to be fair, in 2016, when Obama handed the keys to Trump, handed them to, he didn't have a fit, but
Well, I don't Trump
the
for having a fit,
was
but
and handed him on a silver platter. I'm just saying, right? Exactly. To be fair, right, Drifter? I mean, and it's usually the previous, like it was Trump's secret meeting with the Taliban saying he was gonna no, he signed that into effect, no BS. The Federal Fish and Wildlife Service lifted the ban, not Trump. Okay, then why would you want Trump for president if he really doesn't make any rules? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, why have a president if we're gonna pick and choose what law, what thing they did? So we've got grandma saying she doesn't like how, Trump lifted the ban on Roe versus Wade, which I don't either. I feel like somebody like Nitty should be sterilized. He should have a forced vasectomy, No, I didn't say, yeah, I was talking to the people who say that they want Trump. Not you. No, I'm not saying that. No BS. I'm saying that no BS is kind of feels the same way as me, actually, where both of us are feeling like it just feels like there's just nobody to vote for. You know what I mean? I
You know
mean,
what, though? I think a lot of people feel that way, SG, and I think I mean, partly I know why, because the news that the majority of the mainstream media, what they report is completely and 100% biased. So there's people that don't do their due diligence and they just go by whatever they see on TV without really trying to fact check things, really digging deep, because it's hard. It takes time to do that. It takes a lot of time. So you know, it's just like I said, it's the mainstream media has completely skewed Americans, well, some Americans, you know, thoughts about how things really are. And
now
it's
doesn't it make you kind of wonder though about the whole attack on the Capitol building on January 6th, knowing that now if you read the transcripts from the court case that it had to do with the counting of the electoral college votes, doesn't that make you think like, what if they would have done in? Would you have sat there and watched on your TV screen the hanging of the vice president?
absolutely not, not at all. But I also know that, you know, people get pushed to a certain point. And by the way, that was not a charge led by Trump, in my opinion, in any way, shape, or form. I mean, you know, he wasn't even, you know,
You got to
that
read the transcripts. I know it's 865 pages, but you should read the
I
transcript.
don't have to read all of them. But I mean, I'll read. I'll take a look. But I mean, I know what he said that day, and I know that it wasn't like da 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 da. Go get him. And
Matter of
also,
fact, he called Pelosi
he,
trying to get the National Guard in there, and she
yeah,
turned
he
it down.
wanted the National Guard to come in, and he called Pelosi, and she didn't want it because you know
That's not
they
what's in the transcripts because even his own daughter is in those transcripts saying that she went and tried to talk to her father.
whose transcripts? I mean, the transcripts.
Yeah, the court's the transcripts. I mean, 865 pages of them. You can't, say what's right. I'm saying that a lot of his crew, his cabinet, his crew quit after that because they kept begging him, please say something, please. And even his own daughter, even Jerry, is that his name, Jerry? A lot of his loads of them, they quit because he sat there and he watched, and until he said something is when they went home. So yes, his voice and his opinion would have mattered. You know, if he wants to be mad about a woman who was breaking into the Capitol building, which I feel like if that was a black woman and it was a white cop who shot her, oh, there'd be fucking hell to pay. But it was a white woman and it was a black cop who shot her. So, he wants to say nobody died except for her. That's a lie because some of those Capitol building police officers took their own lives because they felt their country. I feel like those people who were having that protest when Netanyahu was here and burning flags and saying, Hamas is on its way and raising the Palestinian flag, you know, shoot the fucking gun in the air, bring out the tanks like Tiananmen Square. I mean, who the fuck do they think they are? You know, I mean, uh, but a lot of people, like you're saying about the propaganda and all that stuff, all they ever do is talk about the amount of people who died from Hezbollah. Aren't they a fucking terrorist group? I mean, oh, they killed these people. I'm not for George Floyd either. He's a fucking career criminal and held a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach. And he was high as a fucking kite. And when people drive an SUV into a crowd or high or drunk or whatever, they're behind the wheel of a killing machine. So he was armed. He was armed. So, and I didn't care for fucking Rodney King either. Because he didn't give a fuck about anybody who was leading on it. Oh, but you know what's going to happen, CVX? SG is going to be called racist. I don't know if she's still there. You still there, CBX? She's still there? Hello? Maybe she's doing something. He died by health problems, not by asphyxiation. Well, I'm inclined to believe that he did die by asphyxiation. Hi, hello?
All right. So can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
It was fentanyl, and it was a fentanyl overdose. And yeah, I mean, there's no way for them to determine whether he would have died from that or what the officer was doing. But the fact remains is that he was trying to pass counterfeit bills in a store, and that wasn't his first rodeo.
No, it
You know,
wasn't. No,
so
it
I mean,
wasn't.
had he not been breaking the law and doing shit. And by the way, like I said, he was completely fucked up. That's why he couldn't breathe. That's why he couldn't. He didn't even want to get in the cop car because he couldn't breathe. He was hyperventilating even before he was physically touched or anything like that. So, and then you know what he did? He put our whole country in a fucking shit show tizzy. And these cops now are in prison. Whatever. It's just
And
bullshit.
Trump didn't say. He kept trying to fucking, And if you notice, those are like, this. I don't believe that having the governor call state of emergency is, the thing. It took her and took it out in 28 days. She had a CAT scan. She was the one and gave her the plants, and when the surgeon come. Oh wow, that's interesting. Third world assassin, and prayers to your mom, prayers to your mom. But he was a career criminal, so all of that for a career criminal. And then if you look him up, he gets called like an activist. Oh, he's an activist. He's an activist.
Big statue. But going back to the January 6th and the Trump, but nobody ever talks about Nancy Pelosi and her call to the protesters to get more confrontational when that
With
Derek
Mike
Chauvin-
Pence. She was
right.
hiding with Mike Pence, and her husband got attacked with a hammer.
Well, I know, but that's all brushed under the rug. When you know what? Look at the January 6th versus the violence that was incited from all that, and she egged him on. But no, we don't talk about that because she's a Democrat.
Well, look at Black Lives Matter and all the violence that occurred because of that. And George Floyd gets a funeral while loads of people didn't get funerals.
It's just even. I mean, intelligent people, black or white, know that that's absolutely ridiculously, completely and utterly fucking stupid.
Yeah, and no, they're not communists. They're not socialist communists. The Democrats are. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Divided like Democrat, Republican. The person should be a president for the people. A president for the people.
Right.
Right. And Third World Assassin, they voted in like practically Nazis into Germany since the first time since World War II. I mean, what's going on in they're invisible. I don't understand that. How could they be invisible if they're such a? Yeah, but Gorbachev is the one with the birthmark on his head, right? During Clinton, right?
Yeah.
Is Gorbachev? Yeah. Well, Clinton and him were, in a good standing with Russia. We were in good standing with the world. Clinton, the world was a better place. I mean, it really was. People had, people were paying $1 for a gallon for gas.
Look at now versus the prices of groceries, gas, and every other thing that people can't afford between right now and when Trump was president.
No. People couldn't afford them during Trump either. They couldn't afford them during Bush.
Well, maybe they couldn't afford it, but it was much less than it is now. I mean, I cannot believe it when I go to the grocery store now and look for a can of tomato sauce that used to cost $1.89. Now it's like almost $4. So it was nothing like that when Trump was president, because he knows how to negotiate and get along with other world leaders for
No, he
imports.
doesn't.
Oh yes, he does. He knows how to work that.
Eating lunch with Putin.
Yeah,
Uh,
he's
I believe what he says right here, everything happening is grossly unconstitutional. You're absolutely right. Yet the Great Reset, you are so right there, third world. Yep.
Russia went into Ukraine if Trump were president. There's no way. He knows how to negotiate and work things. It's all of the bottom line is it's the almighty dollar, and he
The
knows.
dollar's not so almighty anymore.
Well, I'm just saying that's what motivates people, especially people. It's power and money, and that's what the game that they play. That's what all these people are doing. Like as far as
Well, then why? I mean, Elon Musk. I mean, like the guy's got more money than yeah, the art of the deal. That's what he's all about. Yeah. I mean, like,
And
I'm
of course,
not saying Kamala's any better. I'm just saying that they cannot relate to regular people. I made millions of jobs. The Communist Manifesto.
third world class assassin or whatever your thing is. Maybe speak so that everyone can. If you want people to understand and relate to what you're saying, no state shall tender in payment of debt anything but gold or silver coin. I mean, explain to me what that means. I guess that's above my pay grade.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that either. But he
I
says,
mean,
both
hold on.
candidates during the job, I made millions of jobs. Communists, the government controls the means of production, and there was millionaires made into billionaires during COVID, and Trump was the one. Like during COVID, like remember everybody was bitching about he was having rallies with no face masks, and Black Lives Matter were having their rally, their so-called quote unquote peaceful protests while they're screaming. um no, he's quoting the Constitution. He's not
Perfect.
about
Then you know what? No, that's perfect. And that's great. But I mean, how is that relative to what we're talking? I mean, I want to know how that relates to what we're talking about. That's all. That's all.
Well, the point is too is that the country's constitution is not what is controlling every state. Each state has its own constitution.
Right.
They should
Right.
get rid of that. They need to get rid of qualified immunity doctrine, and they need to, not totally get rid of it, but revise it. They need to get rid of each state having its own. They're letting a lot of church and what is it, church and state get involved. They're
Well,
letting
and brought up earlier, and I was thinking about this earlier. It's like you brought up about the rent and this and that. The problem too is that bills are introduced like with several other bills. They all passed at the same time, and one can conflict with something else. But in order, like if people or the Democrats or Republicans want something passed, they'll agree to the things that they don't really care for, and that's how things get pushed through. Because tit for tat, I'll take this if you take that, and they should be separate. I think bills should be
Well,
separate.
isn't that why line item veto was created?
What's that?
Line item veto.
I mean, all I know is that when bills are introduced, it's not just like, okay, SG, I want you to give me a piece of gum, but along with that piece of gum, I want you
Right,
to give me 5 bullets, and I want you to also give me X, Y, and Z. So
right. That's why line item veto was created.
well, I don't know if it's,
Yeah, I thought that. Well, maybe third world assassin can tell us. Isn't that why line item veto was created? But the bottom line is then they end up giving you, there's over 900 pages of Project 2025. There's, we didn't get rid of them, right, Novius? Because I don't mind what they're saying at all. What third world assassin is saying.
well, I'm trying to be rude. I'm just trying to, I guess, better understand. And when sometimes when people post things, just because you're saying things that maybe everyone can't relate to or aren't aware of, doesn't make you smarter. I'm not saying you're trying to be, but just make it more relatable. Is my point, I guess. Not I want to hear what everyone has.
It's hard to type it all. So I'm gonna let them up on the panel because they offered to come up on the panel.
All right,
And
bounce off. So you guys can chat. And by the way, nice talking to you. And I'll
fine,
let.
you bounce
Yeah,
off, then you can ask your questions.
perfect. Absolutely.
Yeah, then you can ask your questions. I wouldn't bounce off now. I mean,
Oh, you want me to stay? Okay, I will. Okay, I'll stay, but I'll just be quiet because I want to hear someone else besides old Hank and I.
did anyone actually read the Project 2025 or the, uh, looting BLM and Waltz's governor refused to, right, exactly. Right, Willow. That's a good point. That's a good point. So Minnesota was destroyed by riots and looting, and Waltz. Was he the governor then?
And how about the kid that was defending himself and shot it, or they tried to kill him, and now then he was completely crucified. What was that his name? Rittenhouse.
Kyle.
Kyle Rittenhouse was defending
Right.
him being killed by a bunch of yahoos, and he was like he was hung on a cross basically. The people
Yeah,
wanted.
did he kill black people or was he killing they're killing white people? I
I
mean, he could have
like
been.
a couple of guys, and I know for sure one was white. I think they were both were, and they were on top of him. Literally, he was trying to, it was if you, people the video is still out there, and it's just like Kyle Rittenhouse, the bad guy who tried to defend himself from people trying to kill him. He went out there. There was a it was a mob scene there, and he was trying to help, like trying to
With
defend
a gun?
businesses. What he did, he saw his city being burned by a bunch of fucking idiots.
And in the meantime, while they were doing that, though, Minnesota was passing a law saying that women who had drank and stuff like that, if they had gotten raped, then they were, some of the rapists' sentences were going to be overturned. Um, Justine Diamond was shot by a black police officer in Minneapolis for she had called the cops herself to report an attack behind her house, and this Somalian black officer who shot across his partner who was driving at the time and killed her, Justine Diamond. Um, you know, nothing, oh, it's George Floyd's law. He made he did it. Tony Timpa, he died of, with the knee to the neck. He died with that. Didn't see them protesting about Tony Timpa. What they're doing is saying Black Lives Matter only, and that the qualified immunity doctrine does not need to be repealed. They don't even know what the qualified immunity doctrine is. They need to fucking research it because at the end of the day, none of the conditions that Nitty was raising those two little girls in the Campbell building was okay. But if that was a white woman, I guarantee you CPS would have been there taking her fucking kids away.
Just from the way he talks alone, and by the way, he is the most racist piece of shit, Nitty, you are on
Yep.
YouTube. And you know what? Anybody that doesn't think that or know that, they're stupid too. He's an idiot. You're an idiot, Nitty.
Yeah, exactly. And no kid should be. And he tied that dog up in the rain to a fucking fence and drove away.
I'm so glad I didn't see that. Let's just say when did he do that? And by the way, I'm so fucking glad I didn't see that.
The day that they were kicking him out, when he said, "Now you see how much." I'm sorry, I know that Munchie might be your friend, whatever, but you see how much Munchie harasses everybody else's family. But they took down the videos about Nitty and where the police officer, the woman it was disgusting. And I would have fucking reported that fucking woman if she, I mean, I don't care. I'll report her now. If she's get the white police woman that was there that said, pay attention to the baby. She's going to fall off the bed.
I didn't see that.
And he said, who cares? She's fallen off the bed before. Now, if she's concerned that she's going to fall off the bed, and then he says, who cares? She's fallen off the bed before. Who the fuck said he should take those kids out of that house and living in those conditions?
Well,
That's
his baby mamas he probably can't find, and in Detroit, what are they gonna do? But he's not a quality.
yeah, but they were fucking
Why don't you get a vasectomy, fucking idiot?
right. Why are they overturning Roe versus Wade as opposed to giving that motherfucker a vasectomy?
Why do you need any more kids? You can't even take care of your damn self riding around on a bike with your fucking kids, you asshole. You know what? And the reason why you're an asshole is because you don't have the right to bring other lives into this world if you're not going to take care of them. And that includes a dog too.
Third world. You've gotta let access to your camera and microphone, and then you can hit the camera, you can block it, and it will put your avatar up.
Yeah, when the dog hit her grandma, and I'm glad I didn't because I would have gone fucking postal.
Yeah, I mean, but they all talk about me and my dog. They all talk about other people in there, but they fucking just turn a blind. And Tish did sit there up in that fucking live stream on Courtney's, calling all of us white trash.
Who did that?
Tish.
Who's Tish?
I
don't know. That's all right.
Tish TV. You don't know who she is?
I don't think so, but I'll find out. But I mean, I'm just saying, there's no excuse and nothing for Nitty. He's a racist. He's a piece of shit dad. He's just disgusting, and he's got the audacity then to sit there and talk about white peoples, the white women's, whatever.
Yeah, and they all will sit there, and they give like Munchie like a like 100% credit for exposing who, me, my parenting, and that's parenting, and she takes down the stuff about Nitty because like Nitty is totally nobody fucking plays a butt muncher monster for 12 minutes during a diaper change.
Oh god, I didn't hear that either. That was he's so ugh. How about the piles of diaper? Well, tell me more about the butt munching monster. What the fuck was that about?
The piles of diapers, though. Fucking almost 50 fucking bags of diapers there.
Oh, he had them in bags? I thought they were just on the floor.
No, they were in bags. And the cop said, "Are these diapers?" And he said, "Yeah." "Are you harassing a black man for his parenting?"
Yep, we are, because you know why? You're a black man who's a piece of shit dad. If you want to call it that, you're black, yeah. And you're a piece of shit dad, yeah. He's the one that. Yeah.
I mean, and then, and you got Bobble sitting there.
Don't even get me that bitch.
You got Bobble sitting there, and I just heard her last night say, say.
Where she reared her ugly head at last night, by the way.
Oh, she didn't. I played all commentary. Hi, third world.
So lucky she's not.
Oh, hello.
Look at third world. I'd like those shades, man.
Thank you.
Good luck. Like it.
How's it going? What is this channel about exactly?
You said that you studied law, right?
Yeah, I've been studying law for over 15 years.
Okay, so can you tell us why the Electoral College vote was taking place on January 6th? And yet during the whole Gore-Bush election, they came out and said Bush won the Electoral College vote before January 6th.
Can I just ask a quick question? Where'd you study law at 10 years? I'm just curious.
Well, I studied what's called pro se litigate, which means I studied to be my own attorney.
Where? Online?
Well, with Black's Law Dictionary, Supreme Court cases, not at an actual school, but to study for myself to get custody of my kid.
Yeah. And CVX, there is some states where you do not have to go to law school if you pass the bar exam. That's like California, I believe, is one of them. You don't have to go to law school to pass the bar exam.
Yeah, I was just curious. And by the way, there's no better motivation than your kid. So
oh yeah. Well, if you're your own attorney, you don't have to have a bar license or bar membership.
But if you
uh,
Good
or
point. That's a good point. That's a good point.
yeah, under
Yeah.
the Sixth Amendment, it's protected in the Supreme Court cases.
And now, do you think that the Supreme Court makes most of the decisions when the president even is in?
Well, it's a complicated subject because America is under what's called multiple states of emergency, and that these emergency powers are layered like an onion, and
Yeah,
that
the governor, like the power over the president, really, if they could declare a state of emergency on him, right?
well, it's like I mean, you want me to give you the whole spiel about why we don't have constitutional rights or a constitution?
Yeah, go
Uh,
ahead.
okay, so when the 14th Amendment was created, and
Not
Erie,
all of us, not all of us know the numbers of the amendments. So
oh,
can you,
you're good, you're good.
dummy it down for me.
yeah,
Okay,
break
so
it
in
down? But can you tell us what the 14th Amendment actually is, and keep going on
okay,
what they are?
yeah, the 14th Amendment was created after slavery was banned, and it was basically to create an equal protections clause, which technically was already existent in the Constitution, but they just wanted to really hammer it down. And that basically the equal protections clause is that any citizen that exercises a right, that right can be exercised by any person, and that it can't be a right if everybody can't exercise it. And that but basically Erie Tompkins versus Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court in 1938 made a case ruling. The case was about a guy that was on a railroad track, and that he was on a train, and it was a federal track, and it was state property or something. I forget how the equation went, but the Supreme Court ruled that the 14th Amendment created what's a duality of citizenship. And it doesn't say it directly, but it says it in legalese. And that the so what that did was I believe
Does
it's
that,
article.
does that mean that if you're a prisoner, then you can be a, slave? Basically, you are a slave. Like, so for like private prisons, that you know,
Well, it's even worse than that. In the long run, I mean, we are all incorporated in that we are property, thus we don't have rights. But it's the complexity of it is a little bit. I can explain the complexity of how they've actually done it. Is that
they
there's a
set a
clause.
precedent. They set a precedent, and then there's the case, and there's a precedent. Like you're
Well,
saying, that case is the
no.
precedent.
It has to do with Article 1, Section 10, I believe, of the Constitution, which states Congress has the power to legislate in all cases whatsoever within 10 square miles, talking about the federal jurisdiction of DC. And so, what they've done with the 14th Amendment, since they've made people into federal
It
citizens,
says
they're
that.
then,
I'm gonna interrupt. It says that within 10 square miles.
yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's,
That's the Constitution that's running the country, and then each see, now, Grandma, that's the problem, because he knows what he's talking about right there. Because I know that I've done a lot of extensive study, but not I don't know everything. So what he just said is really interesting to me. So now, is that
oh, yeah.
federal constitution? Because I know each state has its own constitution,
Yeah.
and that so the federal constitution only dictates within 10 square miles.
Well, it has, it's complicated. Well, you see, the Constitution, look at it as a contract between the states and the Fed, and that it's a contract which set terms and conditions which were boundaries, and that those boundaries are, each clause is a boundary. And that what happened when the 14th Amendment was passed is that the state citizens were then subject to federal jurisdiction, and when that happened, they were subject to that clause where it says Congress has the power to legislate in all cases whatsoever within 10 square miles, because legally they became within the 10 square miles. In that It's
even if they're not really within the 10 square miles, but they are because they said that. You mean?
well, basically there's this thing where the founding fathers hated the idea of a federal government. They didn't want a federal government, but they knew they had to have one to impose excise taxes upon imports and exports. And so they also needed one to maintain a navy to protect the borders. And that so they realized that they had to have a federal government, but they made sure that's why they put the 10 square mile clause there in the 10th Amendment, because they wanted to put it in a cage. They caged it up with the contract, setting boundaries so it could only go in those 10 square miles or dockyards or shipyards, on the
So when
coast.
someone brings something to the federal court, then it's bringing it within those 10 square miles. But in the meantime, if they are, in another state, then the federal court can't trump the state rules, or they can.
Well, it's a little bit different. Imagine the states. Each state is supposed to be a sovereign, independent country, which is simply under a union with the other 50 states, and that each state
Now,
is
wouldn't that negate, though, the whole thought process of having a constitution in the first place?
well, the idea that you got to understand that it's a contract, and that uh the contract said it listed the founding fathers didn't want to list everything government couldn't do, so they only listed what the government could do. And that's why I brought up the gold silver clause, where uh no state shall tender in payment of debt anything but gold or silver coin. And that
What they could do, not what they couldn't do. Yeah, I like that. And then when
yeah,
there's a precedent set, then an attorney can. So what does that mean? Never holds up in court. No
well,
BS.
the problem is that they've dissolved the state boundaries with and they basically taken the 10 square miles and extended it to the whole United States. And so the whole United States is federal jurisdiction, and that because of that, each citizen is victims to these laws and stuff that we should have constitutional immunity to.
But
Well, for
what does it
example,
mean, sovereign citizen? What does that mean, sovereign citizen?
well, the Supreme Court, William Cooper does an episode on sovereign stuff, and he lists a number of court cases and reads them where he talks about sovereignty at a citizen level, and that it simply means it's basically constitutional immunities is that's a better term for it, where for example
How would someone become a sovereign citizen?
well, that whole thing has been inflated, in that I would never use that word around a policeman, because they will pull a gun on you if you say that. If you
What
say
is
you're
that? Yeah, but see, because what I'm not understanding here is because no BS, and that no BS is extreme. No, Grandma, he's no Looney Tune. Grandma, don't even, because I don't think you're a Looney Tune at all. I love this because so she's asking, are you a sovereign citizen?
no, I'm a slave to the New World Order, just like all of us.
Just like all of us. Just like all of
we
us.
Well, here's the thing is that, hold on, the Constitution says that the Congress cannot impose a direct excise tax, and that the federal income tax, and keep in mind, I pay all my federal income tax and stuff because we're slaves, we don't have any rights, and that this federal income tax violates the enumerations clause of the Constitution, which says that the tax must be divided by the population and distributed evenly. And so that's not happening. And that, well, not only that, the fact that they're not even taxing money is gold or silver coin. They're taxing Federal Reserve notes. And under Chapter 12 United States Code Section 411, the Federal Reserve notes are, quote, obligations of the United States, and that these obligations of the United States are redeemable for lawful money upon demand at any Federal Reserve bank. But if you ask a Federal Reserve bank to exercise this law and redeem Federal Reserve notes for quote lawful money, they don't have any lawful money.
I
And
heard that there's no that our money isn't at a gold standard anymore. That's what I
yeah,
heard.
it's
That's
not. They're
gold.
using, if you take your social security or your social security number card and you turn it over on the back, you'll see a routing number. Then take a $1 bill or $5 bill or any dollar bill and compare the two routing numbers. They're using us after they've incorporated us when we're born. They're using us in collateral to international bankers.
Collateral damage. Yep, to fucking people who hold fucking loan. Like we can't pay the interest to the fucking loans that were written from like China and stuff. Like they could roll. I can't even imagine the feedback that's going on in this room right now towards you because I am in awe of you and the feedback in the room though is the
Well,
reason why our country is in the state that we are in is
well,
because you've been doing your research. You've done your research.
yeah.
You're telling research and
Well,
and this is fucking hard to stomach for me seeing the responses to wow. I mean, like, this is important shit what he's saying right now. That basically, even the right to a speedy trial, uh, no, it's not like he's reading.
I'm
reading
not. There's the
it,
screen right there.
I
yeah,
think that it's
reading.
not that there's no emotion that he's. I mean, again, I'm listening so I can understand because I don't I mean, I don't know all this, but I think that he's confident, I guess, in what he's saying. I mean, everyone do their
Well, you
own due diligence. That's what I'm saying. But
well hold on.
oh, and
You can. Oh, sorry.
nobody has to
Uh,
please laugh and break their windows. Anyway, but no, I'm listening to what you
I
have
think
to say, and I'll
that was
figure it out
Grandma who
myself.
said
well,
Grandma who's
let's look at
laughing.
it this way. Well,
I
first of
think
all, anything I say you can look it up and it's going to be accurate. And that
he's
secondly, the Constitution. Let's look at the War Powers Clause. The War Powers Clause says Congress has the power to wage war, and that this clause is protected by the Supremacy Clause in Marbury versus Madison, which the Supremacy Clause states anything in conflict with the Constitution is notwithstanding in law. And Marbury versus Madison states that anything in conflict with the Constitution is null and void. Now, let's look
So
at the
that's like
United.
contradictory, right? Yeah, but he just told you he's not a sovereign citizen.
I'm just a regular person. I'm a slave to the New World Order. We don't have any constitution in this country, I can assure you. And that
I
we,
believe
the,
that to be true. Absolutely.
well, proof of this is if you Google, go to the Google and type in when was the last time Congress waged war? Because I just told you only Congress can wage war. It'll say World War II, and that every war since the Korean War, and this is very important to me because my grandpa was in the Korean War and he was very troubled by it because he killed a lot of people and he never recovered from it. And that he was kind of like my dad in a way because I hung out with him and lived at their house more than my own father. And that the but my point being is that Article 43 of the United Nations Charter, which, by the way, the United Nations Charter was written by a communist named Elder Hiss. The United Nations Charter, Article 43, basically, I can't remember the exact quote, but any member nation of the United Nations, its troops are delegated to the United Nations, and that the United Nations, and it's also has to do with the Participation Act of the United Nations, but all of the Congress and everybody, when the United Nations Charter was signed into law, it was grossly unconstitutional because it violated the War Powers Clause. Excuse me. And that
Would you agree though that there's so many things that we have not like protested about, like we have not said, enforced our rights about that. It's got to the point where, oh, well, they'll accept that. So we can do this now. we can do this now, we can do this now, you know, so that, you know, when they eventually do set precedents, like when I was sitting there in front of this, you know, the Siemens company, Siemens, that does the PET scan to check to see if I have cancer. My life is in the hands of a Nazi company. Okay.
Yeah.
And that that really, you know, that like, oh my God, I sit there just thinking about I really sat there thinking about like the experiments that they probably did. Now, were they to save my life, or can I be mad about them because they, you know, were doing them on Jewish people? I mean, the the way that it makes people feel, but you know, he says, is his vehicle registered, has insurance, and he has a state driver's license? I'm going to say yes, but they're asking you that, but I'm going to say that you do. Do you?
Uh, yeah. Well, what No BS doesn't understand is that we don't have any rights. Let me tell you a story.
That's true.
I'll try to be brief about it. When I was okay, so under the Sixth Amendment, we have the right to be on our own attorney, right?
Yeah.
So that's called pro se litigant. In court, you have the right to ask the judge what the jurisdiction is on the record, and that when I was arguing custody, there's a famous guy in the law conspiracy world named Howard Freeman, and he does 2 or 3 talks at some churches in the 90s on VHS, and it's on YouTube, and he talks about these jurisdictions. And this is not a video that the average conspiracy person has ever seen, I guarantee it. But but so I knew about his knowledge, and I used it in the court to.
Wait a minute. Can I interrupt? She says it's a yes or a no.
Yes or no what?
To ask you if you have a vehicle register, but you know
Oh
what?
yeah.
Maybe people
Well,
don't
we have to have it registered because we're slaves. We're not free.
So,
This,
okay, so I see what you're saying. You're saying that you do, but you have to because you're a slave. So if you were
yeah.
a sovereign citizen, you wouldn't have to.
Well, that term is came up from the 90s, and like it's not.
What does that
It's more
even
about.
mean?
It's,
Sovereign. What does it even? I thought that had something to do with God. I thought
well,
God
it
was.
means free, but see, we're definitely not free because you could say anything you want, and that you could argue any argument in court that you want, but unless you argue the right one. See, there's a saying. It goes, "There's a million ways to be wrong, but there's only one way to be right." And that,
Right. Yeah. What he's trying to say is that he would have to have a license up to date. So, you know, if he was the type of person who wasn't being like, you know, told, oh, you've done this, so you can't have a license. You didn't pay excise tax, so you can't have a license. You know, so you
oh,
can't pay your. She's saying,
well,
does he have a state driver's license up to date?
I have a it's a complicated subject. To sum it up short, we have the right to contract under the.
Just here's the thing. She's not trying to insult you.
No,
She's
no, no,
not.
I'm not insulted. Don't worry.
She's not trying to insult you. Now, so if you don't have a driver's license up to date, that's fine. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't. So don't feel like by saying yes or no, that means you're any different from anybody else.
Well, what No BS doesn't understand is I've never labeled myself as a quote sovereign citizen. I'm a slave to the New World Order.
I still don't get how someone gets to be a sovereign citizen. What does that even mean?
Well, today there's no. It's not a real thing. It's like in Shawshank Redemption where the black guy says, "Rehabilitated." That's a politician's word. You know, it doesn't mean anything. You know, it's like but my point though about this one story is that about jurisdictions is that I asked the judge when I was battling custody for my kid, I asked him, Your Honor, can you please state on the record what the jurisdiction is? Is it criminal or civil? Is this equity or is it law? And that he said an answer that I didn't expect him to say, which he said it was child court jurisdiction. And so I asked him on the record, because at this point I had already established on the record that pursuant to the Sixth Amendment that I had a right to be my own attorney. So this was already on the record. So I asked him, well, Your Honor, can you please state on the record where I can find the public rules and procedures of this child court jurisdiction? And I did that in court because I knew damn well that judge made up that jurisdiction. And he said on the record, he said, there is no public rules and procedures of child court jurisdiction.
Because if there was, it would be setting the precedent.
Well, no, hold on, wait. Let me finish the point. So then I said on the record, well, Your Honor said there is no rules, and so then I asked him, Your Honor, if I have the right under the Sixth Amendment to be my own attorney, and I can't see the rules and procedures of the jurisdiction I'm arguing in, how am I supposed to litigate my case? And you see what happened there is the judge violated Title 18 United States.
Let me ask you a question. Anybody who's ever represented themselves won.
Typically people do a lot better, that's for sure. But let me explain.
What though, if they've never won, if anybody who has never won representing themselves, then they did not set the precedent for the case to cite. Anything that you asked him, he has basically
hold on.
Has sovereignty.
I see. Hold on, I see where you're coming from, but I can demystify that whole thing. But let me just allow me to see when the judge said that there was no rules and procedures that I could access, which is illegal for them to do so.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on. He committed a crime called deprivation of rights under the color of law. Where'd she go? And that's Title 18, Section 242. And that see, the deprivation of law, deprivation of rights in the color of law it's a felony, and the judge committed a felony on the record. But
because if you look up if judges can be, if there's any laws for judges or anything, they're basically sovereign. But the only thing is when you cite cases, those come from a precedent being previously set.
Yeah. Well, I can explain why we can't cite cases anymore. It's because
there's no precedent set. People cite cases all the time. That's why they cite Roe versus Wade. They cite cases all the time until there's a precedent set. Then there's no law, and they can use that all the time. That's why cops can get away with beating up people and excessive force, because if there is no law firmly written, that, or if they're not trained for that in the academy, they can say we weren't trained how to handle that, and that is their excuse. Now when someone gets convicted for that, that's when it starts to set the precedent. Now that is what I will say that Black Lives Matter did achieve. They achieved getting precedents set, because when Tony Timpa, who was a white man, there was no protest. Now I will say white people should have protested then, not just white people, every people.
Well, hold on. Here's the thing about that situation with George Floyd. Neither the left nor the right said the police violated George Floyd's due process.
No, here's the thing. No.
Hold on, wait. They violated his due process.
He got his due process. He was out. He was a career criminal.
Hold on. You don't understand. I'm not defending either side. I'm stating that the police in the camera video. Well, my side is pro-Constitution because I'm an American and I don't partake in.
But what you're saying is exactly what that judge told you.
Well, hold on.
There's no laws written. So that means there's no precedent set.
Well, hold on. Let me just explain here that Well, first of all, they didn't even tell him he was under arrest in the police cam. But this idea of quoting the laws, the Supreme Court cases, when you go to court, okay, so the common law in the Black's Law Dictionary is
What do you
these.
mean Black's Law? Is that black or is that black?
That's just the name of the law dictionary.
Okay. But here's the thing. The law dictionary look up precedents because
No,
I
I
sat
understand where you're
there,
coming from.
right, and I
Uh,
said, do you know who James DeWolf is?
it sounds really familiar.
And the Molly was a slave, okay? The Molly was a slave ship, and smallpox could have wiped out the entire like, money and the, cargo of a slave trader. And he was a slave trader. And so the Molly, this woman ends up with smallpox, and the whole ship could have just been taken out. Now he was not. I guess okay. Some could say he was a heartless man, or was he a heartless man? I mean, he was coming into the Cape Cod and Rhode Island and all of that. So here we are, the northern states, and that's where his main drop off was. But it was their own leaders who were trading their own people for shitty rum.
Hmm.
So this woman gets smallpox, and he is, he doesn't want to really like kill her or get rid of her. He's not heartless. He's hoping that she'll heal. Now easily he could have gotten rid of one woman and kept his whole cargo easily, but two people who were on his crew had smallpox before, so they were supposedly immune to it. So they kept her comfortable and kept waiting to see if she recovered or she died. So by like the third night, she was not recovering. She looked like she was going to die. So they moved her up to the crow's nest and expected her to be dead the next morning because they weren't going to kill her. They didn't want to do that. So she wasn't. She wasn't dead. And so what they did was they blindfolded her, tied her to a chair, and they lowered her into the ocean. Okay. Now, so everybody got, where they got to go, and the smallpox didn't run through. But he got tried for murder, and he got let off with it the first time. And then someone else brought it up a second time. So double jeopardy obviously didn't exist then. But so they did acquit him the second time as well for murder. The reason being was the precedent was set. Good night, Willow. The precedent was set that for the lives of many, a life can be, taken. So while I'm sitting there looking at this Siemens machine that was a Nazi company, and I'm Jewish, but my life depends on that machine.
Hmm.
I'm
I'm
sitting
part
there
Jewish
thinking
too.
about, right, and I'm sitting there thinking about that captain who didn't want to kill that woman, but he set the precedent for people to be experimented on, like even with the opioids, for everything. He set
Oh yeah.
precedent. I'm sure he didn't want it. He was no murderer. Of course, yes, he was a slave trader, but hey, all he had to do was give some rum to those fucking, their own people, and they were, that was the
Yeah.
thing, So, but the precedent got set that here we are in 2024. I'm sitting in front of this machine that saves my life. I've done a story on this guy and realize, where that precedent comes into play. So do I say this machine is saving my life? Or do I get up and spit on it and say, you Nazi company?
Well, the situation is very complex. See, it's like every podcast I go on, sorry, my voice is kind of, but all these people on the internet, on Twitter and stuff, they all want to do this thing where they just blindly blame Jewish people. And they don't understand the conspiracy. And that the conspiracy is that basically the Illuminati created the Nazis, and that the first run of the Nazis was in France during the French Revolution. And you don't call them, well, you don't want to think of them as Nazis. Think of them as Luminists, because they all practice this Illuminized religion where they believe they're gods and they want to execute
Well,
millions
that's
of
what I
people.
think sovereign means. Sovereign, I believe, means something to do with God. It's he's all sovereign, you know. That's why I don't know why somebody was asking you if you were a sovereign citizen, and you
Yeah.
keep nobody's giving me the answer of how would someone just sit there and declare themselves a sovereign citizen? What does that even mean?
Well, I would use that phrase specific. I mean, there is Supreme Court rulings which state specifically that the sovereignty of a citizen, like dwells in the Constitution and so on
Yeah,
and so forth.
but what I
But
know is why was No BS asking if you were a sovereign citizen? So
there's a lot of, sorry.
it's a movement, she says, a movement. I mean, so someone just goes, what does that even entail? Like, oh, I'm, all sovereign like God, and so you can't do nothing to me. I mean,
Well,
what does that even mean?
there's a movement of people that think they can have a cursory understanding of law and then find their own freedom through these rumor remedies which aren't actually real, and that they don't quite understand what the real law is and how to exercise it, because the Constitution is a contract, and we can quote compel performance of contract.
Thank
And
you. So there's loopholes in every fucking contract. And there is a lot of contracts being, like they're caught up in litigation because there's loopholes. So all it takes is somebody like yourself. So when he said there's no laws written for that or anything, what did you say?
well, it's the founding fathers, they knew about
No,
what would
when
happen.
the judge said to you, there's no
Oh,
laws about the child court, what did you come back with?
well, I asked him how am I supposed to litigate my case, and that I didn't realize at the time, but he violated Title 18, Section 242 of United States Code, which is deprivation of rights in the color of law, and that has no statute of limitations, so I can press charges and sue him until the end of time. And I'm just waiting to get the money to do that, and I'm going to sue everybody in that courtroom.
Back to money, right? So people with money are the ones who get justice, really, it seems like.
Well, if
Just
you know how to talk the talk, see, it's
yeah, but
lem-
you wouldn't have become your own lawyer if you could have afforded one, probably. Like one that you
uh,
felt good and cared about your case. And the bottom line is he got you with precedence. He got you with no
well,
case.
hold on. Let me explain something real quick. Is that the Constitution can only be defined by common law pursuant to ex parte Grossman, and then if
How
you go
many
to
cases, though? How many?
hold on, wait, and if you go to any court and you ask the judge, is common law, is this a common law courtroom? He'll say no, and you
But
say,
common
but
law is only like commonwealths, isn't it?
well, no. You got to understand. Common law is the 1828 what dictionary and before, and that it's also the Supreme Court rulings. That's common law, because they need a time period dictionary to define the Constitution, and they also need the time period dictionary in these Supreme Court cases to further define the Constitution. And that the problem with government right now is that there's a Supreme Court case called Lake County versus Rollins, in that in the case it says the government is not at liberty to reach for definitions beyond the Constitution, and so we can use the Second Amendment as a good, or well, actually we've already went over the War Powers Clause. It says Congress has the power to wage war. It doesn't list anybody else, and that clause is protected by the supremacy clause. It doesn't say the UN can wage war, because that's what's happening right now is the
They're
UN is
doing that
waging
with
war.
Israel, right? They're doing that with Israel. They're having meetings at the UN to try and say that Israel is violating human rights when, in my opinion, they were just having a concert on October 7th. And if those fuckers want to, kill people, all Israel wants is the hostages back, dead or alive,
Oh, yeah.
which
Well,
they're dead. We know they're dead practically,
well, there's a plan that's being in effect that we're seeing the fruition of, where Albert Pike wrote a letter to Giuseppe Mazzini in the 1800s, and he stated that they would destroy the Palestinians and the Israel people at the same time, and that would be the Third World War. They specifically stated what the first, second, third world wars would be.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think one of them, though, is like, what are they thinking? Like, one is about Jews, and one is about Muslims, and Muslims definitely outnumber a lot of, even like, I mean, Christians, even almost, like, I mean, certainly Jews are just hanging on for their life, really.
You got to understand, though, the goal of the Illuminists, it's to destroy all religions. They don't want any religions. That's what their goal is, and that they want to.
I'm against organized religion. Are you saying they're against that, or they want their own religion?
Well, I'm saying that there was. It's hard to explain, but their new world religion is the apotheosis of man, where they make man think that he is God. That's the new world religion.
So that would be sovereignty.
No. That the
anyone who thinks they're sovereign is comparing themselves to God.
Well, no, that's well, forget about the idea of sovereign citizen, because that kind of stuff will lead to places which is not
Great Reset, though. You mentioned something, the Great Reset, right?
Well, yeah, these Illuminists, George Bush was an Illuminist. He's a member of the Skull and Bones, and Gorbachev is a Mason, and the Gorbachev's.
Thank you, CVX, and prayers for Ollie. Bye bye, CVX. I in the conversation with you. I hope you know that guy. I don't know his name. What is your name again?
Third World.
Third World. Okay.
Well, I go by Clint Eastwood because that's what they call me in the city. But
like gorillas.
Oh no. But
I this conversation that we're having, because I mean, I feel sometimes like I'm ready to bust out of my skin with all of the research that I do on, the way we are being treated as a country, so unjust right now. This is, I mean, all of our rights are violated. All of our rights are violated. That's just, the fact that we can't say, RAPE. That's not freedom of, that's not.
Oh, sorry. It boils down to individual rights versus group rights. And that this is the same thing that happened in France, Russia, Germany, and China, where in Russia, for example, it was the Bolsheviks versus the Mensheviks, and the Bolsheviks were group rights and the Mensheviks were individual rights. And that this is why Roe versus Wade was overturned, not because a left or a right thing, but because of the group, and that because of the majority of the people wanting something. And that when you read the overturning of Roe versus Wade, you can see that they didn't actually read the original case or understand it, because
the original case had actual married couple too, was the same time frame, maybe even the same day. And there was another thing, and it had to do with where people who were married could have abortions.
Well, hold on.
Birth control. People who were married could have birth control and could have abortions. People who were not married either, were criminalized. That's where the shotgun wedding came in. That I have a friend whose parents, she was born the same year I was. her mother was 21 at the time. Her father, and I live in a Commonwealth, I live in Massachusetts, and they literally put the mother, the pregnant mother in jail, and said they put it in the newspaper that she was a spoiled, not spoiled, spoiled child. Now she was 21 with a full-time job, but getting pregnant before marriage was illegal, and if you were, born that, and you could have on your birth certificate, if you weren't married, they would put bastard, child of no one, yeah.
Interesting.
And there's still no rights for illegitimate children in the state of Massachusetts, but not if you're on welfare and welfare wants to take their child support from a man in Massachusetts and demand that, this woman said you're the father of him, we're going to do a DNA test so that, welfare can get their money back. Well, that can be done. But if a rich guy who can afford an attorney wants to enforce the law and say, in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, there are no rights for illegitimate children, and I never acknowledge this kid, then he can get away with it. So, if you've got the money, you can get away with it. It's ridiculous. Who's William
money is power. Well, he was a retired. He did 12 years, 8 years in the Navy, and 8 years in the Navy and 4 years in the Air Force, I think it was, and he was trained by Navy intelligence, or maybe it was Navy both times. But either way, he was he was trained by the Office of Naval Intelligence, and he made his own radio show in the 90s that had 10 million. It was the biggest shortwave radio show in the history, where it had 10 million listeners, and he did research documenting the Illuminati and the New World Order.
Art Bell, he got. I feel like he got murdered. Art Bell.
Art Bell may have been. Art Bell may be a illuminist, possibly based on his book. What's that book called? He named it after that Highlander word, quickening. That's what it is.
I mean, it says Apache County Sheriff deputies attempt to arrest Cooper at his Arizona home on charges of aggravated assault.
Well, let me explain. Cooper took the IRS to the Supreme Court, and that because that's not the real reason why they went to get him. It's very complicated, but Cooper
never went to get the fucking Church of Scientology for Operation Snow White. Have you ever heard of that? I mean, Operation Snow White was where, I feel like Nixon took the rap for, the flashlights being in the offices and all that stuff of the IRS. That they infiltrated, the Church of Scientology infiltrated so many. It was the biggest infiltration in the entire government with the Church of Scientology, and they still are active. And the Apache County Sheriff's Department, are they like First Nation Sheriff's Department? Because
no. Well, let me explain. He took the IRS to court and got the Supreme Court to force the IRS to subpoena to the Supreme Court issued a subpoena to the IRS because William Cooper was suing them, and that they were to provide the law that gave them jurisdiction over a state citizen, and that the IRS couldn't supply that law, and so the IRS, their attorney, went to another judge and went to a jury and then lied to the jury saying William Cooper was a tax evader when he was literally suing the IRS. And then they put a warrant out for him in like 95, or 97 or something. But he continued his show for another 4 more years or so before.
Did his life get ruined? Did they end up winning in the end?
Yeah, he had to send his family out of the country, and he was killed because of a violation of police procedure.
They end up winning in the end. That, you know, the bottom line is there's kill lists. There's, you know, we're nothing. We're nothing. Like you said, we are collateral damage. That's it. That's all we
Oh
are.
yeah.
We are nothing. So when they say, hey, this country, lend us this amount of money. Well, what do you got for collateral? Well, I got this many citizens, I'll give you. And that's why there's so many abandoned cities right now. Those are
Well,
not those are not homeless people that are hooked on drugs. Those are families. Those
well,
are homes that are those are entire fucking towns that are desolate and empty now.
do you mind if I
And
speak to Sarah?
go ahead.
Okay. Well, I can get used Detroit as an example because I dated a chick there briefly. The banks switched hands, and then everybody's houses that were almost paid for, they straight up threw the mortgages in the trash, and then they kept the houses and kicked everybody out. And it's like the communists, they want America to be a third world country.
And where
And
are those people? Like, where's their stories on the media? Why didn't they join together and say, oh, this happened to you, this happened to me too? What the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, you know, the only time I've seen any kind of movement or precedent being set, and although I am not on the side for Black Lives Matter, and I don't believe they had a peaceful protest, but I do believe that some of their protests have caused a, you know, to set the precedent against a police officer being held responsible instead of the qualified immunity doctrine, which is a 2-page document. The qualified
yeah,
immunity doctrine is like a 2 or 3-page document, which many people could read and many would be shocked if you knew that when it comes to protect and serve, all it means is to protect and serve each other, themselves. That's
yeah,
all. It's for the cops to protect and serve themselves.
yeah. We're basically living in Hitler and Marx's wet dream. I
Yeah.
mean, no joke, no exaggeration. I mean, we're living in incredibly dangerous times. I mean, if you're in a major city, I would move out of a major city because
I mean, how many times, like, how long did the gulag go on without, like, that's one of the most minimal things even spoken about in history.
oh
But
yeah.
it's
Well,
way
what's even
more
worse than you think, in Russia, they also had gulags where they killed
So
Jewish
what I'm
people.
talking about, in Russia, the Gulag during Stalin, before World
Oh
War
yeah,
II, the Gulag, that took more lives than were, you know, the concentration camps. But we did not. That takes a minimal, you know, place in history. But everybody needs to fucking research it because the Gulag, they would just come with buses in the middle of the night. Once their fucking workers died, they worked them to death. Once they died, they just came in the middle of the night and emptied out neighborhoods.
oh
So
yeah. Well,
people
that's
need to take it up.
communism.
I mean,
Socialism.
here we are. We don't have a label of being a communist country. What I'm saying is, no label is going to be given. They're not this Operation Mockingbird that I brought up about propaganda. Well, here we are. We're living it still.
Yeah,
They put it right here on the internet. They go, here, we're going to give you guys the opportunity to Google the information right at your fingertips at what we've been doing to you guys. And you're still not going to do anything. You're still going to spell out RAPE when, you know, evil people can be covered by freedom of speech. And here I am spelling out RAPE because I got struck for 3 weeks for
oh
saying,
wow.
not even saying, but for sharing a video from a news channel that still has the video up with millions of views with the word HAMAS in it. Okay.
Wow,
I'm
it's crazy that that's crazy that the R word got you suspended. That's
No, the HAMAS word.
oh, that's crazy too because I mean that's a real
The video that all I did was share it on a community post. That's all I did was share a news channel with over 1 million subscribers and the video has 1 million views, a legit news channel with that in the title, and I got struck for 3 weeks for
Yeah.
having HAMAN, and I'm Jewish. Now they can all sit there and make cracks about ovens to me. They can say, when does a Jew read the Bible? They can call me Jew. They can have videos up with Jew or the HAMAS word in the title. They don't get stuck. But
Oh
I
yeah.
have freedom of speech
Well,
because it's AI.
well, the Illuminati, they're against the Isms are basically an arm of the Illuminati in a way. It's hard to explain, but because I don't want to hug the mic or anything, but they're running this scam. They're running this scam, and it's just like you ever seen the movie Full Metal Jacket?
No, I don't. I don't watch like war movies, but I
Well, it's
mean,
like a well, I guess let me put it this way. They're
for me,
set
for
up.
my age, I would say George Orwell, 1984.
Yeah. Well,
You know, that kind of stuff. That
well, think of it like psychology, where in the movie Full Metal Jacket, it was like an army movie, and they're in boot camp, and there's this guy named Gomer Pyle who's really bad. He's not a very good boot camp person or whatever. And so the drill sergeant finds a donut in his locker, and then the drill sergeant, to punish Gomer Pyle, instead of directly punishing him, he allows Gomer Pyle to eat the donut while everybody else does push-ups. And that later that night, all the people that had to do the push-ups put their soap in their pillowcases, and they hurt him. And that
so
this
wow, that is something, huh? I love
yeah,
that
well,
analogy.
that's what's happening right now between all
Lord.
sorts of people that the New World Order doesn't like. They're giving them special treatment, and then everybody else is getting very angry. Like, look at the immigrants, for
Like the
example.
immigrants, yes. Oh, I see exactly what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Well, it's
Wow.
also in the long run, it's like it's very bizarre and messed up what they did, because so the Illuminati made the Nazis, and that there's this thing with the British crown where the British crown thinks they're Jewish, but they're not actually Jewish, and
No,
that's
they're
where
not. No, they're not. No, they are not Jewish. No, they're
well, that's
not.
where all the Zionist stuff comes
And
from.
here's
It's
the
not
thing too. So that brings me to a story where, so there's a story in the Bible where this guy goes out and he hires people to work his, fields or whatever, right? And offers them a certain amount of money. And then like maybe an hour or a half hour before he's due to, close for the end of the day, he goes out and he gets another group of people and he gives them the same amount of money for working for an hour. I wonder if they were Jews. And
oh
he
yeah.
created hatred towards them because when people are like, okay, so it doesn't matter, people will use that as like, it doesn't matter when people come to Jesus, even if it was their whole life or, an hour before they were going to die, as long as they come to Jesus, they use that. Now, me, myself, I've been told, somebody has told me, oh, Hitler will go to heaven. And I'm like, oh, fuck that. No, no, you don't get to, live your whole life shitty and then go to Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Have the Jesus moment, the last moment. That ain't how it is. But they'll like, use that story that everybody gets the same reward. It doesn't matter how long as you work at it. But the way you explained it just then, that explains it in logical terms that I can accept. That fucking somebody can be manipulated. The hatred can be manipulated by the fact that if he hired a bunch of Jews, right, like at the end of the day, and gave them the same amount as the people who labored all day long, that those people at the end of the day are going to take it out on the person who
Yeah,
they.
You're exactly on point, and that's what they're doing. I mean, it's the simple psychology of it, and it also works with bigger scenarios as well. Like,
Yeah.
but that thing about the King of England and stuff, where the crown believed they were Jewish, but they weren't actually Jewish, and this whole 12 tribes of Israel thing that they spun up, because it may be real or not, but the fact that the crown has perverted it into something that it's not, and then
Yeah, but
Madame Blavatsky.
crown. I don't know why you keep saying the crown. I mean, I've never in my life, to be honest with you, I mean, I'm a dual citizen. Shit, I am dual citizen. I mean, I took an oath to the queen. I've never in all my years ever heard the queen or anybody else from the royal family say they were Jewish. I've only heard the accusations be made that they're reptilian or that they're, they claim they're this, they're that, they're that. I've never seen that. I mean, I raise my hand in glory to Her Majesty's Royal Air Force for the Blitzkrieg and defeating Hitler's army. If it wasn't for Winston Churchill and
Well,
Majesty's Royal, Air Force and the
well, I
yeah,
wouldn't thank them too much though, because they were hand in hand with the Nazis along with the Vatican.
that's not true, honey. The
Well, hold on. You got to
English
understand.
fought the Nazis.
Let me explain the premise
The
that's in.
Americans were hand in hand with the Nazis. The Americans were the ones who named Hitler their man of the year, playing his organ of death, his hymn of death, in life or time or whatever the fuck that was, right?
Yeah.
They had the Nazi fucking rally in Madison Square Garden. They provided the protection for them with George.
Oh yeah. Well, let me explain. Okay. So do you know who Madame Blavatsky is?
No, you tell me.
Okay, so she was this extremely popular writer. I can't remember the years, but she's the one that created that word, Aryan race, and that she.
Aryan goes way back. No.
What?
Aryan goes way back.
Let me rephrase. She's the one who put a new spin on. She created a new definition for it, and that because see, Shitler. I don't call him Hitler. I call him Shitler because he deserves no respect.
New York City, is she that one? I don't know. What was that?
Well, she traveled all around the world, but my point is that Hitler kept her book on his nightstand, and that.
Say that Trump kept some book on his nightstand.
Well, let me get to the point. Is that this movement that she created, because these people are illuminists, it's very hard to explain, but the movement that
it's hard to explain to me. I will, but when you say it's very hard to explain, it's almost like an excuse that you can't explain it.
No, I can gladly explain it. I just
then
don't
take
want
to explain it. I got all the time in the world.
Okay, well, you have to understand. The United Nations is the United Nations is a product of the Nazis and the communists secretly merging, basically. Not really secretly, but because the Illuminists created both the Nazis and the communists.
Yourself too thin. Now,
well, hold on, wait. Let me give an example.
Now, how come you haven't taken your case back to court? Now that you know that there's no statute of limitations and that you could point out and set the precedent to help a lot of people, what you're saying would help major people. So you may have done research into a category that encompasses millions of pages. Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
well, hold on. This you got to understand. Bush's grandfather, he gave funding to both the Nazis and the Bolsheviks.
I already know that. I already know all of that. Is it Vandiver Bush or something like that? I mean, I do know that, and I feel like that You
on.
are
He-
wasting yourself. Have
Hold
you
on.
thought about becoming a lawyer? Why don't you?
Well, it's very complicated
No,
because,
let's talk about you though. Why
uh,
haven't you thought about becoming a lawyer?
well, because of what the knowledge I know about law and the way the world works. It's to get the bar membership would actually the bar membership is the way they control the lawyers.
Yes,
And
but you don't have to have gone to law school to pass the bar. But you don't have to have gone anywhere out of your own country to set the precedent. So if
well,
you
this is
you
way
cite,
above our law, though. This is
I don't know, but
this.
you cite it. Listen, you need to really research the word precedent because I'm not the
Well,
type of person who would sit at a machine. And as strongly as I feel about my Jewish heritage and the people who died in World War II, and knowing what I know about Siemens, to sit there and debate my own feelings, my own inner feelings about a machine that could save my life. And I did the research on the Mali, the slave ship, the Mali, which set the precedent that to sacrifice a life to save many set the precedent of human research.
yeah.
Human,
Well, I'm against the idea of that the one for the many because of what I explained earlier about the individual rights versus group rights, where the founding fathers of America were against the group right stuff because they wanted people to have individual rights which were secured, and that
and
the
then
well
when
you
it
got
so they ended up making constitutions for every state. So if you wanted to encompass group rights, you would have to encompass every single constitution of every state.
well it's complicated, but let me break it down like
It's
this,
complicated.
where the Nazis were national socialists.
Well, let's not
Right.
talk about Nazis. Let's talk about our country.
Well,
Let's
this
talk
has to do with our country, though, because these people have taken control. They're holding the reins,
Okay,
and
but a
that
socialist believes in being social, right? Let's break down.
well, it's the socialists or the group rights people. Those are the ones.
Okay,
Imagine,
so they
hold on,
believe
hold
in
on.
being social.
Well, imagine you have a nice pair of Nikes, and a big group of people walks by, and they're like, "We want your Nikes," you
Why would a
know.
big group of people want one pair of Nikes? Wouldn't they want one pair of Nikes that was nice, that was affordable for all?
Well, let's try
Like
to
you
find
got to
a
break down the words and their meaning and where they
no.
derive
Yeah, I
from.
see it.
If
I'll
you,
give a better example.
yeah, maybe I could give a better example. If you say social, you mean social. Anything with social, if it doesn't have the word anti in front of it, means being social. Okay. Even
Yeah,
communism has commune in front of it, where a commune would grow all their own food. Everybody would have what was equal.
yeah.
So then you've got, like, so
Well,
what I'm saying is that there's no better way to divide anywhere, any place, at any time by making them think that they have a choice. We don't
well,
have a choice when
l-
electoral college comes into play.
let me give an example of modern group rights versus individual rights. Okay, and this
Mhm.
is and keep in mind, I don't hate anyone. I love all people, and that I'm not against anybody or anything. Okay, so the LGB, the Rainbow Group, they've created a thing where trans people can go into the women's bathroom, and I'm not for or against this, but the fact is that they've created a group right which a not everybody can exercise, and b that takes away your individual right.
But
Hold on.
B, eating the donut. You see what I'm saying? They're eating the donut, and you're
Yeah,
beneath them
e-
eating the donut. So
exactly.
right. So you just set an example of where you're mad at LGBTQ
Well, no, I'm
because
not mad at them.
but
I,
you brought it up. But you brought it up.
well, no, I'm trying to use a modern
Let me
example
tell you
of a
something.
controversial.
I guarantee you. Let me ask you a question. Have you seen any LGBTQ or men dressed as women or anything in any of your bathrooms? Do you know anybody other than, I'm not even talking about YouTube, your own
Yeah.
personal experience?
Well, I
No.
personally wouldn't care if somebody was in my
No,
bathroom.
I didn't ask you if you'd care. You
Yeah.
would
Well,
care.
I don't use
No,
public
would
bathrooms.
care. You would care. Okay, whatever. The bottom line is, my
Well,
answer is no.
well, hold on. Let me give a different example.
No,
Wait,
because
This
it's
I
just
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 hold on.
say,
Let me just show you this idea before you jump on
you've
me
got
here.
to grow from your own self. You've got to
Hold
grow
on.
from your own self. I loved your donut analogy, but you've got to learn to grow from the
No,
fact.
I'm not. I already explained. I'm not for or against anything. Let me give a better analogy. When the mask thing happened, and if you didn't wear a mask, the people would say, "You have to wear a mask. It's my right that you have to wear a mask." Think about that. How is forcing someone else to do something your individual right? That
Tactic, not a reward you tactic. That's totally different. You're comparing apples to oranges. You've
well,
got
no. Wait, let me explain. The idea is that your sovereign rights. Hold on.
individuality.
You
Aren't you
wanted to know.
Are you for individuality rights or group rights?
Well, I'm for individual rights because
Okay, because group rights would say that every black person or white person that commits a crime gets the same rights. And no, that ain't how it can be. Okay, it's individual rights because that would say that, oh, you're making this black man have to give up his kids because he has a 12-minute butt muncher monster. Okay, but
what?
the
So sorry.
white, right? So, but you got the white guy who fucking doesn't get the as much anger behind him as the Black Lives That Matter, but don't give a fuck about the fact that those kids are half and half. There's a white life that matters in there too, and they ain't going to school. And he said
Yeah.
that baby drops on the floor a million times. The bottom line is it's individual rights and individual accountability.
Well,
So
let me bring this.
don't
Hold
give
on.
me an example because I'm going to tell you that individuals have blood on their hands. So,
Well,
how
hold on. Let me explain something though.
old are you?
That
You are in your late 20s, early 30s?
I'm over 40.
Oh, 40.
Well, let me explain something here. In
Okay.
Nazi Germany, the
You keep
Nazis took away. Hold on, wait. Let me finish my thought here. It'll be really quick. The
yeah,
Nazis
keep
took
bringing it
away.
up to me, but we're talking about right now our
Well,
own
let me
country.
finish my thought. I promise you'll understand after this. The
Yeah.
Nazis took away the rights, the individual rights of Jewish people. They took away their rights.
Yep.
You understand?
I do know. Yes, I understand completely.
Well, they took the group, the
Do you know
Nazis, the
did
group.
you see the title of my live stream tonight?
Um, I did when I entered, but I can't quite remember.
Do you know why? Because I had to listen to somebody make a joke to my Jewish friend on Christmas Eve about an oven. So, yes, I absolutely know what's going on with the Israel but what they've done is they've made it so hard to be able to want to have compassion towards what's going on the outside of us because in the meantime here in our own country, and was it you who earlier said that you looked up that homelessness was not voted as a crime from the Supreme Court? Was that you?
No.
Can you look that up? Do you have a second device that you could look that up for me?
Well, I can. Yeah, I can look it up if you want. What'd you say?
That
Homelessness is not a crime.
no, the Supreme Court made homelessness a crime in many states. The Supreme Court made it a crime.
Oh yeah, I
That
wouldn't doubt it.
yeah, they made it a crime, and somebody came in and the person on the panel they didn't look it up for me because
Yeah, that's yep, June 28th, 2024. Grants Pass versus Johnson. That's the case.
But I precedented a case too. Wow. So they cited a case. That's some shit right there. That's some fucking shit right there.
Oh
So
yeah,
they
well,
allowed them to raise the rents with no limit to raise rents. So whoever was in here and said they looked it up, they didn't fucking look it up because you just did. And I know that I looked it up, and I know I looked it up further and further and further because I'm angry about it. And neither one of those candidates, Kamala or Trump, mentioned that.
oh
So
yeah,
if the president is not just a fucking figurehead, then I'm saying they need to rescind that decision because either it happened during his fucking administration and he is not mentally capable of making decisions like that, or his decisions don't fucking matter and the
yeah.
president doesn't matter.
Well,
So
keep in mind that I don't vote because I don't partake, but the Supreme Court is separate from the president, and but at the same
okay, so
time,
what I'm saying is a Democrat. I have friends who are Democrats. Mostly voted Democrat, but I did vote William Weld. And what I'm saying is that right now, what I'm saying is either this fucking presidential election doesn't matter, because the Supreme Court just in 2024 during a Democratic administration would make a fucking rule like that. That's no, 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 no.
yeah,
And every fucking Democrat I know, if you sit there silent and you go, I still vote for Kamala, and then
oh yeah,
every fucking person in my life that I know sits there and ignores the fact that you just read this, did you not? I'm not lying,
oh yeah.
right?
Well,
I'm not.
you're accurate. You're accurate.
Thank you.
Uh,
Not
let
lying.
me explain a premise that I wanted to say earlier. Have you ever seen a ring like this? You see my ring?
Can't see it barely.
Well, it's a
Barely.
double-headed eagle,
Okay.
32nd degree Mason ring, and that in the I think it's the 33rd degree, or I don't remember which degree, but there's a degree where the teaching of the degree is quote ordo ab chaos, Latin for order father's
Hey, can
chaos.
I tell you Daniel's son right now? Because what I'm trying to tell you is I'm fucking 56 years old. Okay. My cancer medication is $15,000 for
Jesus.
21 pills a month. Okay. And the problem that I'm saying is the place where I rent is being sold to a guy from Haiti who's been here for a year. Okay.
Jesus.
And that at the end of the day, I like him. I'm not putting him down or anything. I mean, more power to him. I hope everything works out well for everyone. But as we get older, this law can't be changed. This is the Supreme Court. So when you get older, unless you're living home with your mom and you know she's going to leave you your house, or you're married, I don't know what your situation is right now, but that this is, I don't, at this point where I'd love to care about Israel, I'd love to care about everything that's going on in the world. When people can raise the rent up $600 a fucking month, more than what people get that have worked their whole life and been productive citizens and not criminals, but the Supreme Court can call you a criminal if you're homeless because they made it so that you can't pay rent. That is
Yeah.
why my video is titled Aaaargh, because I am fucking pissed.
Oh yeah.
I'm that everybody is sitting there. They all have their opinions. Kamala Trump, Kamala Trump, Kamala Trump. Well, maybe they're in a situation where fucking they got married, they have a big family, their mother left them something, or something,
Yeah.
something, something.
Right. But arrest them, that's illegal. What do you mean? They didn't make it illegal.
Well, it
What
is
does that
definitely
mean?
crazy
How can
that
you
they want to do that.
arrest them if it's not illegal? That doesn't even make sense right there.
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't want to mention. I'm gonna. I this little cat's claw. It's a plant. Um, it's an anti-cancer plant. I would suggest you should get them if you got like 10 or 15 extra bucks a month. Sangre de Grado. That's another one.
The
It's anti.
RSO, I did all the study on the endocannabinoid system.
Oh
I
no,
do the
these are.
RSO.
This isn't weed or anything. These are.
No,
This
that's
is
I
a.
do RSO. Can you take over? I have to take a pee break. I'm here's
Oh,
no
you're
BS.
good.
A wonderful
I'll
person.
speak politely and stuff. Don't worry.
Thank you. Thank you.
um, for the viewers' sake, I'm taking these Sangre de Grado and Cat's Claw because there's my water. I suffer from a disease similar to IBS. It's called ulcerative colitis, and it really is horrible. But I was supposed to get surgery, but I found those plants, and I learned about them from this lecture by Terrence McKenna and Nicole Maxwell, where they talk about jungle plants of the Amazon. And I listened to that lecture very carefully and heard the lady talk about these plants. And you know, uh, uh, when I take these plants, I gotta take these plants every day. Otherwise, like my number two is very acidic, and it develop into horrible problems if I didn't take these plants. The doctors wanted to, do surgery on me and move parts of my body and stuff. And I was like, this was over 10 years ago that they told me that. And I was like, well, I ain't doing that. I'm not getting surgery, Excuse me. But the plant medicine is very powerful. Chanca piedra is a plant for kidney stones and bladder. Uh, the cat's claw also is it's good to treat bone problems and stuff, and like joints. I mean, you gotta take it for a long time, but
I'm back. You are lovely. You are. I was listening to you. Do you have Crohn's disease?
basically the same. I officially diagnosed with it, but I was having horrible problems like 10 years
Right.
ago.
Right. So yeah, it's also in your bowels and stuff, right? I mean,
Yeah,
right.
horrible.
Irritable bowel syndrome. It started with IBS and then became that, but that's Crohn's disease. Please look into the RSO oil. Please, I'm not giving you a medical
Oh no.
advice.
Well, these two
No,
plants, they
please.
cure it for me.
I understand. You're lovely because you're so inquisitive and you've done a lot of study on your own. Do your parents research as much as you do?
Well, I'm over 40, keep in mind, but my dad was a construction worker, and I used to work for him for construction, and he was a car mechanic. My mom just always
Well,
worked
I'm
in
asking
factories.
about your mind right now. Your mind, because your mind is lovely. I
Well,
think that your mind is
well,
lovely, and
thank you. Uh,
yeah,
well,
and you are inquisitive, and you learn, and you are just inquisitive, and I just want to tell you, please research. I know that you might sound and come off like you think you know everything, but I don't think that you think that. I think that you just put it in different terminology. But I want to tell you that from all the research I've done, whatever you're mentioning hasn't come up for to save my life, right? But the RSO oil, the endocannabinoid system, in my
oh yeah.
opinion. So just look it up. If you got a second device,
Please type in the endocannabinoid
Oh no,
system.
I'm familiar. They stop cells from replicating uncontrollably.
Yeah, the endocannabinoids, it is fucking a miracle. Amazing. That has always been there. And I mean, that's some information that I feel like, in my opinion, that the government did, did quelch, like didn't want getting out there so they could make all the money on the
Oh yeah.
pharmaceuticals. Because wow, I mean, even if you were developing webbed fingers in utero or whatever, that would reverse it. It
Huh.
would reverse the bad set. Like fixes. It's natural too. It's not the opium. It's not the opioid. It doesn't
Yeah.
feed the opiate receptor, but the cannabinoid receptor only comes out when needed. So you've got this one that's, always there, always hungry, like feed me. And the other one, your body is working great. If there's something wrong though, just is so amazing to me that the pot when did you do like I mean, I don't know if you ever researched like I did. I went to extensive research to see, the bigger picture of everything because I didn't realize how much I wanted to live until I had cancer.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm definitely glad that you're alive. You seem like a miracle person.
Thank you so much. That's a nice thing to say because I'm glad I'm alive too. Because yeah, and we wouldn't be having this conversation today if I wasn't. And then thank you so much. Because
Oh yeah.
there was
Well, the
a time I would question why am I alive, and I don't say that no more.
oh
I'm
yeah.
like, yeah,
Well,
I definitely.
I owe my life to the plants because like 4 years ago, uh I don't know if it's because I'm like part Native American or something, but
But it hasn't healed you yet. You're still having the symptoms, right?
well
Try
well I'm talking
the
about a different I'm about to bring up a new subject where 4 or 5 years ago when the illness or whatever, the I was sick, I couldn't breathe for months, I was so sick. I quit smoking weed and I hadn't quit smoking weed since like
Okay, you
1998.
said that it has something to do with the bowels first. You said it was IBS.
Oh no, I'm not talking about these two plants. I owe my life to the plant called yin hen,
Okay.
which is called Anamu in its native language, and it saved me from. I don't want to. Well, it saved me from the Rona. And I thought I was gonna die. Like I was. I was taking I was taking asthma steroids. I was taking asthma inhaler. I was taking allergy pills. I was
Are you
taking
a hypochondriac?
no, no, no. I don't go to the doctors. I never go to doctors. I hate
Are
doctors.
you like, does that, because I'm saying, like, for someone who I felt didn't believe in that Rona thing, right? I feel like you have your reservations about it.
Well,
That,
I think that I'm not sure what it was, but I know that I was extremely sick for longer than I've ever been sick, and I know that I smoked weed with everybody I know, and that the only person that got sick. This is before the whole thing started, and this and that. So I was I just thought I was regular sick, and I smoked weed with everybody. The only person I knew that got sick was also part Blackfoot, but everybody else that I smoked weed with nobody got sick except that one person. I smoked weed with the whole city. You know what I mean? Like, and it was I don't understand it. I don't understand how.
Canada or up near like Michigan or somewhere that way.
Yeah, I'm in Michigan. Well, my theory is that they
Are you
created.
surprised I knew that? Oh my God, are you surprised I knew that?
Well, I did mention earlier that I dated
No,
a
no,
chick in
no, but
Detroit.
they say no, I don't remember that kind of crap.
Well,
Yeah, I don't remember that. The only reason why I remember that is because I did a show about how, like indigenous people are treated all the time,
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah. Crime Scene Louie. Don't you guys love this guest? There's 26 people here. I know it's 4:18. It's almost 4:20. Time to smoke weed. Woohoo! Be with me more. I really, I mean, you are a breath of fresh air to me. I would like adopt
thank
you
you.
if I could, because I'm saying like I feel like I would like give you fucking RSO oil and your Crohn's disease would go away. His name is Third World Country. Is that it? Or
Third, well, it's just a rap name. Third World Assassin.
what? Okay, we'll call you TW.
Well, you can
TW
just call me Eastwood.
Eastwood. Okay,
Yeah.
so Eastwood. No, what I was thinking would be a cool name for adopt him and eat him. Adopt him and eat him. Why would I eat him? I'd never eat a human being, and I wouldn't even let myself be eaten. I would tell them I'm going for help, and if I died along the way, at least I'd rather be eaten by animals than humans. Oh, Crime Scene Louis says he has Crohn's disease too, and you said you're part Jewish,
Yeah.
and
I think
and,
it's two
and
grades.
so is Crime Scene Louis. Yeah,
Oh,
he might be. Are you part Blackfoot too, Crime Scene Louis? I mean, no, Crime Scene
oh
Louis is
yeah.
a good. No, his name is fucking great. I think his name's great because Crime Scene Louis is kind of rolls off your tongue. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's a cool name.
It is a
Uh,
cool name,
well,
right?
to answer Crime Scene Louis, my YouTube name is Third World Assassin, one word, and that my Twitter name is Third World Assassin, one word, and that the at thing on the Twitter
Is
is Feed the Gods. It's like a white zombie song.
no
Uh,
BS? You're a Jew Mexican. That's so sexy, Crime Scene Louis.
but
If you're not, then I'll go out and I'll share your link, and you can keep talking. You're a good guest. Okay, I'm gonna go
okay,
out and share your link. Okay, because I don't know if No BS is still here to do it. Okay, all right, go ahead.
okay. Um, well, I guess the point of my channel is, it started off with I was a big fan of Freeman Fly. He's a conspiracy guy way back. And, I was into like archaeology conspiracy and religion conspiracy and but then in like
First
2000.
of all, you gotta say something though in the chat so I can like tap on the avatar. I'm sorry. I'm
Oh,
sorry to interrupt. You're so wonderful with your archaeology. I love it. But if you could just put your
okay,
okay. All right. Okay. Now I'll mute myself. Go ahead.
okay. Well, I started off just well, eventually I came across Jordan Maxwell, and then eventually, like 16 years ago, I came across William Cooper. I think the Esoteric Agenda documentary, and the William Cooper's research was so profound, where he was documenting a secret society that went back to Babylon, and that this secret society has never dropped the ball ever, basically, and that they are running the show permanently, and that their families sit on the crowns of all the nations of the world. Well, maybe not all of them, but Europe and New York, the it's like these people have a secret religion and a secret goal, and their goal is to destroy all religions and to make no private property and to make it so people can't raise their own kids and to basically have us all working in a field basically with a garden tool. That's their goal. They specifically write about it, and I'd hate to mention this writer because I hate the fact that this writer was racist. She was an anti-Semite. Her name was Nasta Webster, but her book World Revolution documents it all. But I hate her anti-Semitism because even in her own book, she says that Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Illuminati, would not allow Jewish people in the Illuminati, and that
I mean,
she
even in Detroit, I did some research, and there was like places like clubs where black. I mean, look at like the black men. they get the right to vote before any woman, any color, you know? Like, so basically, I don't know, I mean, I hear what you're saying about going back, for that amount of time that basically they're locked in. That's the point. That's where my title comes from. Because I just don't know. Can we do anything? And a part of me will
Oh,
say, I feel like the World Wide Web is the perfect level playing field or a battlefield, right? The World Wide
yeah.
Web. We've got the platform to talk and say what we want. But
Oh, yeah.
the longer we let it go on, that we allow, like I feel like mass reporting is playing YouTube politics where because YouTube won't even pay for a receptionist to answer the phone. That's like $1 trillion company. And there's no phone number. There's no
Wow.
phone, right? No phone number. Who's ever heard of that? Who's ever grown up in life where there's no phone number?
Oh, yeah.
This is a multi-billion-dollar company who won't pay what you would be considered low on the totem pole job of a receptionist, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah,
And
that
they
is insane that they don't have a receptionist. That's
no phone number, no phone number. There's nobody you can complain to. So when that's why, even though I'll tell you this, even though I'm on World Wide Web, but I'll tell the story to you because I feel like, wow, I'm like, whoa, this guy's a breath of fresh air for trying to do some research because this guy researches, but and you seem like the type to learn from too. Like, people can learn from you as well. And I mean, I'm not trying to put down anyone. I'm really not. But it becomes where you feel like you're screaming inside. Um,
with the
you know,
research.
yeah, where you see that you can't, when you're telling people about it and they're saying, like earlier, they were calling you a Looney Tune,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, YouTube
Well, I'm
doesn't.
used to it.
Me
The
too. Used to it too. And Crime King Louie, he's used to it too. We get called conspiracy theorists.
Oh, yeah.
And
Well, you could be a guest on the End of Days radio show if you wanted.
huh?
Uh,
I don't know what
my,
end
my
of days. I don't feel like it is the end of the days. I feel like if we don't fight back, it will be, and that will be the Great Reset. That's where when they find these underground cities, and they're perfect, and they've got they've got stuff that you couldn't have done without advanced tech,
oh, yeah.
advanced intelligence and tech. They've got plumbing, they've got everything, and then we collapse upon ourselves because that greed, and then God is like, oh my God, I got to start over again because
Well,
if you don't
yeah.
believe in God, I get it. If you don't believe in God, I get it.
No,
But
I believe in a God. The God I believe in simply made the universe. That's my whole religion.
made the universe, right?
Yeah.
And then he said, okay, so every molecule, right, is just like fucking scattered. So, but there had to be something within us. There's something within us. I'll drop your link. Hold on, Crimes and Larry. Let me finish this thought. I don't know if nobody else is still here. That something within us where yeah, I've touched people in my life and not gotten electrical shock. I don't even know when the last time I got an electric shock was, like when you touch your TV or something.
Hmm.
Uh, but I feel like the DNA of people, he knew it and stuck it together. And so when you got like all these molecules, everything, and I feel like it's almost like is it like I don't know, like a word like atom or atom, atom. You know what I mean? Like atom, ADAM. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Like atom and Adam.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
Because
came to the same conclusion is that the occultists do study like the occult word for mother is mater, and then they call matter matter, matter
Right.
like matter.
Yeah, like these people were there's actual like writings of people who they're gonna talk about the atom. I mean, they didn't even have a microscope. I mean, like,
Oh
come
yeah.
on, like let me drop Crime Scene Louis. Yeah, Adam, right? Crime Scene Louis. And I'm gonna drop his link so you and him can, like subscribe to each other because you are just a breath of fresh air. Don't anybody tell you different. Don't let them tell you different.
Oh yeah.
I am
I'm on
so,
Twitter too. More
I
for
am
you
so
talk on Twitter.
tired of people, and I mean, honest to God, I am so happy. A lot of my friends will be like, "Gotta be a troll," because there's a lot of trolls in this community. And
Oh yeah.
every time when somebody pops up in my life that is like a legit person, I'm like, "See, this is why I'm still alive.
Yeah.
This is still alive is to have these conversations, and I love them. And if I know we're only two people, and here's Crime Scene Louis, he's three people, but we get the World Wide Web, and that is a level playing field. Oh, you found it, and you found okay. Yep, okay. He is, isn't he good? I mean, seriously, Crime Scene Louis is a good guy too.
Yeah.
And
I've almost got 4,000 subscribers, but
the
I mean,
World
I'm
Wide Web,
blacklisted.
we've got to take control of it. We cannot let it become international waters. We can't. It is a rarity, isn't it? Crime Scene Louis. So you can take over. I'm gonna mute myself, please. I
Oh,
ask.
what are you getting stoned too, or I'm just joking.
No, I'm gonna drop Crime Scene Louis' link so you
Oh,
can,
okay, okay.
you can sub to him. But but
Oh yeah,
really, you are a breath of fresh air. Now, I'm not putting that. I know that sounds so insulting to my friends that have been here all along, but I swear to God, I scream from the inside because I love people who love like history, and because that's really caring. That's really caring to know your stuff is caring. And people think that they care about the world, but unless you're willing to fight for it and die for it, yeah, you really don't. You don't say LOL to someone else's thoughts. You don't. You encourage them, and if you disagree, you talk about it, and that's what peace talks are about. It exists. It's been done. The world does not have. This does not have to be the end days.
oh yeah,
History repeats itself if people keep saying LOL. You know what
Hmm.
I mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
All
that
right.
makes sense.
I'm muting myself, and I'm gonna drop Crime Scene Louis' link. You take over, please.
Oh yeah, well, you definitely got a pretty good philosophy going on. I guess what I was getting at earlier, my voice kind of shot from doing too many podcasts. Usually, I have my own podcast on my channel or go to this one radio show, but I don't usually jump on. I don't usually YouTube surf, but I figured I would see what everybody else is putting out. And but the Illuminati thing, it's like so Adam Weishaupt, the founder of the Bavarian branch of the Illuminati, and Cooper says that Weishaupt was definitely still a Jesuit priest of the Vatican, and that Weishaupt went after he was expelled from Bavaria when one of the Illuminati got struck by lightning, and they found the plans to the Illuminati sewn into his jacket, and they went. So they were expelled from Bavaria, and that Adam Weishaupt went to the house of Saxe-Gotha, which, if you're familiar with the crown's last name, is Saxe.
Like Saxon, Germany, or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Well,
I heard what you were saying about the Jesuits. They were so fucking evil. I'm sorry, Jesuits, but what
oh yeah.
I'm saying,
Well, they are Illuminati.
yeah, the Vatican was sending them to fucking like on these missionaries things where basically they were, oh my god,
Oh yeah.
oh yeah, and every fucking one of those popes, I'm sorry, popes, that but every one of them came from like the Medici family or some fucking Italian family that their other name is very attached to crime. I
Oh, yeah.
mean, crime families. Yeah, no wonder they had to start their own fucking country like the Vatican because these fuckers go right back to all the
Oh, yeah.
crime families. Yep.
Yeah, they are the mafia. I mean,
Yep. They are.
no exaggeration. And that but these popes, I mean, Pope means door, and that cardinal means hinge, and that if you read Babylons by Alexander Hislop, uh, the Vatican is the religion of Babylon, and they taken the Jesus character and turned him into Tammuz, and that the Mary character is, keep I don't have a religion. I believe in God, but I have studied the New and Old Testament and all sorts of religions quite extensively, but that they've
Have you ever seen Donnie Darko?
oh yeah.
Donnie Darko? Not Donnie Brasco. I'm sorry, I'm smoking weed.
Yeah.
Donnie Darko with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, the time travel thing.
Yeah. I like that movie a lot. The director, and I just bring it up because that's where I learned about Jules is a chest. Wait, you're so funny, constantly. Where I learned about how people will say, "Oh, atheist," but agnostic, I think, is probably the most accurate. I mean, if somebody had a gun to my head and they were like, "What religion are you? Are you a Jew?" I would say Jewish because I think that anything that can be detected in the DNA is not a religion. So they're crazy because they would have to wipe out a lot of people because there's a genetic code to being a Jew. There's a
But,
genetic code.
well, they do say that the Jewish blood is related to Cherokee blood.
Is what?
Related to Cherokee blood. Cherokee Nation.
Absolutely. And that reason is because, in my opinion, that, like when they did the Spanish Inquisition from Spain, it was, that in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But I feel like, the Jews, they had to get out of there. They had to get out of there. And, or otherwise, so Columbus, he was the only one. And that's, I think, why they called Columbus a secret Jew. That's why they called Columbus a secret Jew, is because he was one of the only ship owners, whatever you call them, that on the Spanish Inquisition, when some of these Jews, either they had to convert or be killed or leave, they had to leave,
Yeah.
would swallow their valuables, and then when once out on sea, whoever they bought passage from would kill them and slice them open and steal their valuables and throw them overboard.
Yeah.
Columbus was one of the only ones that, and the fact that these Indians only suddenly were there because Columbus said he was in India. I don't believe that. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Well,
I mean,
my theory goes back further. It goes back to about, I'd say, like 4000 BC or so, where one of the writers of the Arcana of Freemasonry, he's a British one. I think it was like 1918 was the book. Basically, he talks about these Mayans and the Yucatan Peninsula, and that I think the Cherokee tribe, they were different than the other tribes, where the other tribes were more Eskimo, and that
the word tribe come from the Bible, though? I mean, because the 13 tribes of Israel, did the word tribe derive? Everything derives from where the word derives from.
oh yeah,
Everything that you research, if you break down the word and you look at where it derived from, you will get, halfway there. And
yeah, the etymology.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
but the Yucatan Peninsula. Sorry, my voice.
No,
They went from there, and they brought a religion with them they brought it to Egypt, and then they brought it to Israel, basically. And
what religion?
well, it was the religion is it's hard to explain. See, the ancient people.
I feel like you heard what I
Well,
said.
no. I'm
You're
gonna
telling me
explain.
it means you can't explain it.
Well, let me explain. The religion of Freemasonry before it was taken over
Okay,
by.
that Freemasonry. Okay, let's talk about Freemasonry now. A mason, right? A mason would make bricks, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if you break down the word, the etymology, like you said, of the word, then so you think
Well,
about it, and the first, in my opinion, the robbery, like the great robbery, was of the pyramids, because when they got into the pyramids, there was nothing in there.
all right. Well, let me give you the original word is according to Albert Mackey, or it's either Albert Mackey or Gerald Massey. They're both Masonic encyclopedia writers, but it
Right,
was
but I want you to look up the word mason. It's a
well, hold
brick.
on. It was Egyptian, and it was Ma Sen,
I
and it
just said
meant.
that, right? Oh my God, I didn't even know that it was Egyptian.
Well, check this out. You're gonna like this because Ma Sen is Egyptian for blood tie, and that
Oh, wow. See? Wow. Isn't that cool? That if we looked at the etymology of the word, it fucking said exactly what we were talking about.
yeah,
Like
and
we were
so
halfway there already.
well
Wow.
the religion is like a
I
Native
wonder if they would
American
put their
thing.
blood in the bricks.
Well,
I
no,
wonder.
no.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Back then, like,
Well, there are certain different
no,
cultures where they would bury people in walls and stuff, and
right.
but
But think about this. No, let's go way back to, the days they were building the pyramids. Okay. So you've got somebody who learned,
well, let me explain the pyramid because this is part of the religion.
oh, but wait a second. You're calling it a religion, but let's think of it as a business. So
Okay,
we've got this because you said blood ties too. So we've got
yeah.
what is it, nepotism there too. And you said
Well,
earlier it's
oh,
in the
hold,
remember
you
you
got
said,
well, hold on. You got to understand the religion before you analyze it,
oh, but
and I can sum it up pretty quick. Uh,
but here you just summed it up really well, because earlier you said it's what's in their blood, it's in the blood, and you just read blood ties.
yeah.
So
Well, hold on. It had to do with what's called the buckle of Isis, which is
right,
called.
right in the eye of I. But here's what I'm telling you is that did you know that the pilgrims, not the pilgrims, the pyramids were empty?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's
So
because they were temples of initiation.
no, but they were empty because you've got these people who create brick. Okay, they create brick, and they come along and they say to these people who've got a shitload of gold, you can't keep your gold out here in the sand and tent. We learned how to make brick. We'll make brick for you. Okay. We've already made brick. So these masons come, which were really the Jews who were dragging, them by the ropes, whatever. And then at the end of the day, though, there was tunnels that, they took all of the gold from. That's why King Tut was buried in like a pauper's grave, because
Well, well, before you jump in ahead, we got to take this one step at a time. Okay, so the word for you're gonna like this. The word for pyramid, the specific Great Pyramid was called Hiram, and then and
Irish.
no Hiram, Harm, in the in the ancient language HRM, which I'm not sure what that would be in Hebrew, but
Now,
assume
is
that.
that on the dollar? Is that on the bill? Is that on the bill?
Well, the on the bill is that's the same
That's kind of
symbol, but
like Royal Majesty.
well, hold on, let me explain this here. It's very so look at look at things like a blueprint and look at them in a generic sense, and that in their religion, the temple is Isis, quote unquote, and that the doctrine is Osiris, quote unquote, and that the initiate is the son of Isis,
Are
and
you
that
reading this?
no, I'm not reading this. This is a secret religion of Freemasonry, and this is goes back to ancient times.
But there's no religion in Freemasonry.
No,
I
it's two
say
religions. It's
it's a secret
Illuminism.
society. It's not a religion.
Well, no, hold on. You gotta understand that
Is
this is.
Freemasonry tax exempt?
I would definitely assume so. They're a totally
Like,
separate society.
Freemasonry is different from Freemasonry. That's what you just said.
Well, you gotta understand that Freemasonry was taken over first by the aristocracies of England and Europe, and then by the
No,
Illuminists.
it had to do with the fact that when somebody invented, like developed brick, they convinced these kings that had gold, they convinced people that had gold that sand couldn't do it. So, in my opinion, okay, there's
Well,
like,
I'm just gonna stand up for a second.
no, no, really, look
No, I'm
outside.
listening. I'm listening.
Look
I just need
outside.
to stand up.
Okay, but look outside the picture. So there's big alligators,
Well,
whale
hold on.
kind
You,
of, bones and skeletal found
yeah.
in the desert.
Well,
So water's receded. So you've got people who were left with sand. Okay, nothing there, and they're probably thinking, "Oh my God, we don't understand. We've done everything. God, where are you?" And then you've got God and the devil, and they're like at this chessboard. And I'm sorry to say it, God, but that, I mean, when are you going to flip this fucking chessboard? But is that what he does? Does he on and flip the chessboard over, and then
well,
that's the great reset? I mean,
no. Well, according to the religious stuff, God never intervenes.
mm,
Well, I mean, I
we
guess
read
there's
about the
something
party
never,
of
but
the Red Sea. We all believe in miracles. We all believe in divine intervention. That would be intervening, right?
yeah.
So,
I guess you got a point.
right, divine
Um,
intervention is intervening.
damn it. I got
It's
weed on my face. I'm gonna break out in hives.
You're gonna break out in hives. Why?
I was rolling a smoke, and then I touched my face, and now it's like really itchy right here.
I believe that you're not gonna break out in hives. Just forget about the hives. Don't even think about it.
Anyways, okay, so you gotta let me explain this. So the Masons say travel from west to east in search of light, and this phrase goes back to the land of Shinar, in that is the ancient world, in that I can't remember which city. I think it's Jerusalem or
Damascus. I don't know.
well, I was reading it in this book last night on my YouTube, and the book is really allergenic, and it makes my nose put the book way over there.
Andrea, aren't you?
Well, anyways, so
What it could be.
well, hold on, wait.
Immunity is lowered because of the fact that you still are depending on doctors. I feel like, and I feel like here's
Well,
what
hold on.
did your parents did your parents talk to you like the way that you and I are talking?
Well, it's hard to explain. I don't like to talk about.
Don't explain it. Just answer yes or no.
Well, it's hard to explain
But
because
everything doesn't have to be hard. That's what I think. Like
well, I
when
just
you're
don't like to talk about it because I didn't have a good childhood.
then you don't have to. When you're doing your researching, do you look for a solution? Do you look for a solution?
Oh yeah, I have solutions, definitely.
Okay, so you keep talking about the Masonics, and I keep talking about the World Wide Web. I look at the World Wide Web like I don't even like to use the term a level. I'm just okay. I'm gonna say level ground. It really isn't because we definitely have our freedom of speech. Um, squelched. Like you said something about being on podcasts. What are the podcasts that you go on? What are they? What's their topics?
Um, we usually talk about esoteric, like conspiracy topics, but the world government, the secret societies,
So all of
the
that is
secret
reflecting
religion.
stuff that did exist and still exists. But let's focus on the fact that our technology has advanced to the point where either we fix it through having a worldwide web audience to fight good, fight
Yeah.
evil, like we're
Well,
fighting
I'm
evil. You know
I'm
what I mean?
definitely on board with that. I mean, one of my remedies is to sue the government basically and make them perform within constitutional limitations.
Absolutely. That's why I said you are wasting your talents.
Well,
You
hold on. Well, hold on. You don't
you
understand. Let me explain.
don't understand the
Well, no,
simple
no,
that you
no.
said yourself. The statute of limitations has not run out. But
Yeah.
what will run out is your freedom to speak.
Well, no. I've already said that we're slaves. We are slaves to the New World Order.
Unless you do that and move on what you said, where you said so, even if it's not for other people, you
Well,
know, uh,
hold on. I, I can teach you how to uh be quote sovereign in ways, but uh
I don't want to be
the
sovereign. To me, God is sovereign.
yeah, well, no, I'm not saying that I actually do anything different because I pay all the regular bills, and
Right.
it's just
God is
there's certain.
sovereign. God is sovereign, but there are people who think that they are sovereign, and usually they got a lot of money.
Well, I mean, I was just specifically talking about being able to quote laws and stuff, but
Well,
the
I don't think that about quoting lines. We're talking about you.
well, hold on, we got to go back to this subject though, these Illuminati, because
We know what they've done. We know what they're doing. You're not
well,
schooling. Listen, here's what I'm trying to tell you: is with this kind of a think tank, people can make differences. Everybody
yeah,
says I'm one person and can't make a difference. Well, you're not one person anymore. You're three right now, but there's
yeah,
21 watching. So that's 20, that's 40 years hearing what you're saying at 4:51 a.m.
yeah.
And I like to look at the glass half full. Can you tell me what esoteric means?
It means there's exoteric and esoteric.
So
Exoteric,
outside, inside, and outside.
yeah, exoteric is the profane understanding, and esoteric is the true understanding.
Oh,
Uh,
I love it. Love it. Thank you. Love it.
well, thank
Love
you.
it. Official. Crime Scene
Uh,
Lewis called you an official esoteric warrior. That is a
well,
true compliment right there.
well,
That is.
I am friends with my friend Jamie Hanshaw. Is she goes in Alex Jones sometimes, but she's a
Yeah, but
well
he was
reached.
silenced. He was silenced, and that's a shame. That's a shame. Silenced.
Oh
And
yeah,
St. Louis we can tell you a bit about that because I know for a fact that my life was turned upside down by one of the same people that turned his life, maybe more than one of the same people that turned his life up. Right, bam, right, Crime Scene Louis, fucking
right.
bam, right there.
Well,
You know who Tiffany M is?
um, I don't know.
No,
Well,
right.
I wanted to help connect this with the Vatican and the mafia and the Masons and the Illuminati. The so have you ever heard of Ignatius Loyola?
Was
Uh,
he a Roman emperor or something?
oh, I'll just throw it down real quick. He was the leader of the Alumbrados, which was a Spanish merge of a Templar group and the assassin, the Hashashim, in
I'm
the
not
row.
interested in that Alex Jones thing that you just said. I'm sorry. I am more interested in that. So, your friend, does she get to talk to him too much lately at all? Because you
Well,
don't understand.
she was just on there like last week. Jamie Hinshaw,
And
her husband does the fourth hour of Alex Jones. Jay Dyer.
now, but didn't he just get sued for a lot of stuff? And see that
Oh
when
yeah,
he got convicted of that, that truly took away a lot of our freedom of speech. I'm sorry it did.
oh yeah,
Uh,
definitely.
yeah, that took away a lot of our freedom of speech. And people would be like, "What do you say? What do you mean? He's the criminal there. He's the criminal there." No, no, no. He is not the criminal there.
Oh yeah,
He definitely that took away. After that, YouTube changed a lot of the
oh, yeah.
terms of service that you can't mention sh anymore. You know what I'm talking about? That thing in that thing in
Oh yeah, yeah,
that you can't talk about. If you say that name,
yeah.
if you say that word on my channel, I'll be struck. Don't say it.
I wouldn't say that
Yeah.
word.
But if you say
Uh,
it, yeah, she fucking was, man. Officially on the discovery list, and she befriended me when I got cancer. Okay, when I got cancer and was diagnosed, and the crime scene Louis can fucking he can
vouch.
for this because this is like why my channel. I feel like the topics that we speak on here are important topics and should be more, more out there. But I totally got silenced on here
Oh yeah,
because that same person that was officially on his discovery list, and that's not a lie, like in the court, okay? That person, she
yeah.
befriended me. And then like my daughter had I didn't know any of these people. I didn't know them. I was new to YouTube, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah. And then but I was doing officer involved shootings. And I only had like 59
Jesus.
subscribers and stuff. But I was a mod on a channel with over 100,000 subscribers. Yeah, right.
Hmm.
I mean, Crime Scene Louis, he knows. People know. Then the very moment I was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer, fucking
She
me.
bailed,
No, no,
or
I didn't know her. She wasn't my friend. I didn't know her.
oh, okay.
Didn't know her. She was like smelling blood in the water.
Hmm.
The same people who did the whole Alex Jones thing, in my opinion, true story, and we're on the whole, the hoax thing, and yeah, yeah, she was the chosen one. Crime scene. I was too. At that moment, I was the chosen. Yeah, I was the chosen. Yeah, wow. Crime scene.
Hmm.
That's fucked up. Cause fucking, I'm telling you, they took the ride home from the doctor's office telling me I had stage 3 cancer back to where the only person like that I really even had known people from YouTube, but whatever, it was no thing like,
Yeah.
uh, and I was a mod there, and fucking, he said, "What time's your appointment? When will you be back?" Yeah, he's still on YouTube, chosen one. Yep. Um, and he's
Oh, YouTube. I see.
it was a YouTube channel, yeah, about Michigan and homeless women and prostitutes. And here's another thing. Get this. Fucking within a month after him interviewing like these homeless, drug addicted prostitute women in Michigan, in Detroit, they would die. They'd get
Jesus.
murdered. Like
Oh
15 of
yeah.
them.
It's
They
really
like
sad. I mean, I whenever I go to a concert, I give every homeless person my money, and uh, I try to beg them to quit drugs and go to their families, and I don't know if
They
they ever
will
do or
get
not.
murdered right in front of our eyes, like hiding in plain sight. Hiding in plain sight. I mean, this guy literally, one guy, he told him, he does an interview with him, right? It was in, oh my God, maybe Crime Scene Louis can remember. The guy's first name was Jason, and he had just gotten out of jail, and he wanted a ride to his ex girlfriend's house. And Tom says, maybe we can arrange that for you. And because he would pay $10 for, and they were specifically looking for the person who gave this guy a ride. He caught, he killed her. He went to her house. He killed her and almost killed her two little kids. And Tom said, even if I did give him a ride, I would sleep like a baby. Yeah. He led murderers to them. I think Nitty was
Jesus.
murdering them. Nitty was murdering them. I don't know how long you were listening. I feel like Nitty was too. Nitty fucking murdered Angel, in my opinion. That's my opinion. People can say, oh, you're wrong making an accusation. It's just an opinion. I'm not accusing him. But he fucking said, and he kept saying, oh, you're not afraid. I'm telling you. And this person led that TM who got Alex Jones. Yes, he did. Right, Crime Scene Louie? And Maddie, the only reason why she's still alive is because of Daryl. Matt, how did you get led to this channel?
Oh, I was going through. I was actually gonna subscribe to you because I can't remember which thingy. I guess if you want to post the link in the private for your channel, or so I can.
This is my channel.
Well, I know, but I've only got the StreamYard open. I mean, I could go to the history
Tell you
and
a history after when you're done.
let's see. Oh, Aaaargh. That's it. Okay, I found it.
Ark. Am I in the Ark? It's the covenant of the Ark.
Oh,
The covenant of the Ark.
okay.
Yeah, but Crime Scene Louie, that one person being in the fucking mix of something so tragic, so crazy. Crime Scene Louie. I mean, rubbing shoulders with fucking plain murderers. Yep, Gerald exists to keep an eye on Maddie. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they sit there and they take bets on when she's going to lose her next tooth or when she's going to die.
Ouch.
Yeah,
Jesus.
these people are terrible. That's why I asked, how did you get led here? Because fucking this community is off the fucking chain. I mean, my daughter even said to me one time, Mom, I've never known a YouTube thing or anything where somebody, like, there's a person who every person they interviewed ended up dead within a month. And
Oh,
none of
so wait, the chosen one dude, his people he interviewed died? The homeless people?
within a month. Yeah. They've been on the streets forever,
Well,
man.
you know
It's
what they
chosen
used to call
one.
Michigan?
Well, I think that people have done that. He was a private eye foreman. Oh my God. I mean, like 15 people at least. Yeah, it's
Right,
chosen one, WON. If you
right.
look, I mean, like, and it's right hiding in plain sight. And the cops even were like, we were curious who gave this guy Jason a ride, and he, fucking like, what the fuck? Like, how is that? I hadn't either before chosen one. 10 people died. Right, crime that we know of. Crime scene
Well,
Louis.
it could be. I mean, there's really disturbed people out there. That's why it's so important that they not take away the gun rights of people.
You said you know about like fucking Detroit, right? So recently there was some guy arrested, not recently, maybe within the last couple of years, arrested for like running over prostitutes because of the, grand theft auto and stuff
Jesus.
like that, right? Right? I know, isn't that ridiculous? You'd think they take it off the shelf, but they don't. They just make it get more disgusting. But
Then you got fucking this other guy who was so pissed at this white guy, that was coming down there and interviewing prostitutes. Now, in my opinion, I think Tom was sick before that. Just my opinion. There's probably a trail of dead bodies around him. I mean, I've never seen anybody figure out how far you should bury something underground that vultures couldn't smell it. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing.
Right. I don't think about those kinds of things.
Right. But he does. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He does. And then the other one there specifically is said where the girl Angel was, injected. Like, and they said, but it was murder. But remember that crime scene, Louis? He goes, Nitty, and he's got Monica's face for the avatar. And Angel specifically said Monica was shot. She was not hit by a car. And yet they still, in the news, still keep saying that she was hit by a car. And Angel, who ended up dead next after she went on an interview with Tom, and he said, "You're not scared of a serial killer?" He said that to her. "You're not scared of a serial killer?" She said, "No, and I know who did that to Monica." And no, Penny. She said she owed him $10. That's exactly what Tom paid for an interview. In the
Oh, yeah.
beginning, yeah, she died with multiple needles in her arms, according to Nitty, and fucking in the Campbellville. Absolutely. I'm saying, man, these are murderers hiding in plain sight, and we are too scared to report them because the anonymity is only gifted to the fucking criminals now.
Oh yeah, that's because the New World Order wants crime. They want as much crime as they can create. That's why they let all those people out during the pandemic. All the
Yeah.
people. My friend's dad was in prison for drinking and driving, and he said all the diddlers, all the chesters got out first, basically.
Yeah.
And that
Right.
it was very messed up. And that
All messed up. And the only reason why it keeps getting more messed up is because in the meantime, people, we get scared. It's self-preservation. It's self-preservation in order for evil to get instant gratification.
yeah. Well, that's why we have to understand the occult, because these people, they're doing messed up stuff, and that
Yeah, but back in the 70s, I actually have a show about it. It was a while ago, where because I get discouraged. I get discouraged about even trying to go on because I'm like, oh my God, we're so outnumbered. Yeah, of course, Ped's out
well,
first. Ped's out first all the time, Cram St. Louis. Look at what they fucking. I'm telling you, I've never in my life seen more obvious shit of where that TM person is and her friends and those people like Monta something. I can't say the full name because we're petrified. We are fucking petrified. Good people are petrified. That's why I spell out RAPE or HAMAS because because we're fucking petrified because we don't have freedom of speech. That's what people need to realize. And the longer people stay quiet for self-preservation means that, what's that saying? When they came for the Jews, I didn't say anything because I wasn't Jewish. When they came for the blacks, I didn't say anything because I wasn't black. When they came for the gays, I didn't say anything because I wasn't gay. When they came for me, there was nobody left to say anything.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's why the Illuminati. I'm telling you, this Illuminati stuff is very important. I have a quick quote I can bring up to enlighten you, and I think that you will see what I'm getting at with this quote.
Illuminati mean enlightenment? Doesn't Illuminati mean enlightenment?
Yeah.
We
Okay.
see those
So
not, but subconsciously, how you just said to me, as if I'm not enlightened. I'm enlightened on topics, and you're enlightened on
hold on.
topics. We're joining our enlightenment. You can't speak condescendingly to your equals, because
No,
it
I'm not saying that you're not equal. I'm just saying that this is a topic that nobody's ever heard of. I'm telling you. Let me say this quote real quick, and then I'll tell you why it's so important. And I'm sure even if I bet you when you hear the quote, you will know what I'm gonna say after that. Okay, so this is page 38 of World Revolution. Keep in mind, I do not like Nasta Webster, her anti-Semitism, because she's retarded because of that. But the rest of the book is golden. But okay, so it's about Adam Weishaupt and the Illuminati. And so in the Republic Universelle, the scheme of Weishaupt for welding the whole human race into quote one good and happy family end quote is set forth at length quote one common interest, one mind, one nation, end quote. And so that when I was reading this book and I seen that phrase, I was like, oh my God, because the Nazis used to say Ein Reich, Ein Volk, Ein Führer, which that phrase is maybe a little different, but it's practically synonymous. And that these people, they are architects of genocide, and that what is happening, the basic blueprint of what is happening in this country and in the world, it's you see, the Illuminati's religion is quote
but does that mean
revolution.
does that mean one nation under God, indivisible?
Well, the socialists made the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't know. The
Okay, wait a
Republicans are
minute.
retarded for following it.
You just said the German words of Hitler. Does that mean one nation under God, indivisible?
Oh no. That means the Germans were saying one people, one country, one king.
Okay, so same thing.
Yeah, well
Same
I'm
thing.
comparing it to the Illuminatis, who are saying one common interest, one mind, one nation.
Okay, so here's the dilemma. Here's the dilemma. So I feel like they're using religion, right? I feel like they're trying to dominate people's religion, and they always have.
Yeah.
But that, at the end, on the flip side, they're trying to give the loophole of, well, no organized religion. So then you get people who, like myself, even don't think organized religion is a good thing. So there's their loophole, like, oh, organized religion, we want to get rid of it. We want to, but it's the point of, they'll probably put into something, we got to have one religion. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's bigger than that. It's way bigger than that.
No,
It's
you're
that,
right. They're
yeah.
make one religion. The man is God thing. They're preaching it to the youth. If
And
you
then
go to
if they get rid of Israel, and I'm sorry to, be so gung ho on Israel, but if they do, I mean, like, they remove the Pledge of Allegiance, and they've allowed people to have, more violence be their, idolatry. Like, the Pledge of Allegiance was just it was a thing of, I don't know. If you're saying that the Germans said it too, it was an allegiance to your country. It was like taking an oath to your queen.
hold on, you're missing the point. Which to back your point up, America was fully taken over by the New World Order by the time they made the Pledge of Allegiance. and basically everything that America turned into was.
Made the Pledge of Allegiance. So when did the Pledge of
Well,
Allegiance?
hold on. This isn't about the Pledge of Allegiance. This is
No,
about.
but it's the same thing. So I'm wondering, when did the Germans adapt that in the schools saying a Pledge of Allegiance to their country? What year was that? Is that just a coincidence?
Well, I'm
I don't
not sure, but
right here. Can you look it up?
you're on your phone, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. Can you look it up?
Yeah, I can look it up for you.
Thank you. I'm interested to know that,
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm making raviolis. Go ahead and tell me what you find, please. I appreciate it. I like having you up here. You're like a good guest. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I hope you don't have to get up early, do you?
Well, I definitely gotta go in like 45 minutes.
Okay, that's cool. That's a good time. Yeah. All right.
Looks like
it's all important stuff because we cannot let the internet become international waters. And I feel like there's a real key to that. Internet. We've got to make sure it doesn't become international waters.
Well, it appears as though 1934 was their some kind of government oath, but
America. When did America?
Oh, in America.
Mhm.
Okay, I think that was like 1926. Hold on.
That's one good thing. See, there's a good and bad side to everything, but
1885.
1885.
Yeah, so even at that point, the Civil War, they took America over during the Civil War. The internationalists, the the crown and the Vatican and
so listen, so before that, that's an interesting point. So if that's the case, and then you're saying that Germany didn't adapt that same thing until Hitler came into reign.
Well, this is important. This thing about the Illuminists is important to do with the Nazis because of what happened in France. They also had genocide in France.
Yeah, but see, France, after the revolution in America, France is that, like Benjamin Franklin, that was one of his favorite places.
Well, hold on. It was his favorite place because that's where he would go to party and have orgies and stuff.
Exactly. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then they had their own revolution. After the revolution, they had their own.
Yeah, but you got to understand is that the founding fathers, their revolution was about individual rights. And the Illuminati that started the French Revolution, theirs was about group rights. And the founding fathers were against group rights.
Yeah, the founding fathers are against group rights, but see, they've created such loopholes at this time.
Like, yeah, it's all reversed.
Yeah, they've made it so convoluted that it's very hard to come back from it. That's where looking for the solution is what matters.
Well, no, I know the solution. Writ of quo warranto, and we sue them over and over and over again.
Writ of what?
Writ of quo warranto, QUO. And this is the legal remedy that I found that will solve the problem, basically.
What does that mean, though?
It means it would be a civil lawsuit where we would basically, excuse me, the law, the court, it's asking for a delegation of authority. So we find something that's unconstitutional, and then we bring it to court, and then we ask them in court.
That hasn't worked.
Hold on, wait. And then, this would be a suing matter if they could not comply with it in law, because each city is chartered to operate within the Constitution. That if they couldn't comply with it, the city would have to cease to exist. It would have to, the charter would have to dissolve. and that
How
the
about dissolving? No, how about dissolving it right away and going right back to the original raw constitution and working from there again?
yeah,
Because
that's well,
that
that
encompasses the whole country.
that's what the end result of filing like a million writ of quo warrantos would be.
Right, you
Is
have to file a million of those to get to where you're talking about. And but at the end of the day, starting right at the point and saying, no, we're gonna erase all that shit. Every single, because if you notice that one in the Constitution, it'll say no church and state. But the bottom line is every single constitution of every individual state starts out with religion. They say something of a religious context in their individual constitutions. So
well,
they already violate the amendment of no church and state.
yeah,
So they did it
the
to slap people in the face, and nobody nipped it at the bud. They didn't say, "Hey, hey, 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 hey." No, no, no,
well,
no.
no, hold on. The that's not actually in the Constitution, but the idea.
Whatever it is.
Well,
Where is
hold on.
the Bill of Rights? Is it the Bill of Rights? I don't know. It's in somewhere.
Well, hold on. I know what you're
Well,
getting
where
at,
is it?
and that's what is happening in current times. Is that this
Well,
religion,
I'm talking about current times. We need to resolve, not
oh yeah.
regret.
Well, this what I'm saying though. These people that run the UN are members of secret religion,
We
and
already
that.
know all of that.
Well, hold on. You know who that Klaus Schwab guy is?
All I know is that you're giving to me a lot of Jewish names that I think you're reading, and that Schwab and
No,
wine
no,
and
no,
whatever.
no, no. He's not Jewish.
You think
Uh,
they're not, but those are Jewish names.
Well, I'm definitely not against any Jewish people or anything, or any
Saying that
individuals.
they're not, infidels, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that they haven't, sold out their own fellow
No, no,
Jews.
no, no. I'm talking about the Illuminati. I'm and Adam Weishaupt is not Jewish. Carnegie, he's not Jewish. I get in this debate all the time where people try to blame Jewish people, and I name off a bunch of people in the Illuminati who are not Jewish because it's not in any
So
way a
they do
Jewish
think that the
conspiracy.
Jews, so they do think that Jews are the Illuminati.
The idiots on the internet who haven't read any books, they are retarded, basically.
Absolutely.
Um,
So here's the thing. You're actually kind of inadvertently, without really wanting to, doing their fight for them, because if I'm going to tell you as a person who you've just met and arguments you're laying out, and you're a great attorney, a great orator, like you get your point across, very good. I'm being totally honest with you. Was I would pick up the Jewish names, and that's what they want you to do.
well, no,
See,
he's German.
I understand, but anybody of layman.
Well, hold on. Well, let me just
But
the
you gotta
world.
realize the
Hold on.
majority of people that you talk to are gonna be like Jew, 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 Jew,
Well,
and
no,
you.
no. Well, hold on. You're missing the point. The World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum made a statement, and they will make and you got to remember that Nazi means national socialism, and that they said that they were going to make the world and each country socialism at a national level. They said
Okay, but
national
the
socialism in
socialism,
reverse.
I understand, but what is coming on is that people who are using the computer and COVID would have been antisocial, antisocial.
Well,
So
hold on, wait. You gotta understand, the Illuminati, they twist the words. The words do
you
not
just twisted
mean
it
what.
for them. You're convinced
No,
of
no,
it.
no, 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 no. You don't understand.
No, you don't understand. What I'm saying is that
No, I
you're
understand what you're saying. Let me explain.
focusing a lot on that a lot of us, that people know about Illuminati. People know about the things that are going on. That's why they created conspiracy theory, was to label as that. That's why, although it's, 523 and there's 20 people, which I think is good, there should be a whole lot more concerned with the topic that we're speaking on,
Oh
because
yeah.
it's a real topic and it affects everyone.
Well, I'm
And
sure you're blacklisted just as much as I am.
yeah, yeah, big time, big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've never heard in my life. So when I got the strike for the HAMAS word,
Yeah. Yeah.
all it was, sharing a video like on my community post. Like, that's ridiculous,
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, video's still up. Then
Well,
when
what's crazy, I seen a video of one of those people, and they
Mhm.
were it's hard to explain what they're doing, but they're faking uh a child getting hurt, and then they were like putting it on TikTok or something, trying to make people hate Israel, and
Right.
it's and it was messed up, and it was
Let me
there's
tell
all
you. Let me ask you if you've ever heard of this before. Okay, so fucking after 2 weeks go by, even though it was 7 days that they said, and I appealed it, right, immediately. And they said, 7 days. I appealed immediately. Fucking after 2 weeks go by, I go and say to the chat, YouTube, whatever, YouTube support. I said, look, it's almost going on 3 weeks here for a 7-day strike. They go, well, today is the day you acknowledged it. I said,
oh
have you ever heard anything in your life? How can you appeal something that you didn't acknowledge?
Oh yeah, they booted me for the same type of thing, and I had to, because one of the uploads that I had simply was suggesting a certain brand of vitamins, and I
Right.
was like, "Are you kidding me?"
And that's what I'm saying. This is already becoming international waters, and it really
Oh, yeah.
can't, because if it does, we're dead. People are dead. I mean, and if God does step in, it will just be where the whole world is just destroyed and every
Oh
city
yeah.
is put
Well,
underground. He just starts back over.
this is gonna be a breath of fresh air. Uh, lies are destroyed by truth, and we will win because we will find the truth, and we will tell it to everyone, not uh not in any way that would get our YouTubes kicked off or
But
anything.
they will get kicked out. That's the thing, because it's AI. They don't even hire a receptionist to complain to
Oh yeah.
anyway.
Well, I
Mhm.
have noticed that there are kids that get away with stuff with just simply extreme sarcasm, and it's like, wow, I'm not very good at sarcasm personally, but
The
like,
stuff that they get away with is disgusting. I mean, it's gross. But
well,
at the end of the day, I
check it. The people that are hating on Jewish people, they're getting away with it online because the people in control want it to be like that. They
well, yeah,
know it's happening.
mhm.
Uh,
And that might be where the Great Reset comes into play, because maybe he hits the Great Reset button,
well,
and
it has to do with,
all of the
hold on.
DNA. Listen though, if all DNA is the same, right? Like,
Well,
if you left a trace of blood somewhere 1,000 miles away, and they did a test on it, it would still be you. You know, so maybe that's when God comes into play. And the fact of the matter is that, where we're all like, oh, God would never intervene, but then we pray to God, and then we give him credit when something good happens, and this,
yeah,
that, and the other thing. Maybe when this great reset that they're trying to petrify us with, it's hey, this is coming. It's only coming if we good people don't speak, because if we keep buying into that, God doesn't need warriors, but then again, on the flip side, God only helps those who help themselves.
You got to pick one. I mean,
Yeah.
heroes are heroes. Heroes are heroes. And at the end of the day, if the inevitable ever happens, and when people are trying to create, like, what is that, CERN, like, they want to be God. They want to try to figure out the ghost in the machine. What was
Yeah.
that thing that blew the breath into every atom in the world and made, it find the other DNA that it partnered with, so that every DNA in you is you. You are you. Like, he knew you before
Oh yeah.
you were born, you know? And,
Yeah.
that's really the thing, is that we're here to protect this heaven here on earth. We shouldn't buy into this is the devil's playground, revelation that's inevitable. It's going to happen. The end of the world is going to happen. No, it's in our hands to protect what he gave
Yeah.
us. That is life.
Well,
You know?
the Illuminati created the idea of the rapture to use people, to turn them into fanaticists. They use these ideas to make people feel a certain way.
Right. I mean, they all go on and say, well, this is the end times. This is how it was written, only to accept their demise. I mean, no, whenever your demise is laid right in front of you, you don't want to die.
Yeah.
So, it might be real easy to come off all, a certain kind of way and be like, "Well, this is the end times. This is how the Bible said it was supposed to be."
Oh
No,
yeah.
this is how somebody wrote it, and they wrote it in what was called the Vulgar or whatever, which was vulgar language in Latin. And they didn't, for thousands of years, they didn't share the word of God in any language that anybody else could understand. Latin was created, not, there's no land called Latin. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Well, on a different note, though, the Illuminati stuff proves that it's the Crown of England and not Jewish people that wrote the Protocols of Elders of Zion. It was not
No, the
penned.
Queen of England, listen to me. If it wasn't for the Queen of England, she fixed Jeeps during World War II. The royal family, when the palace got bombed, they did not leave. They stayed in the palace. They stayed in the palace. If it wasn't for a country that you could go from one end to the other end in 3 hours, and the power of speech on radio that Winston Churchill provided, I mean, you got to give more credit. I mean,
Well,
honest to
hold
God,
on.
I took an oath to the Queen. Do you think I would ever take an oath to the Queen that they could connect to Nazism? Never.
No, seriously, I'm telling you that.
I'm telling you, mother lived through World War II, and
No, I don't doubt that. That it's hard to explain.
no, that is a lie, because America was fucking insulted by the fact that loads of countries, if it was not for Her Majesty's Royal Air Force, we would not be. Hitler would be running the world.
You don't understand though. Hitler didn't die in World War II. He went to South
Oh, he went to
America.
Brazil. He went to Brazil. I know exactly.
Yeah,
I know.
and that. Well, the
I did.
Vatican. Well, I'm sure you're familiar with the Vatican rat line.
I'm familiar with all of this, but what I'm telling you is, when Jack Kennedy told, Roosevelt, right? Fucking, yeah, he told him, "Don't worry about England." He was the ambassador or something towards England.
Yeah.
They didn't hold up. America loved the fucking war. They were making all kinds of money,
Well, I know, but you gotta let me fully explain. Remember when I was talking about Ordo Ab Chao earlier?
But you can't keep blaming the royal family, because
No, I'm not blaming the royal family on this. You got to look at it from a generic perspective, where the The Masons, the Illuminists, they made a movie once where it had Sean Connery
With
and
Nicholas.
that. No. This one was like the 80s or late 70s. It was called A Man That Would Be King.
Oh, all right.
So the movie was about these two Masons who were going to India to look for Alexander the Great's treasure or something, and like they they got money to go on this expedition. The whole thing they did was they brought a bunch of weapons and made armies, and then they pitted the people against each other, then took over the villages one by one, and that.
If we were all under British rule, we'd all have national health care. And
Well, hold on. You don't understand these. There's the secret societies have something that is it's secretly controlling everything. And
well, I
these
guess
people that are in the mainstream, they're not they're not the ruling power. The real ruling class is not seen.
there's a
Uh,
video on YouTube, right? There's a video on YouTube, and it's some I don't know, of Asian descent fishermen on a fishing boat, and their boat, sinks or whatever, and they're in between these huge tankers or these huge ships with other Asian people on them. Nobody has been named in the videos, nobody at all. Nobody knows where it is, but it went viral, and they picked off every single one of those fishermen that were like.
yeah. Well, this reminds me of a story though, and
But
it's
what I'm
about.
telling you is that is what international means.
Well, this story is very synonymous in a way where, okay, so after World War II happened, they forced the Jewish people all out of Europe, and all the boats that were going to Israel, guess how many of them sank? Where
I'm
they
sure.
were purposely sinking these boats, and
Mhm.
these people are eugenicists. They're
I
evil.
know, and eugenics was created in what was they were doing it very early, like since the late 1800s, and they had the Kellogg's spa, they called it, in Battle Creek, Michigan.
Yeah, I
Um,
used to live in that city. It was a very dangerous city. There'd be bullets flying by at night if you walked on the street.
Right.
Uh,
They're very anti-Semitic there, and they're Seventh Day Adventists who, I mean, and then the Nazis took over the whole experiments with their eugenics. But
oh yeah.
at
Well,
the end of the
America was practicing eugenics in 1936.
well, I know, but they in the U.S. they were practicing it in the late 1800s.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
definitely. I'm sure even
started
possibly
right here.
before.
Yeah, possibly before. It started right here. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that it's all homegrown. It's just
Well,
there's
hold on. Let me clarify real quick. George Washington wrote a letter to G.W. Snyder, a priest. G.W. Snyder was asking George Washington if he read a book called Proofs of a Conspiracy by John J. Robison. And in this book, it proved the Illuminati conspiracy. And that George Washington replied to this priest and said, I'll put it in layman terms basically because I can't remember the exact wording, but he said, "Oh yeah, I know the Illuminati is running shit." He said that, and then the priest asked him, "Well, aren't you a Mason?" And George Washington said, I haven't frequented the lodge for 30 years because it was taken over by Jacobins and Illuminati, and that
yeah.
so
Well,
the hold on, so the founding, so the first president of our country is telling us that the Illuminati had taken over the Masonic Lodge, and that the Masonic Lodge was
Masonic. It's Masonic.
yeah, the Masonic Lodge made the Nazis and made the Bolsheviks, and the Masonic Lodge is these people are it's a secret religion. It's literally a cult. I mean, I don't know how much more.
It's
Me,
not really, it's
hold
a
on.
religion that actually probably prays to the devil. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a little more complicated than that, but so the Jesuits, most of the Masonic oaths are given credit to Ignatius Loyola, who founded the Jesuit order, in that the Jesuits. Oh, damn it! I just spilled something. But the Jesuits, the Mace. Damn it! Sorry, I'm a little bit. Let me try to cut words here. They had their secret order had a list of goals, and that their list of goals is synonymous with the Communist Manifesto, and it was synonymous with the things that went on in Nazi Germany, and that the oh, I remember what I was gonna say. I was gonna link the Masonic oaths to the Vatican and the Mafia, because they're very similar, and the Mafia oath, or well, actually, let me rephrase that. The one of the Mafia penalties, which I won't get into detail, but I'm sure you've heard of a Colombian necktie.
But I don't
Well,
know.
okay, so I'm trying to be vague about it. The Mafia, their victims are found with their throat cut and their tongue pulled out, and
Yeah,
that
that already all happened before the mafia was even like created. I mean,
oh
we're
yeah,
talking back to biblical times that, the Medici or whatever they are family, Leopold, we're talking about, Alexander the Sixth, him as the Pope. He was, the Borgias, Lucretia
yeah, the
Borgia.
board, yeah,
Right. I mean, we're talking going back way further than where you're going on. I mean, this is from the dawn of time. So,
yeah.
so
But Jesus,
if you're gonna apply the, Masonics and the Masons to it at all, I'm gonna have to say that
well,
the
let me state what the first degree oath is. Uh, the first degree oath is saying the Colombian necktie, that if you reveal the secret word, you'll have your throat, and your tongue pulled out, and it's
they did that, but nobody's, been able to tell us about it because, you know what I'm saying?
well,
Like,
that's very interesting that you mentioned this Roman family, because this does the Illuminati does tie back to Rome with the seven hills of Rome, and that
and that's the thing is that, they were all criminal families from Italy that then it became, where the Vatican became its own place and every single, I mean, listen, it goes back to the Bible where basically the Inquisition and what were they, with the big red crosses on their shirts. Not the red
oh,
cross.
the Templars.
Yeah, the Templar Knights and all of them goes right back to all of that, where they invented an invention that they said to people who had gold or money or things of value, that they've invented something strong, and we can sell you this and protect it for you. And then they made tunnels for, in my opinion, people can call it a conspiracy theory, but in my opinion, or all of those pyramids were emptied. I mean, there was a lot of places that were just fucking empty without ever the whole, the big stone. Look at even Jesus's grave. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was a way that a person who made the building out of this brick could make the way into it. And, you know, and they did. I mean, that's the bottom line. The shit was gone. You can't doubt
Yeah.
the fact of history, that the treasure was gone out of these places. You know, I
Oh yeah.
mean,
Well, they were known for digging out Solomon's stables
right?
uh, in
They
Israel.
went around and they sold people a better way to protect their their gold and everything, and people who wanted to protect their gold, they played on that greed. They probably robbed from them first and then offered them protection. Same with that TM person. She harassed, and her friends, in my opinion, from what I see, other people could vouch for it. They harassed the people from that tragedy first, and then they offered them the protection from the internet trolls that were doing it. And it was the very person offering the protection. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What
They
would you
infiltrate.
say? What would you say your favorite study topic is? What if like any types of archaeology or religion or certain conspiracies or anything? What Oh, you still there? Can you hear me? What was I gonna say? Darn it, I'm pretty buzzed. Yeah, the Illuminati, I guess. Uh, I don't know if maybe she dropped her phone or something, but the Illuminism. See, oh, well, I'm sure she'll be back. The Illuminati, they believe they're gods. At least the outer core members do, and that they they call it the apotheosis of man, and that this whole UN religion that they got for their one world religion is my example that I was going to bring up earlier. You go to any big festival, with all the popular people, you'll see they have a symbol on their arm. It's called the flower of life. The people get those tattoos not knowing that it's from ancient Egypt and that it's the symbol of Osiris, and that you can go up to these people who have a flower of life tattoo, and 9 times out of 10 you ask them, do you believe you're a god? And they'll say yes. And then if you ask them, do you believe we're all one? And they'll say yes. And that those two planks are the two planks of what's called secular human. Well, what's the Luciferian philosophy, which is also secular humanism in modern times, and that the I can't remember. Okay, there it is. So that the secular humanism, aka man is God, is quote the apotheosis of man, and that Aleister Crowley he created the OTO, and that his great work, quote unquote, was the apotheosis of man. He was trying to turn man into a god, and the damn it, we see these people, they don't make the masons, they don't make bricks, they craft culture. I mean, they do make bricks, but that's only the first 2 degrees in ancient times. But the brick is the ashlar, and the ashlar means stone, and that the perfect ashlar is the initiate, and that so they are saying that they are hewn stone, and that the non-initiates go through degrees as well, but those degrees are that people go to school and they get a mortarboard on their head, and that mortarboard is a symbol of cement. See, because the initiates are the ashlar or stones, that and the non-initiates are the cement, and they're together they make the symbolic temple. and I'll try to I don't know how versed any of you are on Illuminati or secret societies or Freemasonry, but the symbol of the Masons stuff is, it's very interesting, where the backbone of the secret societies believe in this a lodge on Sirius, quote unquote, that the star Sirius, and that this star is venerated by the secret societies. Damn, my cigarette went out. In ancient times, the star was called Astarte, and that this star was called Isis. This star was called Astaroth, and the initiates of this star were called uh, dogs of Astaroth, and that the the dogs of Astaroth, like Dog Star for Sirius, and that these groups, they, you know, like Astarte was the goddess of Babylon, and that her day was May 1st, and that today in society the Illuminists make things happen on May 1st. Like, I mean, look at the original date when they claimed we got Bin Laden was May 1st, or like, darn it, where's the host? I'm trying not to leave her show hanging here. My voice is really getting, but the ancient worship from Babylon was passed down through the generation, and that's very interesting that she brought up the royal families of Rome, because this religion from Babylon went from Babylon to Rome, and then they believed they were gods, quote unquote. And the Borgias, they painted the picture of Jesus after the Borgia guy, and that the I mean, technically, I don't argue for or against religion, but in the original Jesus pictures, he didn't have a beard, and I think he was. But the symbology of it, I'm not gonna get into that, because it's. But back to the Illuminists and the Roman Empire, the darn it, where's the main host? The Roman Empire, their symbol was the eagle, and then the Roman Empire, eventually their symbol became the double-headed eagle. And if you notice, I showed my ring earlier, this is a double-headed eagle, because this is a brotherhood that is, comes from Rome, basically. The Illuminati, they freed France, supposedly, but yet, in modern times, France had to submit a coat of arms to the United Nations, and you can Google this. The coat of arms had on it a fasci, which is a symbol of Roman power. If you look at the Library of Congress, there's a fasci, or if you look at the Congress next to the podiums on the walls, there's two fasci, which is a symbol of Rome, and that the fasci, and it's so ironic, because it's like, well, France is supposed to be free. Why would their coat of arms be a fasci? And that this ancient Roman thing is it's proliferated itself, because it's like Freemasonry started off in the ancient times. It was a workers guild, and that it had a priesthood, but it wasn't anything like the Illuminati with their man is God secular humanist stuff. It was it was the symbols and astronomy, and that event in the 1400s, the royals of Europe caught whiff of Freemasonry and symbology and so on and so forth. Then it was divided into a million different degrees simply for monetary exploitation. But the degrees, there are still some ancient mysteries in the degrees, which, for example, the seventh degree, which shows a triple tau, which is three T's, which make a triangle. It's the inner parts of a triangle. If you were to have a spacer for three blocks, for example, and that on the outside of the tau is four symbols: the angel, the hawk, the lion, and the bull. And that these four symbols are four zodiacs. And in the ancient world, the Scorpio was symbolized as a hawk. In that, in the tarot card 21 is the same symbol, with the except the triple tau or the triple T is not there. It's replaced by either a woman, or a hermaphrodite or a male. In the in the tarot it's a woman, or in the older tarot it's both. But in above the door at Chartres Cathedral, you'll find the symbol of the four symbols: the angel, the hawk, the lion, and the bull. The four constellations. The constellations were known to be stubborn because they didn't move, and that but these symbols go back to ancient times. Ancient pharaohs of Egypt were buried, in that when they were buried, they had four vases around them, the same symbol. And they were put on, But my point though is that the four vases in ancient Egypt contained the organs of the pharaoh, but they were the same four symbols: the angel, the lion, or the angels, excuse me, the Scorpio, the bull, and the lion. The four constellations. This is just an example of an ancient mystery that is yet to be solved. I've studied tarot and religion for quite some time, and the tarot cards are definitely darn it, if she doesn't get back, I'm gonna lose my voice. There she is. The tarot cards are definitely very interesting. This book, Mystery of the Cathedrals, this is a very good start for. It's by
Sorry,
Fulton
my dog.
Elliott.
Asshole. So sorry. So sorry. So sorry. So sorry. I can't believe you're still here. It's so funny. But my phone died, and I can only charge it so it doesn't charge when I'm live. I don't know why.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. Will you definitely come back again? Because I really enjoyed this conversation, and there'll definitely be more conversation, like interaction at a different time. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
A lot
you
of
definitely want to catch the part that you just missed, because I was talking about ancient Egypt and the tarot and Chartres Cathedral, and that's a long subject. But I was getting into this pretty. I think you'll like what I was going on about when you were
it's
gone.
not being racist or derogatory to anybody. That's fine. I love history. You can talk about history all you want.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll definitely dig the. I did mention how the Romans and the double eagle, and how my ring was a double eagle because
You were probably glad to have me gone, so I didn't interrupt you.
well, I did forget the Mithra part of it, where Mithra in gematria is 365. Because this is a solar cult, basically, in that the 365 is also the symbol of Bellanus or Bell, or ball.
Yeah, Beelzebub. That's in the Bible. I swear to God, that is in the
Oh yeah,
Bible where they talk about Beelzebub and
yeah.
yeah, all of that stuff. There's so many more topics we can talk about, but my phone's gonna die, and plus I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. So
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you have a Twitter?
no, I don't. This is all I got.
Oh, well, if you want to subscribe to me, definitely. The William Cooper, you're gonna love it. I mean, it's the show is that William Cooper he puts on. I mean, there's a lot of old music that's kind of lame sometimes, but the
Well, put
his
another comment in my live stream so I can share your link. Just put another in there.
put my link in there.
Well, put your comment in there so I can go and I'll share your link and I can get to your link.
Oh yeah, so it's easier for you to. Yeah,
No way
yeah, I can do that.
to track it down and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The William Cooper put in the private. You said.
No, in chat.
Oh well, let me do that.
Yeah, do that.
Okay, so
Well, I don't know. Try doing it in the private. Well, I don't know. I've never.
I
Let's
put
do
it in both.
Okay.
So it should be in the
Okay. There, yeah. Okay.
I definitely appreciate the conversation because there's so many people out there that don't want to be on the same page and save the ship together. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I want to save it. Yeah, exactly. Think globally, start locally.
yeah. Well, plus there's a lot of interesting archaeological subjects to speak about.
Yeah, and you're right down my alley. So
Well,
I think
plus, if you're bored on Sundays, you could be a call-in type person for the group chats after the main thing that we do on the other radio show. He's got quite a few viewers, but he's always looking for good speakers, and you seem like a pretty good speaker.
thank you. Do you have his link too? I mean, like,
Oh,
I
well, you
can.
should make a Twitter and promote your stuff on Twitter and add Twitter and stuff. Because Twitter's a really good news source. Surprisingly, there's a lot of controversial stuff that goes all over the place, but like
I'm
they're
not much into it. You know what I mean? Like with technology and stuff. I'm 56 years old. I'm old school.
oh yeah, yeah. I'm kind of old school too. I was forced to buy a cell phone only like 5 years ago or something.
Right. All right. So, but you'll come back again, right? Make sure you subscribe and then hit it twice so that you'll get the notification so that the bell is black.
Yeah,
The notification bell is black. And I'll go in there now and share out your link. But,
yeah. Check out Cooper uploads because his
what's it
especially
called? What's it called?
it's just William Cooper. There's so many episodes. It was one of the really interesting ones is the and it's damn, what's the name of that? The Identity of the Scarlet and the Identity of the Beast. Because at the end of the Beast one, or at the end of one of them, he links America to Atlantis, and that the symbols of the Old Testament or the revelations about and he links the secret society's beliefs with America and how it's really complicated, and it's so intense, and it's like
Yeah, my friend Lemon.
like before I found Cooper, it was like, man, it's like this when he starts getting going on the stuff, it gets really intense. You know what I mean? It's like you're like pausing it and writing stuff down, like, oh, he just said a page number, and and
Okay.
it's that's basically what, because I've been listening to his shit. He's got like 2000 episodes, or at least 1500, and he,
As much
the
as I do. No, sir, just kidding.
oh yeah, but I mean, the information that he exposes the secret societies so hardcore,
needs
it's
more support then, because people who do that, they don't get enough support, you know.
oh yeah. Well, I mean, he passed away in 2002
Oh,
or 2001.
yeah, or
Uh,
something.
he predicted 9/11 before it happened. He named the people and he named where he thought that they were going to do it, and he was accurate. He predicted. I mean, he's predicting everything that's happening right now. He predicted it. You know, I mean, it's crazy because I wished in the '90s I would have been into shortwave radios and listened to that stuff.
I was in the 90s, I'd have purchased a home.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm pretty good at brainstorming ideas about solving
Yeah,
problems and
I
stuff. I
never
mean,
knew it was going to get too unaffordable to ever do that, you know. I was
oh
just
yeah,
living my truth in the 90s when I was making all kinds of money. I could have easily paid $300 $400 a month mortgage, but I didn't do it because I didn't, you know, I was young. I didn't want to be locked in. But my friends who did it then, they're all paid up, and now here it is, way back when, you know, now
oh
and
yeah. Well,
hindsight.
sometimes people have money and they don't know it. Like my friend had a stamp collection, you know, it's worth money. Uh, and you know, like there's all sorts of stuff that you know. I mean,
A lot
sometimes
less
people.
valuable than as it used to be, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
But
Well,
I gotta
but yeah, add me on Twitter if you can, and we'll brainstorm.
right, but if you make sure that you click subscribe twice and notify on the bell twice so that
Oh
you
yeah.
get the bell
Yeah.
notification. Okay?
Uh, hasta luego.
Okay.
Shalom Elohim.
Well, hi, all right. I'll talk
All
to
right.
you later. Bye bye.
Peace.
Bye.